Next question. A customer would like to design and build a new workload on AWS cloud but does not have the AWS related software technical expertise in-house. Which of the following AWS programs can a customer take advantage to achieve that outcome? Option A. AWS Partner Network Technology Partners. Option B. AWS Marketplace. Option C. AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners. Option D. AWS Service Catalog. Correct answer is option C. AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners. Next question. Distributing workloads across multiple availability zones support which cloud architecture design principle? Option A. Implement automation. Option B. Design for agility. Option C. Design for failure. Option D. Implement elasticity. Correct answer is option C. Design for failure. Next question. Which AWS services can host a Microsoft SQL Server database? Choose any two. Option A. Amazon EC2. Option B. Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS. Option C. Amazon Aurora. Option D. Amazon Redshift. Option E. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option A and option B. Amazon EC2 and Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS. Next question. Which of the following inspects AWS environments to find opportunities that can save money for user and also improve system performance? Option A. AWS Cost Explorer. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. Consolidated Billing. Option D. Detailed Billing. Correct answer is option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question. Which of the following Amazon EC2 pricing models allow customers to use existing server-bound software licenses? Option A. Spot instances. Option B. Reserved instances. Option C. Dedicated hosts. Option D. On-demand instances. Correct answer is option C. Dedicated hosts. Next question. Which AWS characteristics make AWS cost-effective for a workload with dynamic user demand? Choose 2. Option A. High availability. Option B. Shared security model. Option C. Elasticity. Option D. Pay-as-you-go pricing. Option E. Reliability. Correct answer is option C and option D. Elasticity and pay-as-you-go pricing. Next question. Which server enables risk auditing by continuously monitoring and logging account activity, including user actions in the AWS Management Console and AWS SDKs? Option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Option B. AWS CloudTrail. Option C. AWS Configuration. Option D. AWS Health. Correct answer is option B. AWS CloudTrail. Next question. Which of the following are characteristics of Amazon S3? Choose any two. Option A. A global file system. Option B. An object store. Option C. A local file store. Option D. A network file system. Option E. A durable storage system. Correct answer is option A and option B. A global file system and an object store. Next question. Which services can be used across hybrid AWS cloud architectures? Choose any two. Option A. Amazon Route 53. Option B. Virtual Private Gateway. Option C. Classic Load Balancer. Option D. Auto Scaling. Option E. Amazon CloudWatch Default Metrics. Correct answer is option A and D. Amazon Route 53 and Virtual Private Gateway. Next question. What costs are included when comparing AWS total cost of ownership TCO with on-premises TCO? Option A. Project management. Option B. Antivirus software licensing. Option C. Data center security. Option D. Software development. Correct answer is option A. Project management. Next question. A company is considering using AWS for a self-hosted database that requires a nightly shutdown for maintenance and cost-saving purposes. Which service should the company use? Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud. Amazon EC2 with Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Option D. Amazon EC2 with Amazon Elastic Block Store. Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option D, Amazon EC2 with Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Next question. Which of the following is a correct relationship between regions, availability zones, and edge locations? Option A. Data centers contain regions. Option B. Regions contain availability zones. Option C. Availability zones contain edge locations. Option D. Edge locations contain regions. Correct answer is option B. Regions contain availability zones. Next question. Which AWS tools assist with estimating costs? Choose 3. Option A. Detailed billing report. Option B. Cost allocation tags. Option C. AWS Simple Monthly Calculator. Option D. AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option E. Cost Estimator. Correct answer is option B, C, and D. Cost allocation tags, AWS Simple Monthly Calculator, and AWS Total Cost of Ownership CTO Calculator. Next question. Which of the following are advantages of AWS consolidated billing? Choose 2. Option A. The ability to receive one bill for multiple accounts. Option B. Service limits increasing by default in all accounts. Option C. A fixed discount on the monthly bill. Option D. Potential volume discounts as usage in all documents is combined. Option E. The automatic extension of the master accounts AWS support plan to all accounts. Correct answer is option A and option D. The ability to receive one bill for multiple accounts and the automatic extension of the master accounts AWS support plan to all accounts. Next question. Which of the following reserved instance RI pricing models provides the highest average savings compared to an on-demand pricing? Option A. 1 year no upfront standard RI pricing. Option B. 1 year all upfront convertible RI pricing. Option C. 3 year all upfront standard RI pricing. Option D. 3 year no upfront convertible RI pricing. Correct answer is option C. 3 year all upfront standard RI pricing. Next question. Compared with costs in traditional and visualized data center, AWS has option A. Greater variable costs and greater upfront costs. Option B. Fixed usage costs and lower upfront costs. Option C. Lower variable costs and greater upfront costs. Option D. Lower variable costs and lower upfront costs. Correct answer is option D. Lower variable costs and lower upfront costs. Next question. A characteristic of edge locations is that they option A. Host Amazon EC2 instances closer to users. Option B. Help lower latency and improve performance for users. Option C. Cache frequently changing data without reaching the origin server. Option D. Refresh data changes daily. Correct answer is option C. Cache frequently changing data without reaching the origin server. Next question. Which of the following can limit Amazon Storage Service Amazon S3 bucket access to specific users? Option A. A public and private key pair. Option B. Amazon Inspector. Option C. AWS Identity and Access Manager IAM policies. Option D. Security groups. Correct answer is option C. AWS Identity and Access Management IAM policies. Next question. Which of the following security related actions are available at no cost? Option A. Calling AWS support. Option B. Contacting AWS professional services to request a workshop. Option C. Accessing forums, blogs, and white papers. Option D. Attending AWS classes at a local university. Correct answer is option C. Accessing forums, blogs, and white papers. Next question. Which of the reserved instance RI pricing models can change the attributes of the RI as long as the exchange results in the creation of RIs of equal or greater value? Option A. Dedicated RIs. Option B. Scheduled RIs. Option C. Convertible RIs. Option D. Standard RIs. Correct answer is option C. Convertible RIs. Next question. Which AWS feature will reduce the customer's total cost of ownership (TCO)? Option A. Shared responsibility security model. Option B. Single tenancy. Option C. Elastic computing. Option D. Encryption. Correct answer is option C. Elastic computing. Next question. Which of the following services will automatically scale with an expected increase in web traffic? Option A. AWS Code Pipeline. Option B. Elastic Load Balancing. Option C. Amazon EBS. Option D. AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer is option B. Elastic Load Balancing. Next question. Where are AWS compliance documents such as an SOC 1 report located? Option A. Amazon Inspector. Option B. AWS CloudTrail. Option C. AWS Artifact. Option D. AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option C. AWS Artifact. Next question. Under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following activities are the customer's responsibility? Choose any two. Option A. Patching operating system components for Amazon Relational Database Server Amazon RDS. Option B. Encrypting data on the client side. Option C. Training the data center staff. Option D. Configuring network access control lists ACL. Option E. Maintaining environmental control within a data center. Correct answer is option B and D. Encrypting data on the client side and configuring network access control lists ACL. Next question. Which is a recommended pattern for designing a highly available architecture on AWS? Option A. Ensure that components have low latency network connectivity. Option B. Run enough Amazon EC2 instances to operate at a peak load. Option C. Ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Option D. Use a monolithic application that handles all operations. Correct answer is option C. Ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Next question. According to best practices, how should an application be designed to run in the AWS cloud? Option A. Use tightly coupled components. Option B. Use loosely coupled components. Option C. Use infrequently coupled components. Option D. Use frequently coupled components. Correct answer is option B. Use loosely coupled components. Next question. AWS supports which of the following methods to add security to identity and access management IAM users? Choose any two. Option A. Implementing Amazon recognition. Option B. Using AWS sealed protected resources. Option C. Blocking access with security groups. Option B. Using multi-factor authentication MFA. Option E. Enforcing password strength and expiration. Correct answer is option D and option E. Using multi-factor authentication MFA and enforcing password strength and expiration. Next question. Which AWS services should be used for read or write of constantly changing data? Choose two. Option A. Amazon Glacier. Option B. Amazon RDS. Option C. AWS Snowball. Option D. Amazon Redshift. Option E. Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option A and option B. Amazon Glacier and Amazon RDS. Next question. What is one of the advantages of the Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS? Option A. It simplifies relational database administration tasks. Option B. It provides 99.999% reliability and durability. Option C. It automatically scales database for loads. Option D. It enabled users to dynamically adjust CPU and RAM resources. Correct answer is option A. It simplifies relational database administration tasks. Next question. A customer needs to run a MySQL database that easily scales. Which AWS service should they use? Option A. Amazon Aurora. Option B. Amazon Redshift. Option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. Amazon Elastic Cache. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Aurora. Next question. Which of the following components of the AWS global infrastructure consists of one or more discrete data centers interconnected through low latency links? Option A, available zone. Option B, edge location. Option C, region. Option D, private networking. Correct answer is option A, availability zone. Next question. Which of the following is a shared control between the customer and AWS? Option A, providing a key for Amazon S3 client-side encryption. Option B, configuration of an Amazon EC2 instance. Option C, environmental controls of physical AWS data centers. Option D, awareness and training. Correct answer is option D, awareness and training. Next question. How many availability zones should compute resources be provisioned across to achieve high availability? Option A minimum of 1. Option B, a minimum of 2. Option C, a minimum of 3. Option D, a minimum of 4 or more. Correct answer is option B, a minimum of 2. Next question. One of the advantages to moving infrastructure from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud is option A. It allows the business to eliminate IT bills. Option B. It allows the business to put a server in each customer's data center. Option C. It allows the business to focus on business activities. Option D. It allows the business to leave server unpatched. Correct answer is option C. It allows the business to focus on business activities. Next question. What is the lowest cost durable storage option for retaining database backups for immediate retrieval? Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon Glacier. Option C, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Correct answer is option A, Amazon S3. Next question. Which AWS IAM feature allows developers to access AWS service through the AWS CLI? Option A, API keys. Option B, access keys. Option C, usernames and passwords. Option D, SSH keys. Correct answer is option D, SSH keys. Next question. Which of the following is a fast and reliable NoSQL database service? Option A, Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, Amazon DynamoDB. Option D, Amazon S3. Correct answer is Amazon DynamoDB. Next question. What is an example of agility in AWS Cloud? Option A, access to multiple instance types. Option B, access to managed services. Option C, using consolidated billing to produce one bill. Option D, decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. Correct answer is option D, decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. Next question. Which service should a customer use to consolidate and centrally manage multiple AWS accounts? Option A, AWS IAM. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Schema Conversion Tool. Option D, AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B, AWS Organizations. Next question. What approach to transcoding a large number of individual video files adheres to AWS architecture principles? Option A, using many instances in parallel. Option B, using a single large instance during off-peak hours. Option C, using dedicated hardware. Option D, using a large GPU instance type. Correct answer is option A, using many instances in parallel. Next question. For which auditing process does AWS have sole responsibility? Option A, AWS IAM policies. Option B, physical securities. Option C, Amazon S3 bucket policies. Option D, AWS CloudTrail logs. Correct answer is option B, physical security. Next question. Which feature of the AWS cloud will support an international company's requirement for low latency to all of its customers? Option A, fault tolerance. Option B, global reach. Option C, pay as you go pricing. Option D, high availability. Correct answer is option B, global reach. Next question. Which of the following is the customer's responsibility under the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A. Patching underlying infrastructure. Option B. Physical security. Option C. Patching Amazon EC2 instances. Option D. Patching network infrastructure. Correct answer is option C. Patching Amazon EC2 instances. Next question. A customer is using multiple AWS accounts with separate billing. How can the customer take advantage of volumes discount with minimal impact to the AWS resources? Option A. Create one global AWS account and move all AWS resources to the account. Option B. Sign up for 3 years of reserved instance pricing upfront. Option C. Use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organizations. Option D. Sign up for the AWS Enterprise Support Plan to get volume discounts. Correct answer is option C. Use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organizations. Next question. Which of the following are features of Amazon CloudWatch logs? Choose any two. Option A. Summaries by Amazon Simple Notification Services Amazon SNS. Option B. Free Amazon Elasticsearch Service Analytics. Option C. Provided at no charge. Option D. Real-time monitoring. Option E. Adjustable retention. Correct answer is option D and option E. Real-time monitoring and adjustable retention. Next question. Which of the following is an AWS managed domain name system DNS web service? Option A. Amazon Route 53. Option B. Amazon Neptune. Option C. Amazon SageMaker. Option D. Amazon Lightsail. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Route 53. Next question. A customer is deploying a new application and needs to choose an AWS region. Which of the following factors could influence the customer's decision? Choose any two options. Option A. Reduce latency to users. Option B. The application's presentation in the local language. Option C. Data sovereignty compliance. Option D. Cooling costs in hotter climates. Option E. Proximity to the customer's office for an on-site visits. Correct answer is option A and option C. Reduce latency to users and data sovereignty compliance. Next question. Which storage service can be used as a low-cost option for hosting static websites? Option A. Amazon Glacier. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Elastic File System Amazon EFS. Option D. Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3. Next question. Which Amazon EC2 instance pricing model can provide discounts of up to 90%? Option A. Reserved instances. Option B. On demand. Option C. Dedicated hosts. Option D. Spot instances. Correct answer is option D. Spot instances. Next question. What is the AWS customer responsible for according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A. Physical access controls. Option B. Data encryption. Option C. Secure disposal of storage devices. Option D. Environmental risk management. Correct answer is option B. Data encryption. Next question. Which of the following AWS cloud services can be used to run a customer managed relational data? Option A. Amazon EC2. Option B. Amazon Route 53. Option C. Amazon Elastic Cache. Option D. Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer is option A. Amazon EC2. Next question. A company is looking for a scalable data warehouse solution. Which of the following AWS solutions would meet the company's needs? Option A. Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Kinesis. Option D. Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Redshift. Next question. Which statement best describes elastic load balancing? Option A. It translates a domain name into an IP address using DNS. Option B. It distributes incoming application traffic across one or more Amazon EC2 instances. Option C. It collects metrics on connected Amazon EC2 instances. Option D. It automatically adjusts the number of Amazon EC2 instances to support incoming traffic. Correct answer is option B. It distributes incoming application traffic across one or more Amazon EC2 instances. Next question. Which of the following are valid ways for a customer to interact with AWS services? Choose any two options. Option A. Command line interface. Option B. On-premises. Option C. Software development kits. Option D. Software as a service. Option E. Hybrid. Correct answer is option A and option C. Command line interface and software development kits. Next question. The AWS Cloud's multiple regions are an example of option A. Agility, option B. Global infrastructure, option C. Elasticity, option D. Pay as you go pricing. Correct answer is B. Global infrastructure. Next question. Which of the following AWS services can be used to serve large amounts of online video content with the lowest possibility latency? Choose any two options. Option A. AWS Storage Gateway. Option B. Amazon S3. Option C. Amazon Elastic File System EFS. Option D. Amazon Glacier. Option E. Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is option B and option E. Amazon S3 and Amazon CloudFront. Next question. Web servers running on Amazon EC2 access a legacy application running in a corporate data center. What term would describe this model? Option A. Cloud native. Option B. Partner network. Option C. Hybrid architecture. Option D. Infrastructure as a service. Correct answer is option C. Hybrid architecture. Next question. What is the benefit of using AWS managed services such as Amazon Elastic Cache and Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS? Option A. They require the customer to monitor and replace failing instances. Option B. They have better performance than customer managed services. Option C. They simplify patching and updating underlying OSs. Option D. They do not require the customers to optimize instance types or size selections. Correct answer is option B. They have better performance than customer managed services. Next question. Which service provides a virtually unlimited amount of online highly durable object storage? Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B. Amazon Elastic File System Amazon EFS. Option C. Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option D. Amazon S3. Next question. Which of the following identity and access management IAM entities is associated with an access key ID and secret access key when using AWS command line interface AWS CLI? Option A. IAM group. Option B. IAM user. Option C. IAM role. Option D. IAM policy. Correct answer is option D. IAM policy. Next question. Which of the following security related services does AWS offer? Choose any two options. Option A. Multi-factor authentication physical tokens. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor security checks. Option C. Data encryption. Option D. Automated penetration testing. Option E. Amazon S3 copyrighted content detection. Correct answer is option B and option C. AWS Trusted Advisor security checks and data encryption. Next question. Which AWS managed service is used to host databases? Option A. AWS Batch. Option B. AWS Artifact. Option C. AWS Data Pipeline. Option D. Amazon RDS. Correct answer is Amazon RDS. Next question. Which AWS service provides a simple and scalable shared file storage solution for use with Linux-based AWS and on-premises servers? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon Glacier. Option C. Amazon EBS. Option D. Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option D. Amazon EFS. Next question. When architecting cloud applications, which of the following are a key design principle? Option A. Use the largest instance possible. Option B. Provision capacity for peak load. Option C. Use the Scrum development process. Option D. Implement elasticity. Correct answer is option B. Provision capacity for peak load. Next question. Which AWS service should be used for long-term low-cost storage of data backups? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon Glacier. Option C. AWS Snowball. Option D. AWS EBS. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Glacier. Next question. Under the shared responsibility model, which of the following is a shared control between a customer and AWS? Option A. Physical controls. Option B. Patch management. Option C. Zone security. Option D. Data center auditing. Correct answer is option B. Patch management. Next question. Which AWS service allows companies to connect an Amazon VPC to an on-premises data center? Option A. AWS VPN. Option B. Amazon Redshift. Option C. API Gateway. Option D. Amazon Direct Connect. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Direct Connect. Next question. A company wants to reduce the physical compute footprint that developers use to run code. Which service would meet that need by enabling serverless architectures? Option A. Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2. Option B. AWS Lambda. Option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. AWS Code Commit. Correct answer is option B. AWS Lambda. Next question. Which AWS service provides alerts when an AWS event may impact a company's AWS resources? Option A. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B. AWS Service Health Dashboard. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS Infrastructure Event Management. Correct answer is option A. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Next question. Which of the following are categories of AWS Trusted Advisor? Choose any two. Option A. Fault tolerance. Option B. Instance uses. Option C. Infrastructure. Option D. Performance. Option E. Storage capacity. Correct answer is option A and option D. Fault tolerance and performance. Next question. Which task is AWS responsible for in the shared responsibility model for security and compliance? Option A. Granting access to individuals and services. Option B. Encrypting data in transit. Option C. Updating Amazon EC2 host firmware. Option D. Updating operating system. Correct answer is option B. Encrypting data in transit. Next question. Where should a company go to search software listings from independent software vendors to find, test, buy, and deploy software that runs on AWS? Option A. AWS Marketplace. Option B. Amazon Lumberyard. Option C. AWS Artifact. Option D. Amazon Cloud Search. Correct answer is option A. AWS Marketplace. Next question. Which of the following is a benefit of using the AWS cloud? Option A. Permissive security removes the administrative burden. Option B. Ability to focus on revenue generating activities. Option C. Control over cloud network hardware. Option D. Choice of specific cloud hardware vendors. Correct answer is option B. Ability to focus on revenue generating activities. Next question. When performing a cost analysis that supports physical isolation of a customer workload, which compute hosting model should be accounted for in the total cost of ownership TCO? Option A. Dedicated hosts. Option B. Reserved instances. Option C. On-demand instances. Option D. No upfront reserved instances. Correct answer is option A. Dedicated hosts. Next question. Which AWS service provides the ability to manage infrastructure as code? Option A. AWS Code Pipeline. Option B. AWS Code Deploy. Option C. AWS Direct Connect. Option D. AWS Cloud Formation. Correct answer is option D, AWS Cloud Formation. Next question. If a customer needs to audit the change management of AWS resources, which of the following AWS service should the customer use? Option A, AWS Configuration. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Option D, Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option A, AWS Configuration. Next question. What is Amazon CloudWatch? Option A, a code repository with customizable build and team commit features. Option B, a metrics repository with customizable notification thresholds and channels. Option C, a security configuration repository with threat analytics. Option D, a rule repository of a web application firewall with automated vulnerability prevention feature. Correct answer is option B, a metrics repository and customizable notification thresholds and channels. Next question. Which service allows a company with a multiple AWS accounts to combine its uses to obtain volume discounts? Option A, AWS Server Migration Service. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Budgets. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option B, AWS Organizations. Next question. Which of the following services could be used to deploy an application to servers running on premises? Choose any two options. Option A, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option B, AWS OpsWorks. Option C, AWS Code Deploy. Option D, AWS Batch. Option E, AWS X-Ray. Correct answer is option B and option C, AWS OpsWorks and AWS Code Deploy. Next question. Which Amazon EC2 pricing model adjusts based on supply and demand of EC2 instances? Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, spot instances. Option D, convertible reserved instances. Correct answer is option C, spot instances. Next question. Which design principles for cloud architecture are recommended when re-architecting a large monolithic application? Choose any two options. Option A, use manual monitoring. Option B, use fixed servers. Option C, implement loose coupling. Option D, rely on individual components. Option E, design for scalability. Correct answer is option C and option E, implement loose coupling and design for scalability. Next question. Which is the minimum AWS support plan that allows for 1 hour target response time for support cases? Option A, Enterprise. Option B, Business. Option C, Developer. Option D, Basic. Correct answer is option B, Business. Next question. Where can AWS compliance and certification reports be downloaded? Option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Concierge. Option C, AWS Certificate Manager. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option A, AWS Artifact. Next question. Which AWS service provides a customized view of the health of specific AWS services that power a customer's workload running on AWS? Option A, AWS Service Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS X-Ray. Option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Next question. Which of the following is an advantage of consolidated billing on AWS? Option A, volume pricing qualification. Option B, shared access permissions. Option C, multiple bills per account. Option D, eliminates the need for tagging. Correct answer is option A, volume pricing qualification. Next question. Which of the following steps should be taken by a customer when conducting penetration testing on AWS? Options are conduct penetration testing using Amazon Inspector and then notify AWS support. Option B, request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Option C. Notify AWS support and then conduct testing immediately. Option D. Request and wait for approval from AWS support and then conduct testing. Correct answer is option B. Request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Next question. Which of the following AWS features enables a user to launch a pre-configured Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud Amazon EC2 instance? Option A. Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS. Option B. Amazon Machine Image. Option C. Amazon EC2 System Manager. Option D. Amazon App Stream 2.0. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Machine Image. Next question. How would an AWS customer easily apply common access controls to a large set of users? Option A. Apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. Option B. Apply an IAM policy to an IAM role. Option C. Apply the same IAM policy to all IAM users with access to the same workload. Option D. Apply an IAM policy to an Amazon Cognito user pool. Correct answer is option A. Apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. Next question. What technology enables compute capacity to adjust as load changes? Option A. Load balancing. Option B. Automatic failover. Option C. Round robin. Option D. Auto scaling. Correct answer is option D. Auto scaling. Next question. Which AWS services are defined as global instead of regional? Choose any two. Option A. Amazon Route 53. Option B. Amazon EC2. Option C. Amazon S3. Option D. Amazon CloudFront. Option E. Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer is option A and option D. Amazon Route 53 and Amazon CloudFront. Next question. Which AWS service would you use to obtain compliance reports and certificates? Option A. AWS Artifact. Option B. AWS Lambda. Option C. Amazon Inspector. Option D. AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option A. AWS Artifact. Next question. Under the shared responsibility model, which of the following tasks are responsibility of the AWS customers? Choose any two options. Option A. Ensuring that application data is encrypted at rest. Option B. Ensuring that AWS NTP servers are set to the correct time. Option C. Ensuring that users have received security training in the use of AWS services. Option D. Ensuring that access of data centers is restricted. Option E. Ensuring that hardware is disposed of properly. Correct answer is option A and option C. Ensuring that application data is encrypted at rest and ensuring that users have received security training in the use of AWS services. Next question. Which AWS service can be used to manually launch instances based on resource requirements? Option A. Amazon EBS. Option B. Amazon S3. Option C. Amazon EC2. Option D. Amazon ECS. Correct answer is option C. Amazon EC2. Next question. A company is migrating an application that is running non-interruptible workloads for a 3-year time frame. Which pricing construct would provide the most cost-effective solution? Option A. Amazon EC2 spot instances. Option B. Amazon EC2 dedicated instances. Option C. Amazon EC2 on-demand instances. Option D. Amazon EC2 reserved instances. Correct answer is option D. Amazon EC2 reserved instances. Next question. The financial benefits of using AWS are: choose any two. Option A. Reduced total cost of ownership TCO. Option B. Increased capital expenditure CapEx. Option C. Reduced operational expenditure OpEx. Option D. Deferred payment plans for startups. Option E. Business credit lines for startups. Correct answer is option A and option C. Reduced total cost of ownership TCO and reduced operational expenditure OpEx. Next question. Which AWS cost management tool allows you to view the most granular data about your AWS bill? Option A, AWS Cost Explorer. Option B, AWS Budgets. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Billing Dashboard. Correct answer is option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Next question. Which of the following can an AWS customer use to launch a new Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS cluster? Option A, AWS Concierge. Option B, AWS CloudFormation. Option C, Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon EC2 Autoscaling. Option E, AWS Management Console. Correct answer is option A and option B, AWS Concierge and AWS CloudFormation. Next question. Which of the following is an AWS Cloud Architecture Design Principle? Option A, implement simple single points of failure. Option B, implement loose coupling. Option C, implement monolithic design. Option D, implement vertical scaling. Correct answer is option B, implement loose coupling. Next question. Which of the following security measures protect access to an AWS account? Choose any two options. Option A, enable AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, grant least privilege access to IAM user. Option C, create one IAM user and share with many developers and users. Option D, enable Amazon CloudFront. Option E, activate multi-factor authentication MFA for privileged users. Correct answer is option B and option E. Grant least privilege access to IAM users and activate multi-factor authentication MFA to privileged users. Next question. Which service provides a hybrid storage service that enables on-premises applications to seamlessly use cloud storage? Option A, Amazon Glacier. Option B, AWS Snowball. Option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Option D, Amazon Elastic Block Storage, Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Next question. Which of the following services falls under the responsibility of the customer to maintain operating system configuration, security patching, and networking? Option A, Amazon RDS. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, Amazon Elastic Cache. Option D, AWS Fargate. Correct answer is option B, Amazon EC2. Next question. Which of the following is an important architectural design principle when designing cloud applications? Option A, use multiple availability zones. Option B, use tightly coupled components. Option C, use open source software. Option D, provision extra capacity. Correct answer is option A, use multiple availability zones. Next question. Which AWS support plan includes a dedicated technical account manager? Option A, developer. Option B, enterprise. Option C, business. Option D, basic. Correct answer is option B, enterprise. Next question. Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS offers which of the following benefits over traditional database management? Option A, AWS manages the data stored in Amazon RDS tables. Option B, AWS manages the maintenance of the operating system. Option C, AWS automatically scales up instance types on demand. Option D, AWS manages the database type. Correct answer is option C, AWS automatically scales up instance type on demand. Next question. Which service is best for storing common database query results which helps to elevate database access load? Option A, Amazon Machine Learning. Option B, Amazon SQS. Option C, Amazon Elastic Cache. Option D, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Elastic Cache. Next question. Which of the following is a component of the shared responsibility model managed entirely by AWS? Option A, patching operating system software. Option B, encrypting data. Option C. Enforcing multi-factor authentication. Option D. Auditing physical data center assets. Correct answer is option D. Auditing physical data center assets. Next question. Which of the following are responsibilities of the customer in the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A. Security in the cloud. Option B. Configuration of AWS infrastructure devices. Option C. Configuration of security groups on Amazon EC2 instances. Option D. Security of the cloud. Option E. Patches for the operating system of Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer is option A and option E. Security in the cloud and patches for the operating system of Amazon DynamoDB. Next question. Which tasks can be performed by an IAM user that has been granted all of the AWS identity and access management IAM permissions that are available? Choose any two options. Option A. Activate IAM access to the AWS billing and cost management console. Option B. Close an AWS account. Option C. Turn on multi-factor authentication MFA for non-administrative IAM users. Option D. Change the AWS support plan. Option E. Delegate access to another AWS account. Correct answer is option C and option D. Turn on multi-factor authentication MFA for non-administrative IAM user and delegate access to another AWS account. Next question. Which AWS service or feature is available only to users who have an AWS Enterprise Support Plan? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Support Case. Option C. AWS Concierge Support Team. Option D. Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option C. AWS Concierge Support Team. Next question. Which AWS service or feature is designed to help companies take advantage of quantity discounts available from AWS? Option A. Saving plans. Option B. AWS budgets. Option C. AWS organizations. Option D. AWS pricing calculator. Correct answer is option C. AWS organizations. Next question. Which AWS service can a company use to create a relational database in the AWS cloud? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Elasticase. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is Amazon RDS. Next question. Which AWS service providers automated backups of data by default? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon Aurora. Option C. Amazon Elasticase for Memcached. Option D. Amazon Elastic File System Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option A. Amazon S3. Next question. Which of the following is a characteristics of the AWS account root user? Option A. The root user is the only user that can be configured with multi-factor authentication MFA. Option B. The root user is the only user that can access the AWS Management Console. Option C. The root user is the first sign-in identifier that is available when an AWS account is created. Option D. The root user has a password that cannot be changed. Correct answer is option C. The root user is the first sign-in identity that is available when an AWS account is created. Next question. Which AWS service should be used to migrate a company's on-premises MySQL database to Amazon RDS? Option A. AWS Direct Connect. Option B. AWS Server Migration Service AWS SMS. Option C. AWS Database Migration Service AWS DMS. Option D. AWS Schema Conversion Tool AWS SCT. Correct answer is option C. AWS Database Migration Service AWS DMS. Next question. A company hosts its website on Amazon EC2 instances. The company needs to ensure that the website reaches a global audience and provides minimum latency to users. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Option A. Amazon Route 53. Option B. Amazon CloudFront. Option C. Elastic Load Balancing. Option D. AWS Lambda. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Route 53. Next question is, a company wants to move its data center to AWS cloud. Technology leadership need to develop a business case that includes the most cost-effective deployment and purchasing options. Which AWS service or feature supports this task with the least amount of operational overhead? Option A, AWS Migration Evaluator. Option B, AWS Application Discovery Service. Option C, AWS Migration Hub. Option D, AWS Server Migration Service, AWS SMS. Correct answer is option A, AWS Migration Evaluator. Next question. A company needs software solutions that are hosted on the AWS platform or that are integrated with the AWS platform. The company needs solutions from independent software vendors as well as management and security vendors. Which group or team can provide these solutions? Option A, AWS Technical Account Manager TAMs. Option B, AWS Partner Network APN Consulting Partners. Option C, AWS Concierge Support. Option D, AWS Partner Network APN Technology Partners. Correct answer is option B, AWS Partner Network APN Consulting Partners. Next question. Which AWS service or tool gives a company the ability to release application changes in an automated way? Option A, Amazon App Flow. Option B, AWS Code Deploy. Option C, AWS Private Link. Option D, Amazon Incase Distro. Correct answer is option B, AWS Code Deploy. Next question. A company's compliance officer wants to review the AWS Service Organization Control SOC reports. Which AWS service or feature should the compliance officer use to complete this task? Option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Concierge Support. Option C, AWS Support. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option A, AWS Artifact. Next question. A company needs to plan, schedule, and run hundreds of thousands of computing jobs on AWS. Which AWS service can the company use to meet this requirement? Option A, AWS Step Functions. Option B, AWS Service Catalog. Option C, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Option D, AWS Batch. Correct answer is option D, AWS Batch. Next question. Which AWS service can send an alert when personally identifiable information PII is stored within an Amazon S3 bucket? Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, Amazon Mass. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Mass. Next question. Which options does AWS make available for customers who want to learn about security in the cloud in an instructor-led setting? Choose any two options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Online Tech Talks. Option C, AWS Blog. Option D, AWS Forums. Option E, AWS Classroom Training. Correct answer is option B and option E, AWS Online Tech Talks and AWS Classroom Training. Next question. Which of the following features can be configured through the Amazon Virtual Private Cloud Amazon VPC dashboard? Choose any two options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront Distributions. Option B, Amazon Route 53. Option C, Security Groups. Option D, Subnets. Option E, Elastic Load Balancing. Correct answer is option C and option D, security groups and subnets. Next question. If each department within a company has its own AWS account, what is one way to enable consolidated billing? Option A, use AWS budgets on each account to pay only to budget. Option B, contact AWS support for monthly bill. Option C, create an AWS organization from the payer account and invite the other accounts to join. Option D, put all invoices into one Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3 bucket, load data into Amazon Redshift and then run a billing report. Correct answer is option C, Create an AWS organization from the pair account and invite the other accounts to join. Next question. How do customers benefit from Amazon's massive economies of scale? Option A. Periodic price reductions as the result of Amazon's operational efficiencies. Option B. New Amazon EC2 instance types providing the latest hardware. Option C. The ability to scale up and down when needed. Option D. Increased reliability in the underlying hardware of Amazon EC2 instances. Correct answer is option A. Periodic price reductions as the result of Amazon's operational efficiencies. Next question. Which AWS services can be used to gather information about AWS account activity? Choose any two options. Option A. Amazon CloudFront. Option B. Amazon AWS Cloud 9. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. AWS Cloud HSM. Option E. Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option C and option E. AWS Cloud Trail and Amazon CloudWatch. Next question. Which of the following common IT tasks can AWS cover to free up company IT resources? Choose any two options. Option A. Patching database software. Option B. Testing application releases. Option C. Backing up database. Option D. Creating database schema. Option E. Running penetration tests. Correct answer is option A and option C. Patching database softwares and backing up databases. Next question. In which scenario should Amazon EC2 spot instances be used? Option A. A company wants to move its main website to AWS from an on-premises web server. Option B. A company has a number of application services whose service level agreement SLA requires 99.999% uptime. Option C. A company's heavily used legacy database is currently running on premises. Option D. A company has a number of infrequent interruptible jobs that are currently using on-demand instances. Correct answer is option D. A company has a number of infrequent interruptible jobs that are currently using on-demand instances. Next question. Which AWS features should a customers leverage to achieve high availability on an application? Option A. AWS Direct Connect. Option B. Availability Zones. Option C. Data Centers. Option D. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud Amazon VPC. Correct answer is option B. Availability Zones. Next question. Which is the minimum AWS support plan that includes infrastructure event management without additional costs? Option A. Enterprise. Option B. Business. Option C. Developer. Option D. Basic. Correct answer is option B. Business. Next question. Which of the following can limit Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3 bucket access to specific users? Option A public and private key pair. Option B. Amazon Inspector. Option C. AWS Identity and Access Management IAM policy. Option D. Security groups. Correct answer is option C. AWS Identity and Access Management IAM policies. Question is which of the following security related actions are available at no cost? Options are option A. Calling AWS support. Option B. Contacting AWS professional services to request a workshop. Option C. Accessing forums, blogs, and white papers. Option D. Attending AWS classes at a local university. Correct answer is option C. Accessing forums, blogs, and white papers. Next question is which of the reserved instance RI pricing models can change the attributes of the RI as long as the exchange results in the creation of RIs of equal or greater value? Option A. Dedicated RIs. Option B. Scheduled RIs. Option C. Convertible RIs. Option D. Standard RIs. Correct answer is option C. Convertible RIs. Next question. Which AWS feature will reduce the customer's total cost of ownership TCO? Option A. Shared responsibility security model. Option B. Single tenancy. Option C. Elastic computing. Option D. Encryption. Correct answer is option C. Elastic computing. Next question, which of the following services will automatically scale with an expected increase in the web traffic? Option A, AWS Code Pipeline. Option B, Elastic Load Balancing. Option C, Amazon EBS. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer is option B, Elastic Load Balancing. Next question, where are AWS compliance documents such as an SOC1 report located? Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, AWS Cloud Trail. Option C, AWS Artifact. Option D, AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option C, AWS Artifact. Next question. Under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following activities are the customer's responsibility? Choose any two options. Option A, patching operating system components of Amazon Relational Database Server Amazon RDS. Option B, encrypting data on the client side. Option C, training the data center staff. Option D, configuring network access control lists ACL. Option E, maintaining environmental controls within a data center. Correct answer is option B and option D, and these are encrypting data on the client side and configuring network access control lists ACL. Next question, which is a recommended pattern for designing a highly available architecture on AWS? Option A, ensure that components have low latency network connectivity. Option B, run enough Amazon EC2 instances to operate at peak load. Option C, ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Option D, use a monolithic application that handles all operations. Correct answer is option C, ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Next question is, according to best practices, how should an application be designed to run in the AWS cloud? Option A, use tightly coupled components. Option B, use loosely coupled components. Option C, use infrequent coupled components. Option D, use frequently coupled components. Correct answer is option B, use loosely coupled components. Next question is, AWS supports which of the following methods to add security to identity and access management IAM users? Choose any two options. And options are option A, implementing Amazon recognition. Option B, using AWS sealed protected resources. Option C, blocking access with security groups. Option D, using multi-factor authentication MFA. Option E, enforcing password strength and expiration. Correct answer is option D and option E, and these are using multi-factor authentication MFA and enforcing password strength and expiration. Next question is, which AWS services should be used for read-write of constantly changing data? Choose any two options. Options are option A, Amazon Glacier. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, AWS Snowball. Option D, Amazon Redshift. Option E, Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option A and option B, Amazon Glacier and Amazon RDS. Next question is, what is the advantages of the Amazon Relational Database Services Amazon RDS? Option A, it simplifies relational database administration tasks. Option B, it provides 99.9999% reliability and durability. Option C, it automatically scales database for loads. Option D, it enables users to dynamically adjust CPU and RAM resources. Correct answer is option A. It simplifies relational database administration tasks. Next question is, a customer needs to run a MySQL database that easily scales. Which AWS service should they use? Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Option C, Amazon DynamoDB. Option D, Amazon Elasticase. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Aurora. Next question is, which of the following components of the AWS global infrastructure consist of one or more discrete data centers interconnected through low latency links? Option A, availability zone. Option B, edge location. Option C, region. Option D, private networking. Correct answer is option A, availability zone. Next question is, which of the following is shared control between the customer and AWS? Option A, providing a key for Amazon S3 client-side encryption. Option B. Configuration of an Amazon EC2 instance. Option C. Environmental controls of physical AWS data centers. Option D. Awareness and training. Correct answer is option D. Awareness and training. Next question. How many availability zones should compute resources be provisioned across to achieve high availability? Option A. A minimum of 1. Option B. A minimum of 2. Option C. A minimum of 3. Option D. A minimum of 4 or more. Correct answer is option B. A minimum of 2. Next question. One of the advantages to moving infrastructure from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud is option A. It allows the business to eliminate IT bills. Option B. It allows the business to put a server in each customer's data center. Option C. It allows the business to focus on business activities. Option D. It allows the business to leave servers unpatched. Correct answer is option C. It allows the business to focus on business activities. Next question is, what is the lowest cost durable storage option for retaining database backups for immediate retrieval? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon Glacier. Option C. Amazon EBS. Option D. Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Correct answer is option A. Amazon S3. Next question. Which AWS IAM feature allows developers to access AWS service through the AWS CLI? Option A. API keys. Option B. Access keys. Option C. Usernames and passwords. Option D. SSH keys. Correct answer is option D. SSH keys. Next question is, which of the following is a fast and reliable NoSQL database service? Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B. Amazon RDS. Option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, what is an example of agility in AWS Cloud? Option A. Access to multiple instance type. Option B. Access to managed services. Option C. Using consolidated billing to produce one bill. Option D. Decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. Correct answer is option D. Decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. Next question is, which service should a customer use to consolidate and centrally manage multiple AWS accounts? Option A. AWS IAM. Option B. AWS Organizations. Option C. AWS Schema Conversion Tool. Option D. AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B. AWS Organizations. Next question is, what approach to transcoding a large number of individual video files adheres to AWS architecture principles? Option A. Using many instances in parallel. Option B. Using a single large instance during off-peak hours. Option C. Using dedicated hardware. Option D. Using a large GPU instance type. Correct answer is option A. Using many instances in parallel. Next question is, for which auditing process does AWS have sole responsibility? Option A. AWS IAM policies. Option B. Physical security. Option C. Amazon S3 bucket policies. Option D. AWS Cloud Trail logs. Correct answer is option B. Physical security. Next question is, which feature of the AWS cloud will support an international company's requirement for low latency to all of its customers? Option A. Fault tolerance. Option B. Global reach. Option C. Pay-as-you-go pricing. Option D. High availability. Correct answer is option B. Global reach. Next question is, which of the following is the customer's responsibility under the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A. Patching underlying infrastructure. Option B. Physical security. Option C. Patching Amazon EC2 instances. Option D. Patching network infrastructure. Correct answer is option C. Patching Amazon EC2 instances. Next question is, a customer is using multiple AWS accounts with separate billing. How can the customer take advantage of volume discounts with minimal impact of the AWS resources? Option A. Create one global AWS account and move all AWS resources to the account. Option B. Sign up for 3 years of reserved instance pricing upfront. Option C. Use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organizations. Option D. Sign up for the AWS Enterprise Support Plan to get volume discounts. Correct answer is option C. Use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organizations. Next question is, which of the following are features of Amazon CloudWatch logs? Choose any two options, and the options are option A. Summaries by Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Option B. Free Amazon Elasticsearch Service Analytics. Option C. Provided at no charge. Option D. Real-time monitoring. Option E. Adjustable retention. Correct answer is option D and option E. Real-time monitoring and adjustable retention. Next question is, which of the following is an AWS managed domain name system DNS web service? Option A. Amazon Route 53. Option B. Amazon Neptune. Option C. Amazon SageMaker. Option D. Amazon Lightsail. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Route 53. Next question is, a customer is deploying a new application and needs to choose an AWS region. Which of the following factors could influence the customer's decision? Choose any two options. Options are option A. Reduce latency to users. Option B. The application's presentation in the local language. Option C. Data sovereignty compliance. Option D. Cooling costs in hotter climates. Option E. Proximity to the customer's office for on-site visits. Correct answer is option A and option C. And these are reduced latency to users and data sovereignty compliance. Question is, what is the key concern when multiple development teams are working from the same product backlog? Option A. Minimizing dependencies between teams. Option B. Clear definition of requirements. Option C. Meeting original scope projections. Option D. Making sure there is enough work for everyone on every team. Option E. Maximizing velocity. Correct answer is option B. Clear definition of requirements. Next question is, what does it mean to say that an event has a time box? Option A. The event must happen at a set time. Option B. The event must happen by a given time. Option C. The event must take at least a minimum amount of time. Option D. The event can take no more than a maximum amount of time. Correct answer is option D. The event can take no more than a maximum amount of time. Next question is, which outcome is expected as a Scrum teams mature? Option A. They will improve their definition of done to include more stringent criteria. Option B. The sprint retrospectives will grow to be longer than 4 hours. Option C. There is no need for a time box sprint since time boxes are only for a new Scrum teams. Option D. Sprint reviews will no longer be needed. Option E. A Scrum Master is no longer needed since they are a mature team now. Correct answer is option A. They will improve their definition of done to include more stringent criteria. Next question is, the product owner must release each increment to production. Option A. When it makes sense. Option B. To make sure the development team is done every sprint. Option C. Whenever the product is free of defects. Option D. Without exception. Correct answer is option A. When it makes sense. Next question is, a properly functioning Scrum team will have at least one release sprint and may well have several. Option A, true, and option B, false. Correct answer is option A, true. Next question is, a Scrum is methodology that tells in detail how to build software incrementally. Is it true or false? It's false. Next question is, for which is the Scrum Master responsible? Option A, managing the performance of the Scrum team. Option B, the meetings and the objectives that a Scrum team sets for itself. Option C, the Scrum framework being adopted and used properly. Option D, keeping track of resource allocation. Correct answer is option C, the Scrum framework being adopted and used properly. Next question is, a development team asks their product owner to reorder the product backlog. The team is waiting for an external supplier to deliver a specific software component. Without that component, there won't be enough work in the next sprint to occupy the full team. The product owner asks the Scrum Master for help. What would be good advice to give the product owner? Option A. Remind the product owner that his primary concern is the flow of value reflected in the ordering of the product backlog. Option B. Tell the product owner to reorder the product backlog so the work involving the external component can be planned in a separate sprint. Option C. Tell the product owner that the product backlog should be ordered to maximize utilization of the development team. Correct answer is option A. Remind the product owner that his primary concern is the flow of value reflected in the ordering of the product backlog. Next question is, as the sprint planning meeting progresses, the development team sees that the workload is greater than they can handle. Which two are valid actions? Choose two options. Option A. Recruit additional development team members before the work can begin. Option B. The development team ensures that the product owner is aware that the sprint and monitor progresses. Option C. Cancel the sprint. Option D. Remove or change selected product backlog items. Option E. The development team works overtime during this sprint. Correct answer is option B and option D. The development team ensures that the product owner is aware, starts the sprint and monitors progresses, and remove or change selected product backlog items. Next question is, currently your development teams are organized to address a single layer only, for example front end, middle tier, back end and interfaces. What are three things to consider when deciding to move away from each component teams towards feature teams? Choose three options. Option A. You cannot do Scrum without feature teams. Option B. Productivity may suffer when making this kind of move. Option C. Getting support from the business side first help. Option D. Feature teams have less communication overhead. Option E. With feature teams, it is easier to calculate the productivity per team. Correct answer is option B, C and D. Productivity may suffer when making this kind of move. Getting support from the business side first helps. And feature teams have less communication overhead. Next question is, during a sprint when a new work or further decomposition of work added to the sprint backlog. Option A. When the product owner identifies new work. Option B. As soon as possible after they are identified. Option C. When the Scrum Master has time to enter them. Option D. During the daily Scrum after the development team approves them. Correct answer is option B. As soon as possible after they are identified. Question is, which are valid ServiceNow user authentication methods? Choose three options. Option A. XML feed. Option B. Local database. Option C. LDAP. Option D. SSO. Option E. FTP authentication. Correct answer is option B, C and D. Local database, LDAP and SSO. Next question is, access control rules may be defined with which of the following permissions requirements? Choose three options. Option A. Roles. Option B. Conditional expressions. Option C. Assignment rules. Option D. Scripts. Option E. User criteria. Option F. Groups. Correct answer is option A, B and D. Roles, conditional expressions and scripts. Next question is, which section of the ServiceNow UI allows you to perform a global search? Option A. Application Navigator. Option B. Banner Frame. Option C. List Pane. Option D. Content Frame. Correct answer is option B. Banner Frame. Next question is, how do you make a list filter available to everyone? Option A. Make active, assign a name and save. Option B. Assign a group, set visibility and save. Option C. Assign a name, set visibility and save. Option D. Make active, set visibility and save. Correct answer is option C. Assign a name, set visibility and save. Next question is, what would not appear in the application navigator if service is typed into the filter field? Option A. Configuration business service. Option B. Self-service knowledge. Option C. Service portal widgets. Option D. Incident assigned to me. Correct answer is option D. Incident assigned to me. Next question is which of the following is used to categorize, flag and locate records? Option A. Search. Option B. Favorites. Option C. Tags. Option D. Bookmarks. Correct answer is option C. Tags. Next question is which tools should be used to populate commonly used fields in the form? Option A. Template. Option B. Reference qualifier. Option C. Formatter. Option D. Assignment rule. Correct answer is option A. Template. Next question is how is a group defined in ServiceNow? Option A. A group is one record stored in the group type sys underscore user underscore group underscore type table. Option B. A group is one record stored in the group sys underscore user underscore group table. Option C. A group defines a set of users that share the same location. Option D. A group defines a set of users that share the same job title. Correct answer is option B. A group is one record stored in the group sys underscore user underscore group table. Next question is what is a role in ServiceNow? Option A. A role is one record in the role user underscore sys underscore role table. Option B. A role is a set of modules for a particular application. Option C. A role is one record in the role sys underscore user underscore role table. Option D. A role is a persona used in a live feed chat. Correct answer is option C. A role is one record in the role sys underscore user underscore role table. Next question is what is a notification? Option A. A new knowledge article created by a business rule. Option B. A tool for alerting users that events that concern them have occurred. Option C. A message through Connect related to a change request. Option D. An email file attachment. Correct answer is option B. A tool for alerting users that events that concern them have occurred. Next question is which one of the following is not a type of visual task board? Option A. Flexible. Option B. Freeform. Option C. Feature. Option D. Guided boards. Correct answer is option C. Feature. Next question is what is or are best practices regarding users, groups, roles? Choose two options. Option A. You should never assign roles or groups. Option B. You should assign roles to users. Option C. You should add users to groups. Option D. You should assign roles to groups. Correct answer is option C and option D. You should add users to groups and you should assign roles to groups. Next question is what are two ways to generate an event? Choose two options. Option A. Business rule. Option B. Workflow. Option C. Log entry. Option D. Knowledge article publication. Correct answer is option A and option B. Business rule and workflow. Next question is which code table in the ServiceNow platform provides a series of standard fields used on each of the tables that extend it, such as the incident and platform problem tables? Option A. Task. Option B. Assignment. Option C. Service. Option D. Workflow. Correct answer is option A. Task. Next question is which of the following statements describe how data is organized in a table? Option A. A column is a field in the database and a record is one user. Option B. A column is one field and record is one row. Option C. A column is one field and a record is one column. Option D. A column contains data from one user and a record is one set of fields. Correct answer is option A. A column is a field in the database and a record is one user. Question is which of the following services could be used to deploy an application to servers running on premises? Choose any two options. Option A. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option B. AWS Ops Works. Option C. AWS Code Deploy. Option D. AWS Batch. Option E. AWS X-Ray. Correct answer is option B and option C. AWS Ops Works and AWS Code Deploy. Next question is which of the Amazon EC2 pricing model adjusts based on supply and demand of EC2 instances. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, spot instances. Option D, convertible reserved instances. Correct answer is option C, spot instances. Next question is, which design principles for cloud architecture are recommended when re-architecting a large monolithic application? Choose any two options. Option A, use manual monitoring. Option B, use fixed servers. Option C, implemented loose coupling. Option D, rely on individual components. Option E, design for scalability. Correct answer is option C and option E. Implement loose coupling and design for scalability. Next question is, which is the minimum AWS support plan that allows for 1 hour target response time for support cases? Option A, enterprise. Option B, business. Option C, developer. Option D, basic. Correct answer is option B, business. Next question is, where can AWS compliance and certification reports be downloaded? Option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Concierge. Option C, AWS Certificate Manager. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option A, AWS Artifact. Next question is, which AWS service provides a customized view of the health of specific AWS services that power of a customer's workloads running on AWS? Option A, AWS Service Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS X-Ray. Option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Next question is, which of the following is an advantage of consolidated billing on AWS? Option A, volume pricing qualification. Option B, shared access permissions. Option C, multiple bills per account. Option D, eliminates the need for tagging. Correct answer is option A, volume pricing qualification. Next question is, which of the following steps should be taken by a customer when conducting penetration testing on AWS? Option A, conduct penetration testing using Amazon Inspector and then notify AWS support. Option B, request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Option C, notify AWS support and then conduct testing immediately. Option D, request and wait for approval from AWS support and then conduct testing. Correct answer is option B, request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Next question is, which of the following AWS features enables a user to launch a pre-configured Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud Amazon EC2 instance? Option A, Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS. Option B, Amazon Machine Image. Option C, Amazon EC2 Systems Manager. Option D, Amazon App Stream 2.0. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Machine Image. Next question is, how would an AWS customer easily apply common access control to a large set of users? Option A, apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. Option B, apply an IAM policy to an IAM role. Option C, apply the same IAM policy to all IAM users with access to the same workload. Option D, apply an IAM policy to an Amazon Cognito user pool. Correct answer is option A, apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. Next question is, what technology enables compute capacity to an adjust as load change? Option A, load balancing. Option B, automatic failover. Option C, round robin. Option D, auto scaling. Correct answer is option D, auto scaling. Next question is, which AWS services are defined as global instead of regional? Choose any two options. Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon CloudFront. Option E, Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer is option A and option D, Amazon Route 53 and Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, which AWS service would you use to obtain compliance reports and certificates. Option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Lambda. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option A, AWS Artifact. Next question is, under the shared responsibility model, which of the following tasks are responsibility of the AWS customer? Choose any two options. And the options are option A, ensuring that application data is encrypted at rest. Option B, ensuring that AWS NTP servers are set to the correct time. Option C, ensuring that users have received security training in the use of AWS services. Option D, ensuring that access to data and centers is restricted. Option E, ensuring that hardware is disposed of properly. Correct answer is option A and option C. Ensuring that application data is encrypted at rest and ensuring that users have received security training in the use of AWS services. Question is, which AWS service can be used to manually launch instances based on resource requirements? Option A, Amazon EBS. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon EC2. Option D, Amazon ECS. Correct answer is option C, Amazon EC2. Next question is, a company is migrating an application that is running non-interruptible workloads for a 3-year time frame. Which pricing construct would provide the most cost-effective solution? Option A, Amazon EC2 spot instances. Option B, Amazon EC2 dedicated instances. Option C, Amazon EC2 on-demand instances. Option D, Amazon EC2 reserved instances. Correct answer is option D, Amazon EC2 reserved instances. Next question is, the financial benefits of using AWS are, choose any two options. Option A, reduced total cost of ownership TCO. Option B, increased capital expenditure CapEx. Option C, reduced operational expenditure OpEx. Option D, deferred payment plans for startups. Option E, business credit lines for startups. Correct answer is option A and option C, reduced total cost of ownership TCO and reduced operational expenditure OpEx. Next question is, which AWS cost management tool allows you to view the most granular data about your AWS bill? Option A, AWS Cost Explorer. Option B, AWS Budgets. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Billing Dashboard. Correct answer is option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Next question is, which of the following can AWS customer use to launch a new Amazon Relational Database Service Amazon RDS cluster? Option A, AWS Concierge. Option B, AWS Cloud Formation. Option C, Amazon Simple Storage Service Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Option E, AWS Management Console. Correct answer is option A and option B, AWS Concierge and AWS Cloud Formation. Next question is, which of the following is an AWS Cloud Architecture Design Principles? Option A, implement single points of failure. Option B, implement loose coupling. Option C, implement monolithic design. Option D, implement vertical scaling. Correct answer is option B, implement loose coupling. Next question is, which of the following security measures protect access to an AWS account? Choose any two options, and the options are option A, enable AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, grant least privilege access to IAM users. Option C, create one IAM user and share with many developers and users. Option D, enable Amazon CloudFront. Option E, activate multi-factor authentication MFA for privileged users. Correct answer is option B and option E. Grant least privilege access to IAM users and activate multi-factor authentication MFA for privileged users. Next question is, which service provides a hybrid storage service that enables on-premises applications to seamlessly use cloud storage? Option A, Amazon Glacier. Option B, AWS Snowball. Option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Option D, Amazon Elastic Block Storage, Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Next question is, which of the following services falls under the responsibility of the customer to maintain operating system configuration, security patching, and networking? Options are option A, Amazon RDS, option B, Amazon EC2, option C, Amazon Elasticase, option D, AWS Fargate. Correct answer is option B, Amazon EC2. Next question is, which of the following is an important architectural design principle when designing cloud applications? Option A, use multiple availability zones. Option B, use tightly coupled components. Option C, use open source software. Option D, provision extra capacity. Correct answer is option A, use multiple availability zones. Next question is, which AWS support plan includes a dedicated technical account manager? Options are option A, developer, option B, enterprise, option C, business, option D, basic. Correct answer is option B, enterprise. Next question is, Amazon Relational Database Services, Amazon RDS, offers which of the following benefits over traditional database management? Option A, AWS manages the data stored in Amazon RDS tables. Option B, AWS manages the maintenance of the operating system. Option C, AWS automatically scales up instances type on demand. Option D, AWS manages the database type. Correct answer is option C, AWS automatically scales up instances type on demand. Next question is, which service is best for storing common database query results, which helps to elevate database access load? Option A, Amazon Machine Learning. Option B, Amazon SQS. Option C, Amazon Elasticase. Option D, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Elasticase. Next question is, which of the following is a component of the shared responsibility model managed entirely by AWS? Option A, patching operating system software. Option B, encrypting data. Option C, enforcing multi-factor authentication. Option D, auditing physical data centers assets. Correct answer is option D, auditing physical data center assets. Question is, what is used frequently to move customizations from one instance to another? Option A, update sets. Option B, code sets. Option C, update packs. Option D, configuration logs. Option E, remote sets. Option F, local sets. Option G, code packs. Correct answer is option A, update sets. Next question is, what icon do you use to change the label on favorite? Option A, clock. Option B, hamburger. Option C, pencil. Option D, three dots. Option E, triangle. Option F, star. Correct answer is option C, pencil. Next question is, what needs to be specified when creating a business rule? Choose four options. Option A, UI action. Option B, table. Option C, fields to update. Option D, who can run. Option E, script to run. Option F, application scope. Option G, update set. Option H, timing. Option I, condition to evaluate. Correct answer is option A, B, E and F. UI action, table, script to run, and application scope. Next question is, what feature can track the amount of the time that a task has been open to ensure that tasks are completed within an allotted time? Option A, task escalation clock. Option B, service level agreements. Option C, inactivity monitor. Option D, response time clock. Option E, business time remaining. Correct answer is option B, service level agreements. Next question is, what is a quick way to create a report from a list view? Option A, click on filter, breadcrumb, drag and drop on the report, create new module. Option B, click funnel, define filter conditions, click create report. Option C, click context menu, select create report. Option D, apply filter, right click on column header, select bar chart. Option E, apply filter, right click on column header, select create report. Correct answer is option B, click funnel, define filter conditions, click create report. Next question is, what import utility do you use when the field names on the import set match the name of the fields on the target table? Option A, schema mapping. Option B, automatic mapping. Option C, mapping assist. Option D, mapping dashboard. Correct answer is option B, automatic mapping. Next question is, as an IT employee, What interface would you use if you wanted to browse internal IT documentation like troubleshooting scripts and facts? Option A. Knowledge. Option B. ServiceNow Wiki. Option C. Knowledge Now. Option D. SharePoint. Option E. Stack Overflow. Correct answer is option A. Knowledge. Next question is a new service desk employee in Latin America complains that the create dates and times are incorrect on their incident list. What do you suggest to fix the issue? Option A. Have them clear their cache. Option B. Have them use the gear icon to get the same employee's time zone. Option C. Recommend they use Chrome instead of Explorer. Option D. Use the system properties to correct the instance's time zone. Option E. Have them correct the time zone on their computer. Correct answer is option E. Have them correct the time zone on their computer. Next question is, what are three security modules often used by the system administrator? Option A. System priority security. Option B. Utilities migrate security. Option C. System security security. Option D. Self-service my access. Option E. System security access control ACL. Option F. Password management security questions. Option G. System security high security settings. Correct answer is option A, E and G. System properties security, system security access control ACL and system security high security settings. Next question is, when testing a catalog item having a manager approval clause, which of the best practices would you follow? Choose three options. Option A. Make sure the latest flow are activated. Option B. Use the instances incognito settings to quickly toggle between requester and approver. Option C. Impersonate the requester to ensure the form works. Option D. Make sure the requester's user record has a manager specified. Option E. Create and select your testing update set before starting the test cases. Option F. Use your admin account so you can approve the items quickly. Correct answer is option D, E and F. Make sure the requester's user record has a manager specified. Create and select your testing update set before starting the test cases. And use your admin account so you can approve the items quickly. Next question is, what is a no-code approach to control the mandatory or read-only state of a form field? Option A. UI action. Option B. Client script. Option C. UI script. Option D. UI rule. Option E. UI policy. Correct answer is option E. UI policy. Next question is, when moving multiple update sets at one time, what might do you facilitate the move? Option A. Batch. Option B. Verify. Option C. Test. Option D. Preview. Correct answer is option D. Preview. Next question is, what is specified in an access control rule? Option A. Groups, conditional expressions and workflows. Option B. Table schema, CRUD and user authentication. Option C. Object and operation being secured, permissions required to access the object. Option D. Security underscore admin. Correct answer is option C. Object and operation being secured, permissions required to access the object. Question is, which icon would you double click to expand and collapse the list of all applications and modules? Option A. Star. Option B. Clock. Option C. Application. Option D. Funnel. Correct answer is option C. Application. Next question is, what do you call any component that needs to be managed in order to deliver services? Option A. CSDM items. Option B. CMDB. Option C. Configuration item. Option D. Service offerings. Option E. Asset. Correct answer is option C. Configuration item. Next question is, a new service catalog item is being developed but should only be visible to managers inside the HR department. What method would you use to fulfill these requirements? Option A. Specify the department manager role on the catalog content block. Option B. Add the department manager group to the catalog items user criteria. Option C. Add the department manager group to the catalog items ACL. Option D. Only publish the item in the HR service catalog. Option E. Use a department manager ACL on the HR service catalog. Correct answer is option C. Add the department manager group to the catalog items ACL. Next question is, a user wants to create a set of filter conditions where they want to show records which satisfy two conditions: incidents where the state is closed, incidents where assignment group is network. After clicking the funnel icon, what should the users do? Option A. Define the first condition, click AND button. Define second condition, click Run. Option B. Define the first condition, click AND button. Define second condition, press Enter. Option C. Define the first condition, click OR button. Define second condition, press Enter. Option D. Define the first condition, click icon on breadcrumb. Define second condition, click Run. Option E. Define the first condition, click icon on breadcrumb. Define second condition, press Enter. Correct answer is option A. Define the first condition, click AND button. Define second condition, click Run. Next question is, access control rules are applied to a specific table, like the incident table. What is the object name for a rule that is specified to the incident table and the measure incident field? Option A. Incident.measure_incident. Option B. Incident measure underscore incident. Option C. Incident measure underscore incident. Option D. Incident measure underscore incident. Option E. Incident.measure underscore incident. Correct answer is option E. Incident.measure underscore incident. Next question is, two departments, HR onboarding and facilities, have come to you asking for a way for employees to request event room setup service. The requirements are the same for the form and task routing to the facilities assignment group. For HR, the item will be used primarily for the onboarding coordinators for employee orientation sessions. For facilities, the item will be used for anyone in the company who needs room setup services. However, both departments have their own service catalogs. What do you do to support these requirements? Option A. Create one catalog item for HR event room setup and one for facilities event room setup. Then publish each of the appropriate catalog. Option B. Create one catalog item for event room setup, then publish to both catalogs. Option C. Create one catalog item for event room setup, then publish to the parent catalog, which is accessible to the both HR and facilities. Option D. Create one catalog item for event room setup, then use ACLs to control access. Correct answer is option C. Create one catalog item for event room setup, then publish to the parent catalog, which is accessible to both HR and facilities. Next question is, after finishing your work on high security settings, what do you do to return to normal admin security level? Option A. Select normal role. Option B. Log out and back in. Option C. Use system administration normal security module. Option D. Select global update set. Option E. End impersonation. Correct answer is option B. Log out and back in. Next question is, what type of field allows you to look up values from one another table? Option A. Reference. Option B. Variety. Option C. S. Option D. Selections. Option E. Dot walk. Option F. Lookup. Correct answer is option F. Lookup. Next question is, which module would you use to create a new automation of business logic such as approvals, tasks, and notifications? Option A. Process automation flow designer. Option B. Process automation flow administration. Option C. Process automation workflow editor. Option D. Process automation process flow. Option E. Process automation active flows. Correct answer is option A, process automation flow designer. Next question is a department manager asks an analyst to build some reports. Where do you recommend the analyst start? Option A, report dashboard create new. Option B, reports getting started. Option C, performance analytics reports. Option D, self-service reports. Option E, reports create new. Correct answer is option E, reports create new. Next question is, what are the steps for applying an update set to an instance? Option A, retrieve, preview, commit. Option B, specify, transform, apply. Option C, retrieve, assess, apply. Option D, get, test, push. Option E, pull, review, push. Correct answer is option A, retrieve, preview, commit. Question is, when importing spreadsheet data into ServiceNow, in which step does the data get written to the receiving table? Option A, run transform. Option B, run import. Option C, import dataset. Option D, execute transform. Option E, schedule transform. Correct answer is option D, execute transform. Next question is, what would you do on a list if you wanted to show the records in groups based on the column category? Choose two options. Option A, on list context menu, select group by category. Option B, on the filter menu, select group by category. Option C, click group on icon, select category. Option D, on navigator filter, type table name.group.category and press enter. Option E, on the category column title, click context menu, group by category. Correct answer is option A and option E. On list context menu, select group by category, and on the category column title, click context menu, group by category. Next question is, which collaboration tool is available from the banner using the bubble icon? Option A, Now Messenger. Option B, Agent Chat. Option C, Connect Chat. Option D, Collaborate Now. Option E, Live Feed. Correct answer is option C, Connect Chat. Next question is, on the knowledge base record, which tab would you use to define which users are not able to write article to the knowledge base? Option A, can contribute. Option B, cannot author. Option C, cannot contribute. Option D, cannot write. Option E, read only. Correct answer is option C, cannot contribute. Next question is, which features allows you to update multiple records at one time? Choose two options. Option A, list editor. Option B, field update action. Option C, bulk record update. Option D, data remediation dashboard. Option E, update selected action. Correct answer is option A and option B, list editor and field update action. Next question is, categories in the knowledge base by default can be created and edited by which knowledge workers? Choose two options. Option A, knowledge authors. Option B, knowledge contributors. Option C, knowledge controller. Option D, knowledge managers. Option E, knowledge category managers. Option F, knowledge submitters. Option G, knowledge owners. Option H, knowledge taxonomy owner. Correct answer is option B and option D, knowledge contributors and knowledge managers. Next question is, which collaboration tool opens sidebar and allows you to create new conversations with other ServiceNow users? Option A, Skype Now. Option B, Collaborate Now. Option C, Agent Manager. Option D, Agent Chat. Option E, Connect Chat. Correct answer is option E, Connect Chat. Next question is, what module would you use if you wanted to view a list of all of the fields on the incident table? Choose two options. Option A, tables and columns. Option B, dictionary. Option C, data class manager. Option D, dictionary dashboard. Option E, database view. Option F, schema. Correct answer is option A and option F, tables and columns and schema. Next question is, what component causes a flow to run after a record has been created or updated? Option A, date-based trigger. Option B, on-change trigger. Option C, record-based trigger. Option D, application-based trigger. Option E, updated date trigger. Correct answer is option E, updated date trigger. Next question is what type of field is Boolean and appears as a checkbox? Option A, yes, no. Option B, true, false. Option C, on, off. Option D, binary. Option E, 0, 1. Correct answer is option B, true, false. Next question is which module is used to access the knowledge base which are available to you? Option A, knowledge home. Option B, self-service knowledge. Option C, knowledge all. Option D, knowledge bases. Option E, knowledge overview. Correct answer is option D, knowledge bases. Next question is a customer requests the following data quality measures be added. Incident numbers should be read-only on all lists and forms for users. Short description fields should be mandatory on all records across all applications on insert. Which type of policy would you use to meet these requirements? Option A, data quality policy. Option B, dictionary design policy. Option C, UI data policy. Option D, UI policy. Option E, field criteria policy. Option F, data policy. Correct answer is option D, field criteria policy. Next question is what type of user persona has clearly defined paths and workflows in the platform and have one or more roles? That is ITIL and approver underscore user. Option A, workflow user. Option B, request fulfiller. Option C, ITSM user. Option D, approving manager. Option E, service desk user. Option E, process user. Correct answer is option D, approving manager. Next question is which module would you use to customize your instance banner image, text and colors? Option A, system UI pages branding. Option B, service portals branding. Option C, system properties basic configuration UI 16. Option D, system properties branding. Option E, homepage admin pages branding. Correct answer is option C, system properties basic configuration UI 16. Question is which database provides a logical model of your company infrastructure by identifying, controlling, maintaining and verifying CLS that exists? Option A, IMDb. Option B, ITSM. Option C, CSDM. Option D, CMDB. Option E, LDAP. Correct answer is option D, CMDB. Next question is which module is used as the first step for importing data? Option A, queries data. Option B, transform data. Option C, import data. Option D, load data. Correct answer is option C, import data. Next question is when you need to orchestrate business processes across services with little technical user knowledge, which utility would you use? Option A, flow manager. Option B, flow designer. Option C, flow editor. Option D, workflow editor. Option E, workflow designer. Correct answer is option C, flow editor. Next question is when user reports that they are not able to see modules on the application navigator, what can you do to see what modules are visible to them? Option A, look up their password so you can log in with their account. Option B, initiate a connect chat session. Option C, install the Boomgar plugin. Option D, impersonate the user. Option E, launch a now chat window. Correct answer is option B, initiate a connect chat session. Next question is what is the key difference between reporting and performance analytics? Option A, performance analytics contains snapshots of data taken over time. Reporting shows only the data as it is at the moment of the report is run. Option B, performance analytics can show trends reports cannot. Option C, reports can be run on scheduled basis. Performance analytics cannot. Option D, performance analytics data can be published to dashboards, reports cannot. Option E, performance analytics shows KPIs, reporting does not. Correct answer is option B, performance analytics can show trends, reports cannot. Next question is, while showing a customer their incident form, they asked to change the priority values to display their internal terminology P1, P2, P3 and P4. They want it to be consistent across all tasks. How would you do that? Right click on priority and select what? Option A. Configure lists. Option B. Shows S. Option C. Configure task. Option D. Show choices. Option E. Show choice list. Option F. Configure S. Correct answer is option F. Configure S. Next question is your customer would like to create a new template to notify users who are affected by network outages at their site. Which module would you use to create a new notification? Option A. System notification, email notifications. Option B. Administration notifications overview. Option C. System properties, email settings. Option D. User preferences, email notifications. Option E. Click gear notifications new. Correct answer is option A. System notification, email notifications. Next question is when designing a flow, how do you reference data from a record in that flow? Option A. Drag the table icon onto the flow definition. Option B. Use the condition builder to specify the desired values. Option C. Specify the source table on the data pill related list. Option B. Drag the data pill onto the flow definition. Option E. Add the table reference using the slush bucket. Correct answer is option B. Drag the data pill onto the flow definition. Next question is on the reports page. What sections allow you to see which reports are visible to different audiences? Choose 4 options. Option A. Group. Option B. Department. Option C. Reports. My reports. Option D. Team. Option E. Dashboards. Option F. Global. Option G. Admin. Option H. Analytics. Option I. All. Option J. Company. Correct answer is option A, E, F and G. Group, global, group, dashboards, global and admin. Next question is which tool is used to define relationships between fields in an import set table and target table? Option A. Transform schema. Option B. Schema map. Option C. Dictionary map. Option D. Transform map. Option E. Field transformer. Option F. Import designer. Correct answer is option D. Transform map. Next question is which ServiceNow capability provides assistance to help user obtain information, make decisions, and perform common work tasks via messaging interface? Option A. Agent workspace. Option B. Chatbot. Option C. Virtual agent. Option D. Knowledge chat. Option E. Now support. Correct answer is option C. Virtual agent. Next question is which feature allows you to automate business logic for a particular application or process such as approvals, task notifications, and record operations? Option A. Flows. Option B. Action sequences. Option C. Action sets. Option D. Task flows. Option E. Flow diagrams. Correct answer is option A. Flows. Next question is from a form, what would you click to add additional fields to the form? Correct. Choose 2 options. Correct answer is option B and option D. And the options are context menu, form layout. Option B, context menu, configure form layout. Option C, context menu, configure form design. Option D, right click on header, add field. Option E, context menu, form designer. Option F, right click on header, configure UX dashboard. And the answers are option B and option D, context menu, configure form layout, and right click on header, add field. Question is, in accordance with Scrum theory, how should a group of 100 people be divided into multiple development teams? Option A, understanding the product vision, and the rules of the Scrum framework, the group divides itself into teams. Option B, it doesn't really matter because you can rotate the teams every sprint to spread knowledge. Option C, check with the allocation department to see who has worked together before and make these the first teams. Option D, create a matrix of skills, seniority, and level of experience to assist people to teams. Correct answer is option A. Understanding the product vision, and the rules of the Scrum framework, the group divides itself into teams. Next question is a sprint retrospective should be held Option A, at the end of each sprint. Option B, at the beginning of each sprint. Option C, only when the Scrum team determines it needs one. Option D, at the end of the last sprint in a project or a release. Correct answer is option A, at the end of each sprint. Next question is, a new developer is having continuing conflicts with existing development team members and creating a hostile environment. If necessary, who is responsible for removing the team member? Option A, the hiring manager is responsible because he/she hired the developer. Option B, the Scrum Manager is responsible because he/she removes impediments. Option C, the development team is responsible and may need help from the Scrum Master. Option D, the product owner is responsible because he/she controls the return on investment ROI. Correct answer is option B. The Scrum Manager is responsible because he/she removes impediments. Next question is, which three purposes does the definition of done serve? Choose three options. Option A, guide the development team on how many product backlog items to select for the sprint. Option B, create a shared understanding of when work is complete. Option C, describe the purpose, objective, and time box of each Scrum event. Option D, describe the work that must be done before the sprint is allowed to end. Option E, increase transparency. Correct answer is option B, C, and D. Create a shared understanding of when work is complete. Describe the purpose, objective, and time box of each Scrum event. And describe the work that must be done before the sprint is allowed to end. Next question is, the product owner makes sure the team selects enough from the product backlog for a sprint to satisfy the stakeholders. Options are true and false. Correct answer is false. Next question is, which statement best describes the sprint review? Option A, it is used to congratulate the development team if it did what it forecast, or to punish the development team if it failed to meet its forecast. Option B, it is a demo at the end of the sprint for everyone in the organization to check on the work done. Option C, it is a mechanism to control the development team's activities during a sprint. Option D, it is when the Scrum team and stakeholders inspect the outcome of a sprint and figure out what to do next. Correct answer is option D. It is when the Scrum team and stakeholders inspect the outcome of a sprint and figure out what to do next. Next question is, who owns the sprint backlog? Option A, the Scrum team. Option B, the product owner. Option C, the Scrum Master. Option D, the development team. Correct answer is option D, the development team. Next question is, when might a sprint be abnormally cancelled? Option A, when the development team feels that the work is too hard. Option B, when the sprint goal becomes obsolete. Option C, when the sales department has an important new opportunity. Sales department. Option D, when it becomes clear that not everything will be finished by the end of the sprint. Correct answer is option B, when the sprint goal becomes obsolete. Next question is, every development team should have option A, at least one representative from each major software engineering discipline such as quality assurance, development, and user experience. Option B, the competencies and skills needed to deliver a done increment in a sprint. Option C, one lead developer and no more than 8 other members. Correct answer is option B, the competencies and skills needed to deliver a done increment in a sprint. Next question is, why does the product owner want the development team to adhere to its definition of done? Option A, to have complete transparency into what has done at the end of each sprint. Option B, to be able to reprimand the team when they don't meet their velocity goal for the sprint. Option C, to know what the team will deliver over the next 3 sprints. Option D, to predict the team's productivity over time. Correct answer is option A, to have complete transparency into what has been done at the end of each sprint. Next question is, during a sprint retrospective, for what is the Scrum Master responsible? Option A, prioritizing the resulting action items. Option B, participating as a Scrum team member and facilitating as requested or needed. Option C, acting as a scribe to capture the development team's answers. Option D, summarizing and reporting the discussions to management. Correct answer is option B, participating as a Scrum team member and facilitating as requested or needed. Question is, the development team should have all the skills needed to option A, turn product backlog items into an increment of potentially realizable product functionality. Option B, do all of the development team except for socialized testing that requires additional tools and environments. Option C, complete the project within the date and cost as calculated by the product owner. Correct answer is option A, turn product backlog items into an increment of potentially realizable product functionality. Next question is, the Scrum Master observes the product owner struggling with the ordering the product backlog. What is an appropriate action for the Scrum Master to take? Option A, suggests the product owner extend the sprint so he can have more time to order the product backlog. Option B, suggests that the development team does the ordering to be sure that it is feasible ordering of work. Option C, offer the product owner help in understanding the goal of ordering the product backlog is to maximize value. Option D, present the product owner with an ordered product backlog to use. Option E, encourage the product owner to work with the development team to see which items technically are fastest to implement. Correct answer is option B, suggest that the development team does the ordering to be sure that it is feasible ordering of work. Next question is, which two things are appropriate for a Scrum Master to do if the Scrum team doesn't have the tools and environment to completely finish each selected product backlog item? Choose the best two answers. Option A, coach the Scrum team to improve its skills, tools, and infrastructure over time and adjust the definition of done accordingly. Option B, encourage the product owner to accept partially done increments until the situation improves. Option C, refocus the current sprint on establishing the Scrum team's environment instead of delivering an increment. Option D, declare the Scrum team not ready for Scrum. Option E, have the Scrum team establish a definition of done that is actually possible to achieve given current circumstances. Correct answer is option A and option E. Coach the Scrum team to improve its skills, tools, and infrastructure over time and adjust the definition of done accordingly. And have the Scrum team establish a definition of done that is actually possible to achieve given current circumstances. Next question is, when is implementation of a product backlog item considered complete? Option A, at the end of the sprint. Option B, when the item has no work remaining in order to be potentially released. Option C, when quality assurance reports that the item passes all acceptance criteria. Option D, when all work in the sprint backlog related to the item is finished. Correct answer is option B, when the item has no work remaining in order to potentially released. Next question is, choose two responsibilities of a self-organizing development team. Option A, reorder the product backlog. Option B, pull product backlog items for the sprint. Option C, do the work planned in the sprint backlog. Option D, increase velocity. Option E, report daily progress to stakeholders. Correct answer is option B and option C, pull product backlog items for the sprint and do the work planned in the sprint backlog. Next question is, if two Scrum teams are added to the development of a product that previously had only one Scrum team, what will be the immediate impact on the productivity of the original Scrum team? Choose the best answer. Option A, its productivity is likely to decrease. Option B, its productivity is likely to stay the same. Option C, its productivity is likely to increase. Option D, we do not know until a sprint has run. Correct answer is option A, its productivity is likely to decrease. Next question is, a Scrum Master is introducing Scrum to a new development team. The development team has decided that a sprint retrospective is unnecessary. What action should the Scrum Master take? Option A. Call a meeting between the development team and senior management. Option B. Comply with the decision of the self-organizing team. Option C. Consult with the product owner to see how he/she feels about the situation. Option D. Begin facilitating productive and useful sprint retrospectives. Correct answer is option D. Begin facilitating productive and useful sprint retrospectives. Next question is, which of the following are true about the product owner role? Choose two options. Option A. The product owner is one person. Option B. The product owner is accountable for ordering the product backlog. Option C. Multiple people can share the product owner role on a Scrum team. Option D. The product owner role can be played on a committee or a team of people. Correct answer is option A and option B. The product owner is one person and the product owner is accountable for ordering the product backlog. Next question is, when multiple teams work together on the same product, each team should maintain a separate product backlog. Option A true, option B false. Correct answer is option B false. Next question is, when does the second sprint start? Option A. Once the architectural changes for the second sprint have been approved by the senior architect. Option B. After the product backlog for the second sprint has been selected. Option C. Immediately after the first sprint. Option D. After the customer completes acceptance testing for the first sprint. Correct answer is option C. Immediately after the first sprint. Question is, which ServiceNow capability allows you to provide knowledge articles via a conversational messaging interface? Option A. Agent Assist. Option B. Virtual Agent. Option C. Now Messenger. Option D. Connect Agent. Correct answer is option B. Virtual Agent. Next question is, which role can manage multiple knowledge bases? Option A. Knowledge underscore base underscore admin. Option B. KB underscore admin. Option C. SN underscore KB underscore admin. Option D. Knowledge underscore admin. Correct answer is option D. Knowledge underscore admin. Next question is, which statement correctly describes the differences between a client script and a business rule? Option A. A client script executes before a record is loaded and a business rule executes after a record is loaded. Option B. A client script executes on the server and a business rule executes on the client. Option C. A client script executes on the client and a business rule executes on the server. Option D. A client script executes before a record is loaded and a business rule executes after a record is updated. Correct answer is option C. A client script executes on the client and a business rule executes on the server. Next question is, what are benefits of assigning work tasks to a group rather than to an individual? Choose four options. Option A. Group members can choose their tasks from My Group Work. Option B. Groups can assign tasks to users based on a call schedules. Option C. Site support members can pick tasks based on location. Option D. Groups can assign tasks to users based on skills. Option E. Group members can avoid tasks which are nearing SLA breach. Option F. Groups can assign tasks to users based on availability. Correct answer is option B, C, D, and F. Groups can assign tasks to users based on call schedules. Site support members can pick tasks based on location. Groups can assign tasks to users based on skills. And groups can assign tasks to users based on availability. Next question is, what ServiceNow feature allows you to include data from a secondary related table on a report? Option A. SQL. Option B. Dot walking. Option C. Outer join. Option D. Joins. Correct answer is option B. Dot walking. Next question. What attributes can you manage using System Properties Basic Configuration UI 16? Choose 5. Option A. Browser tab title. Option B. Module text color. Option C. Preferred browser. Option D. Base theme. Option E. Font style. Option F. Animation style. Option G, header background color. Option H, banner image. Correct answer is option A, B, D, and G and H. Browser tab title, module text color, base theme, header background color, and banner image. Next question is, which field or fields is used a unique key during imports? Option A, match fields. Option B, calls fields. Option C, day fields. Option D, sys IDs. Correct answer is calls fields. Next question is, you are asked to create an option in the service catalog which will allow a user to click get help and describe the issue they are having. These forms should create incident records which are automatically routed to the service desk. Which method would you use? Option A, create record producer. Option B, create catalog item. Option C, create order guide. Option D, create content item. Correct answer is option B, create catalog item. Next question is, what is the result of the order in which access controls are evaluated? Option A, ensures user has access to the field in a table before considering their access to the table. Option B, ensures user can get to work as quickly as possible. Option C, ensures user has access to the application before evaluating access to a module within the application. Option D, ensures user has access to a table before evaluating access to a field in the table. Correct answer is option A, ensures users has access to the fields in a table before considering their access to the table. Next question is, which tool graphically displays an infrastructure view for a configuration item CI and its relationship with order CIs? Option A, schema map. Option B, dependency view. Option C, dependency map. Option D, database view. Correct answer is option B, dependency view. Next question is, what are examples of code tables in the ServiceNow platform? Option A, configuration, connect, chat. Option B, team, party, awards. Option C, user, task, incident. Option D, work caller, time card. Correct answer is option A, configuration, connect, chat. Next question is, which tab on the knowledge base record would you use to identify the sets of users who are able to read articles in that knowledge base? Option A, access list. Option B, can access. Option C, accessible to. Option D, can read. Correct answer is option D, can read. Next question is, what are the main components of the form design interface? Choose three options. Option A, field layout. Option B, page header. Option C, field navigator. Option D, field picker. Option E, form layout. Correct answer is option B, C and E. Page header, field navigator, and form layout. Next question is, what is used to determine user access to knowledge bases or a knowledge article? Option A, sn underscore kb underscore read, sn underscore article underscore read. Option B, privacy settings. Option C, read access flag. Option D, user criteria. Correct answer is option D, user criteria. Next question is, what are the three key tables in an enterprise CMDB? Choose three options. Option A, CMDB. Option B, SN underscore CMDB underscore BAK. Option C, CMDB underscore rel underscore CI. Option D, SN underscore CMDB. Option E, CMDB underscore BAK. Option F, CMDB underscore CI. Option G, SN underscore CMDB underscore CI. Correct answer is option A, C and F. CMDB, CMDB underscore rel underscore CI and CMDB underscore CI. Next question is, what is the best practice related to using the default update set for moving customizations between instances? Option A, merge default update sets before moving between instances. Option B, submit default update set to application repository. Option C, you should not use the default update sets for moving between instances. Option D, keep default update set to maximum of 20 records for troubleshooting purposes. Correct answer is option B, submit default update set to application repository. Next question is, on what part of the ServiceNow instance would you find the option to impersonate users? Option A, module. Option B, content frame. Option C, application navigator. Option D, banner. Correct answer is option D, banner. Next question is, which application is used primarily to load data into ServiceNow? Option A, import hub. Option B, system import sets. Option C, data import configuration. Option D, import management. Correct answer is option B, system import sets. Next question is, if a knowledge base has no access detailed specified user, what users are able to read articles in that knowledge base? Option A, ITIL users. Option B, any user with an article's permalink. Option C, any active user. Option D, no users. Option E, user with KB underscore user role. Correct answer is option C, any active user. Question is, if burn down charts are used to visualize progress, what does a trend line through a release burn down chart indicate? Option A, the evaluation of the cost spent on the project. Option B, when all work will be completed to the Scrum team can be released for other work. Option C, when the work remaining will likely be completed if nothing changes on the product backlog or the development team. Option D, when the project will be over if the product owner removes work that is equal in effort to any new work that is added. Correct answer is option C, when the work remaining will likely be completed if nothing changes on the product backlog or the development team. Next question is, who is responsible for engaging the stakeholders? Option A, the business analyst. Option B, the development team. Option C, the team manager. Option D, the project manager. Option E, the product owner. Correct answer is option E, the product owner. Next question is, how much work must the development team do to a product backlog item if selects for a sprint? Option A proportional amount of time on analysis, design, programming, testing, and documentation. Option B, as much as it can fit into the sprint. Any remaining work will be transferred to a subsequent sprint. Option C, all development work and at least some testing. Option D, as much as it has told the product owner will be done for every product backlog item it selects in conformation with the definition of done. Correct answer is option D, as much as it has told the product owner will be done for every product backlog item it selects in conformations with the definition of done. Next question is, which statement best describes the sprint backlog as outcome of the sprint planning? Option A, it is complete list of all work to be done in a sprint. Option B, every item has a designated owner. Option C, each task is estimated in hours. Option D, it is development team's plan for the sprint. Option E, it is ordered by the product owner. Correct answer is option A. It is complete list of all work to be done in a sprint. Next question is, what does it mean for a Scrum team to be cross-functionals? Choose the best answers. Option A, the Scrum team includes not only developers but also business analysts, architects, and testers. Option B, the Scrum team includes cross-skilled individuals who are able to contribute to do what is necessary to deliver an increment. Option C, developers on the Scrum team work closely with business analysts, architects, developers, and testers who are not on the team. Option D, the Scrum team is virtual team drawing from separate teams of business analysts, architects, developers, and testers. Correct answer is option B. The Scrum team includes cross-skilled individuals who are able to contribute to do what is necessary to deliver an increment. Next question is, sprint burn down chart are an efficient tracking tool because they show option A, an estimate of the total work remaining for the sprint. Option B, how much effort has gone into sprint. Option C, how many hours have been worked by each development team member. Option D, how many product backlog items remain. Correct answer is option A, an estimate of the total work remaining for the sprint. Next question is, which topics should be discussed in the sprint review? Option A, the Scrum process and how it was used during the sprint. Option B, coding and engineering practices. Option C. Sprint results. Option D. All of the above. Correct answer is option C. Sprint results. Next question is, a member of the development team takes the Scrum Master aside to express his concerns about data security issues. What should the Scrum Master do? Option A. Add security to the definition of done. Option B. Tell the product owner to stop further development of feature until the issues are fixed. Option C. Create a product backlog item for security. Option D. Go check with the testers. Option E. Ask the person to share the issue with the team as soon as possible. Correct answer is option E. Ask the person to share the issues with the team as soon as possible. Next question is, the product backlog is ordered by option A. The product owner with the most valuable items placed at the top. Option B. Risk where safer items are at the top and riskier items are at the bottom. Option C. Items are randomly arranged. Option D. Size where small items are at the top and large items are at the bottom. Correct answer is option A. The product owner with the most valuable items placed at the top. Next question is, what happens if the development team cannot complete its work by the end of the sprint? Option A. The sprint is extended and future sprints use this new duration. Option B. The sprint length holds the development team continuously learns what is actually possible to do within a sprint of this length. Option C. The sprint is extended temporarily. Lessons are taken to ensure it doesn't happen again. Correct answer is option B. The sprint length holds and the development team continuously learns what is actually possible to do within a sprint of this length. Question is, user documentation is a part of your definition of done. However, there are not enough technical writers for all teams. Your development team doesn't have a technical writer. What should you do? Option A. Form a separate team of technical writers that will work on an on-demand basis for the various product owners. Work order will be first in, first out. Option B. Let the user documentation remain undone and accumulate until after the last development sprint. It will then be done by any available technical writers. Option C. Wait until you have a technical writer on your development team to take care of this. Option D. Your development team is still responsible for creating under documentation. In this case, the development team members will write it. Correct answer is option D. Your development team is still responsible for creating user documentation. In this case, the development team members will write it. Next question is, you are the Scrum Master for 4 Scrum teams working from the same product backlog. Several of the developers come to you complaining about the work identified for the upcoming 2 sprints will require full-time commitment from a technical specialist who is external to the teams. What are 2 key concerns for the Scrum Master to take into account in this situation? Choose 2 options. Option A. The desire to maintain a stable velocity. Option B. The benefit of development teams figuring out a solution for themselves. Option C. The need to have enough work to keep all development team members busy. Option D. The ability of the Scrum teams to produce integrated increments. Correct answer is option B and option D. The benefit of development team figuring out a solution for themselves and the ability of the Scrum teams to produce integrated increments. Next question is, you have just been hired by a company new to Scrum. Your management has assigned you to the Scrum Master of 6 new Scrum teams. These teams will build one product. Select 2 conditions you should strive for in this scenario. Option A. There should be 6 product owners, 1 for each Scrum team. Option B. There should be 6 product owners reporting to a chief product owner. Option C. The product has 1 product backlog. Option D. Each Scrum team should have a separate product backlog. Option E. There should be only 1 product owner. Correct answer is option C and option E. The product has 1 product backlog and there should be only 1 product owner. Next question is, a Scrum team has been working on a product for 9 sprints. A new product owner comes in understanding he is accountable for the product backlog. However, he is unsure about his responsibilities. Which two activities are part of the product owner role according to Scrum? Choose two options. Option A. Ensuring that the most valuable functionality is produced first at all times. Option B. Interacting with stakeholders. Option C. Providing the development team with detailed specifications. Option D. Describing features as use cases. Option E. Creating detailed functional test cases. Correct answer is option A and option B. Ensuring that the most valuable functionality is produced first at all times and interacting with stakeholders. Next question is, which are not appropriate topics for discussion in a sprint retrospective? Choose two options. Option A. Definition of done. Option B. How the team does its work. Option C. Team relations. Option D. The value of work currently represented in the product backlog. Option E. Arranging the sprint backlog for the next sprint. Correct answer is option D and option E. The value of work currently represented in the product backlog and arranging the sprint backlog for the next sprint. Next question is, what activities would a product owner typically undertake in the phase between the end of the current sprint and the start of the next sprint? Option A. There are no such activities. The next sprint starts immediately after the current sprint. Option B. Refine the product backlog. Option C. Work with the quality assurance department on the increment of the current sprint. Option D. Update the project plan with stakeholders. Correct answer is option A. There are no such activities. The next sprint starts immediately after the current sprint. Next question is, who is on the Scrum team? Choose 3. Option A. Scrum Master. Option B. Product Owner. Option C. Development Team Member. Option D. Project Manager. Option E. None of the above. Correct answer is option A, B and C. Scrum Master, Product Owner and Development Team Member. Next question is, which of the following are roles on a Scrum team? Choose 3 options. Option A. Users. Option B. Scrum Master. Option C. Product Owner. Option D. Development Team. Option E. Customers. Correct answer is option B, C and D. Scrum Master, Product Owner and Development Team. Next question is, which does a self-organizing development team choose? Option A. Sprint length. Option B. How to best accomplish its work. Option C. Stakeholders for the sprint review. Option D. When to release based on its progress. Option E. Product backlog ordering. Correct answer is option B. How to best accomplish its work. Question is, a Scrum team is only allowed to meet with stakeholders during sprint review. True or false? Correct answer is false. Next question is, why is the daily Scrum held at the same time and same place? Option A. The consistency reduces complexity. Option B. The place can be named. Option C. The product owner demands it. Option D. Rooms are hard to book and this lets it be booked in advance. Correct answer is option A. The consistency reduces complexity. Next question is, which best describe the product backlog? Option A. It is allowed to grow and changes as more is learned about the product and its customers. Option B. It provides just enough information to enable a Scrum team to start the design phase of a product. Option C. It contains all foreseeable tasks and requirements for which the Scrum team can develop and maintain a complete project plan. Option D. It is baseline to follow change managed processes. Correct answer is option A. It allows to grow and change as more is learned about the product and its customers. Next question is, one of the Scrum events is the daily Scrum. What are two intended outcomes of the daily Scrum? Choose two options. Option A. A shared understanding of the most important work to be undertaken next to achieve the best possible progress towards the sprint goal. Option B. An update of completed tasks and of the remaining work so the Scrum Master can plan the next day. Option C. A status report for the upper management indicating what each individual has done will be doing and what is impeding him or her. Option D. An updated Scrum board to make sprint progresses transparent for the stakeholders. Option E. New impediments for the Scrum Master to take care of. Correct answer is option A and option E. A shared understanding of the most important work to be undertaken next to achieve the best possible progress towards the sprint goal and new impediments for the Scrum Master to take care of. Next question is, who has the final say on the order of the product backlog? Option A, the development team. Option B, the product owner. Option C, the Scrum Master. Option D, the stakeholders. Option E, the CEO. Correct answer is option B, the product owner. Next question is, how do you know that the development team is cross-functional? Option A, development team has all the skills to create a potentially realizable increment by the end of the every sprint. Option B, a few of the development team members pair program and do test-driven development. Option C, there are no conflicts within the development team. Option D, every member of the development team is able to perform every task. Correct answer is option A. Development team has all the skills to create a potentially realizable increment by the end of the every sprint. Next question is, why does the development team need a sprint goal? Option A sprint goal only gives purpose to sprint 0. Option B, sprint goals are not valuable. Everything is known from the product backlog. Option C, the development team is more focused with the common yet specific goal. Option D, a sprint goal ensures that all of the product backlog items selected for the sprint are implemented. Correct answer is option C. The development team is more focused with a common yet specific goal. Next question is, which three behaviors demonstrate that a team is self-organizing? Options are option A, stakeholders working in the daily scrum to check progress and work with the scrum master to optimize the functional scope for the sprint. Option B, the development team members are working within the boundaries of their functional description and nicely handing off work from analyst to developer to tester to integration. Option C, the product owner doesn't need to be a sprint retrospectives. Option D, the development team creating their own sprint backlog reflecting all work that is part of the definition of done. Option E, the development team has all the skills needed to create a realizable increment. Option F, development team members collaboratively selecting their own work during the sprint. Option G, the development team inviting external people to the sprint planning to ask them how to turn a product backlog item into an increment via a complete and detailed sprint backlog. Option H, the Scrum Master is no longer needed. Correct answer is option A, B, and G. Stakeholders working in the daily Scrum to check progress and work with the Scrum Master to optimize the functional scope for the sprint. The development team members are working within the boundaries of their functional description and nicely handing off work from analyst to developer to tester to integration. And the development team inviting external people to the sprint planning to ask them how to turn a product backlog item into an increment via a complete and detailed sprint backlog. Next question is, when does the next sprint begin? Option A, when the product owner is ready. Option B, immediately after the conclusion of the previous sprint. Option C, the Monday following the sprint review. Option D, immediately following the next sprint planning. Correct answer is option B, immediately after the conclusion of the previous sprint. Question is, a company is expecting a short-term spike in internet traffic for its application. During the traffic increase, the application cannot be interrupted. The company also needs to minimize cost and maximize flexibility. Which Amazon EC2 instance type should the company use to meet these requirements? Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. Option D, dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option A, on-demand instances. Next question is, A company wants to track AWS resource configuration changes for compliance reasons. Which AWS features can be used to meet these requirements? Option A. AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option B. AWS Organization Service Control Policies (SCPs). Option C. AWS Configuration Rules. Option D. VPC Flow Logs. Correct answer is option C. AWS Configuration Rules. Next question is, the AWS IAM best practice for granting least privilege is to: Option A. Apply an IAM policy to an IAM group and limit the size of the group. Option B. Require multi-factor authentication (MFA) for all IAM users. Option C. Require each IAM user who has different permissions to have multiple passwords. Option D. Apply an IAM policy only to IAM users who require it. Correct answer is option D. Apply an IAM policy only to IAM users who require it. Next question is, which cloud computing benefits does AWS demonstrate with its ability to offer lower variable costs as a result of high purchase volumes? Option A. Pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B. High availability. Option C. Global reach. Option D. Economies of scale. Correct answer is option D. Economies of scale. Next question is, a pharmaceutical company operates its infrastructure in a single AWS region. The company has thousands of VPCs in various AWS accounts that it wants to interconnect. Which AWS service or feature should the company use to help simplify management and reduce operational costs? Option A. VPC Endpoint. Option B. AWS Direct Connect. Option C. AWS Transit Gateway. Option D. VPC Peering. Correct answer is option C. AWS Transit Gateway. Next question is, which of the following services can be used to block network traffic to an instance? Choose any two options. And options are: Option A. Security groups. Option B. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud Amazon VPC Flow Logs. Option C. Network ACLs. Option D. Amazon Cloud Watch. Option E. AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option A and option C. Security groups and network ACLs. Next question is, a company wants to transfer petabytes of data as quickly as possible from an on-premises locations to the AWS cloud. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A. AWS Snowball. Option B. AWS Global Accelerator. Option C. Amazon S3 Transfer Accelerator. Option D. Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option A. AWS Snowball. Next question is, a company has refined its workload to use specific AWS services to improve efficiency and reduce cost. Which best practices for cost governance does this example show? Option A. Resource controls. Option B. Cost allocation. Option C. Architecture optimization. Option D. Tagging enforcement. Correct answer is option C. Architecture optimization. Next question is, a company hosts images in an Amazon S3 bucket for a public-facing website that is viewed by millions of users around the globe. Which AWS service will deliver this content with reduced latency? Option A. AWS WAF. Option B. Amazon Cloud Watch. Option C. Amazon CloudFront. Option D. AWS CloudFormation. Correct answer is option C. Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, a user wants guidance on possible savings when migrating from on-premises to AWS. Which tool is suitable for this scenario? Option A. AWS Budgets. Option B. Cost Explorer. Option C. AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option D. AWS Well-Architectured Tool. Correct answer is option C. AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Next question is, which principles are used to architect applications for reliability on the AWS cloud? Choose two options. Option A. Design for automated failure recovery. Option B. Use multiple availability zones. Option C. Manage changes via documented process. Option D. Test for moderate demand to ensure reliability. Option E. Backup recovery to an on-premises environment. Correct answer is option A and option C. Design for automated failure recovery and manage changes via documented processes. Next question is what tasks should a customer perform when that customer suspects an AWS account has been compromised? Choose two options. Option A, rotate passwords and access keys. Option B, remove MFA tokens. Option C, move resources to a different AWS region. Option D, delete AWS Cloud Trail resources. Option E, contact AWS support. Correct answer is option A and option E. Rotate passwords and access keys and contact AWS support. Next question is what is an example of high availability in AWS cloud? Option A, consulting AWS technical support at any time, day or night. Option B, ensuring an application remains accessible when if a resource fails. Option C, making any AWS service available for use by paying on demand. Option D, deploying in any part of the world using AWS regions. Correct answer is option B, ensuring an application remains accessible even if the resources fails. Next question is which AWS security service protects applications from distributed denial of service attacks with always on detection and automatic inline mitigations? Options are option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, AWS Web Application Firewall, AWS WAF. Option C, Elastic Load Balancing, ELB. Option D, AWS Shield. Correct answer is option D, AWS Shield. Next question is a company wants to monitor the CPU usage of its Amazon EC2 resources. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A, AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, Amazon Cloud Watch. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Cloud Watch. Question is what is an AWS Identity and Access Management IAM role? Options are option A user associated with an AWS resource. Option B, a group associated with an AWS resource. Option C, an entity that defines a set of permissions for use with an AWS resource. Option D, an authentication credential associated with a multi-factor authentication MFA token. Correct answer is option A user associated with an AWS resource. Next question is what are the advantages of reserved instances? Choose any two options and the options are option A, they provide a discount over on-demand pricing. Option B, they provide access to additional instance types. Option C, they provide additional networking capability. Option D, customers can upgrade instances as new types become available. Option E, customers can reserve capacity in availability zone. Correct answer is option A and option E. They provide a discount over on-demand pricing and customers can reserve capacity in availability zone. Next question is how do Amazon EC2 auto-scaling groups help achieve high availability for a web application? Option A, they automatically add more instances across multiple AWS regions based on global demand of the application. Option B, they automatically add or replace instances across multiple availability zones with the application needs it. Option C, they enable the application's static content to reside closer to end users. Option D, they are able to distribute incoming requests across a tier of web server instances. Correct answer is option B. They automatically add or replace instances across multiple availability zones when the application needs it. Next question is how can one AWS account use reserved instances from one another AWS account? Option A, by using Amazon EC2 dedicated instances. Option B, by using AWS organization's consolidated billing. Option C, by using the AWS Cost Explorer tool. Option D, by using AWS budgets. Correct answer is option B, by using AWS organization's consolidated billing. Next question is a customer runs an on-demand Amazon Linux EC2 instance for 3 hours, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. For how much time will the customer be billed? Option A, 3 hours, 5 minutes. Option B, 3 hours, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Option C, 3 hours, 6 minutes. Option D, 4 hours. Correct answer is option D, 4 hours. Next question is which of the following AWS services provide computing resources? Choose any two options. Option A, AWS Lambda. Option B, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Option C, AWS Code Deploy. Option D, Amazon Glacier. Option E, AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option A and option B, AWS Lambda and Amazon Elastic Container Services, Amazon ECS. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to deploy infrastructure as code by automating the process of provisioning resources? Option A, Amazon GameLift. Option B, AWS CloudFormation. Option C, AWS Data Pipeline. Option D, AWS Glue. Correct answer is option B, AWS CloudFormation. Next question is, which AWS services provide a way to extend an on-premises architecture to the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A, Amazon EBS. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. Option D, AWS Storage Gateway. Option E, Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option B and option D, AWS Direct Connect and AWS Storage Gateway. Next question is, which of the following allows users to provision a dedicated network connection from their internal network to AWS? Option A, AWS Cloud HSM. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS VPN. Option D, Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option B, AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, which services use AWS Edge locations? Choose any two options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS Shield. Option C, Amazon EC2. Option D, Amazon RDS. Option E, Amazon Elastic Cache. Correct answer is option A and option C, Amazon CloudFront and Amazon EC2. Next question is, which service would provide network connectivity in a hybrid architecture that includes the AWS cloud? Option A, Amazon VPC. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Directory Service. Option D, Amazon API Gateway. Correct answer is option A, Amazon VPC. Next question is, which tool can be used to compare the costs of running a web application in a traditional hosting environment to running it on AWS? Option A, AWS Cost Explorer. Option B, AWS Budgets. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Correct answer is option D, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Next question is, what is the value of using third-party software from AWS Marketplace instead of installing third-party software on Amazon EC2? Choose any two options. Option A, user pay for software by the hour or month depending on licensing. Option B, AWS Marketplace enables the user to launch applications with one click. Option C, AWS Marketplace data encryption is managed by a third-party vendor. Option D, AWS Marketplace eliminates the need to upgrade to newer software versions. Option E, users can deploy third-party software without testing. Correct answer is option A and option B. Users pay for software by the hour or month depending on licensing. And AWS Marketplace enables the user to launch applications with one click. Question is, which of the following is a cloud architectural design principle? Option A, scale up not out. Option B, loosely couple components. Option C, build monolithic systems. Option D, user commercial database software. Correct answer is option B, loosely couple components. Next question is, under the shared responsibility model, which of the following areas are the customer's responsibility? Choose any two options. Option A, firmware upgrades of network infrastructure. Option B, patching of operating systems. Option C, patching of the underlying hypervisor. Option D, physical security of data centers. Option E, configuration of the security group. Correct answer is option B and option E, patching of operating systems and configuration of the security group. Next question is, which service enables customers to audit and monitor changes in AWS resources? Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, Amazon Guard Duty. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option D, AWS Configuration. Next question is, which AWS service identifies security groups that allow unrestricted access to a user's AWS resources? Option A, AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Option D, Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, who is responsible for configuration management? Option A, it is solely the responsibility of the customer. Option B, it is solely the responsibility of the AWS. Option C, it is shared between AWS and the customer. Option D, it is not part of the AWS shared responsibility model. Correct answer is option C, it is shared between AWS and the customer. Next question is, which AWS service is a content delivery network that securely delivers data, video, and applications to the user globally with low latency and high speeds? Option A, AWS CloudFormation. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. Option D, Amazon Pinpoint. Correct answer is option C, Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, which benefit of the AWS cloud supports matching the supply of resources with changing workload demands? Option A, security. Option B, reliability. Option C, elasticity. Option D, high availability. Correct answer is option C, elasticity. Next question is, a user is running an application on AWS and notices that one or more AWS owned IP addresses is involved in a distributed denial of service DDoS attack. Who should the user contact first about this situation? Option A, AWS Premium Support. Option B, AWS Technical Account Manager. Option C, AWS Solutions Architect. Option D, AWS Abuse Team. Correct answer is option D, AWS Abuse Team. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of hosting infrastructure in the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A, there are no upfront commitments. Option B, AWS manages all security in the cloud. Option C, users have the ability to provision resources on demand. Option D, users have access to free and unlimited storage. Option E, users have control over the physical infrastructure. Correct answer is option B and option C. AWS manages all security in the cloud, and users have the ability to provision resources on demand. Next question is, access key in AWS Identity and Access Management IAM are used to option A, log into the AWS Management Console. Option B, make programmatic calls to AWS from AWS APIs. Option C, log into Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, authenticate to AWS Code Commit repository. Correct answer is option B, make programmatic calls to AWS from AWS APIs. Next question is, what is AWS Trusted Advisor? Option A, it is an AWS staff member who provides recommendations and best practices on how to use AWS. Option B, it is a network of AWS partners who provide recommendations and best practices on how to use AWS. Option C, it is an online tool with a set of automated checks that provides recommendations on cost optimization, performance, and security. Option D, it is another name of AWS technical account managers who provide recommendations on cost optimization, performance, and security. Correct answer is option C. It is an online tool with a set of automated checks that provides recommendations on cost optimization, performance, and security. Next question is, which AWS service or feature allows a company to visualize, understand, and manage AWS costs and uses over time? Option A, AWS budgets. Option B, AWS Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS organizations. Option D, consolidated billing. Correct answer is option B, AWS Cost Explorer. Next question is, which AWS service offers on-demand access to AWS security and compliance reports? Option A, AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, AWS Artifact. Option C, AWS Health. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option B, AWS Artifact. Next question is, what are the benefits of using the AWS cloud for companies with customers in many countries around the world? Choose any two options. And the options are option A, Companies can deploy applications in multiple AWS regions to reduce latency. Option B. Amazon Translate automatically translates third-party website interfaces into multiple languages. Option C. Amazon CloudFront has multiple edge locations around the world to reduce latency. Option D. Amazon Comprehend allows users to build applications that can respond to user requests in many languages. Option E. Elastic load balancing can distribute application web traffic to multiple AWS regions around the world, which reduces latency. Correct answer is option C and option D. Amazon CloudFront has multiple edge locations around the world to reduce latency, and Amazon Comprehend allows users to build applications that can respond to user requests in many languages. The question is, which AWS service handles the deployment details of capacity provisioning, load balancing, auto-scaling, and application health monitoring? And the options are option A, AWS configuration, option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk, option C, Amazon Route 53, option D, Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Next question is, which AWS service provides inbound and outbound network ACLs to harden external connectivity to Amazon EC2? Option is option A, AWS IAM, option B, Amazon Connect, option C, Amazon VPC, option D, Amazon API Gateway. Correct answer is option C, Amazon VPC. Next question is, when a company provisions web servers in multiple AWS regions, what is being increased? Option A, coupling, option B, availability, option C, security, option D, durability. Correct answer is option B, availability. Next question is, the pay-as-you-go pricing model for AWS services. Option A, reduces capital expenditures. Option B, requires payment upfront for AWS services. Option C, is relevant only for Amazon EC2, Amazon S3, and Amazon RDS. Option D, reduces operational expenditures. Correct answer is option A, reduces capital expenditures. Next question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, AWS is responsible for which security related task? Option A, lifecycle management of IAM credentials. Option B, physical security of global infrastructure. Option C, encryption of Amazon EBS volumes. Option D, firewall configuration. Correct answer is option B, physical security of global infrastructure. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to consolidate billing across multiple accounts? Option A, Amazon QuickSight. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Budgets. Option D, Amazon Forecast. Correct answer is option B, AWS Organizations. Next question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is an example of security in the AWS cloud? Option A, managing edge locations. Option B, physical security. Option C, firewall configuration. Option D, global infrastructure. Correct answer is option B, physical security. Next question is, how can an AWS user with an AWS basic support plan obtain technical assistance from AWS? Option A, AWS senior support engineers. Option B, AWS technical account managers. Option C, AWS trusted advisor. Option D, AWS discussion forums. Correct answer is option C, AWS trusted advisor. Next question is, which of the following are pillars of the AWS well-architectured framework? Choose two options. Option A, multiple availability zones. Option B, performance efficiency. Option C, security. Option D, encryption uses. Option E, high availability. Correct answer is option B and option C, performance efficiency and security. Next question is, after selecting an Amazon EC2 dedicated host reservation, which pricing option would provide the largest discount? Option A, no upfront payment. Option B, early on-demand payment. Option C, partial upfront payment. Option D, all upfront payment. Correct answer is option D, all upfront payment. Next question is, what is an advantage of deploying an application across multiple availability zones? Option A. There is a lower risk of service failure if a natural disaster causes a service disruption in a given AWS region. Option B. The application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Option C. There will be better coverage as availability zones are geographically distant and can serve a wider area. Option D. There will be decreased application latency that will improve the user experience. Correct answer is option B. The application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Next question is, a cloud practitioner is asked how to estimate the cost of using a new application on AWS. What is the most appropriate response? Option A. Inform the user that AWS pricing allows for on-demand pricing. Option B. Direct the user to the AWS Simple Monthly Calculator for an estimate. Option C. Use Amazon QuickSight to analyze current spending on premises. Option D. Use Amazon AppStream 2.0 for real-time pricing analytics. Correct answer is option B. Direct the user to the AWS Simple Monthly Calculator for an estimate. Next question. A company wants to migrate its application to a VPC on AWS. These applications will need to access on-premises resources. What combination of actions will enable the company to accomplish these goals? Choose any two options. Option A. Use the AWS Service Catalog to identify a list of on-premises resources that can be migrated. Option B. Build a VPN connection between an on-premises device and a virtual private gateway in a new VPC. Option C. Use Amazon Athena to query data from the on-premises database servers. Option D. Connect the company's on-premises data center to AWS using AWS Direct Connect. Option E. Leverage Amazon CloudFront to restrict access to static web content provided through the company's on-premises web servers. Correct answer is option B and option D. And these are: build a VPN connection between an on-premises device and a virtual private gateway in a new VPC, and connect the company's on-premises data center to AWS using AWS Direct Connect. Question is, a web application running on AWS has been spammed with malicious requests from a recurring set of IP addresses. Which AWS service can help secure the application and block the malicious traffic? Options are: option A. AWS IAM, option B. Amazon Guard Duty, option C. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS, and option D. AWS WAF. Correct answer is option D. AWS WAF. Next question is, treating infrastructure as code in AWS Cloud allows users to: option A. Automate migration of an on-premises hardware to AWS data centers. Option B. Let a third party automate an audit of the AWS infrastructure. Option C. Turn over application code to AWS so it can run on the AWS infrastructure. Option D. Automate the infrastructure provisioning process. Correct answer is option D. Automate the infrastructure provisioning process. Next question is, a company requires a dedicated network connection between its on-premises servers and the AWS cloud. Which AWS service should be used? Option A. AWS VPN. Option B. AWS Direct Connect. Option C. Amazon API Gateway. Option D. Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option B. AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to query stored datasets directly from Amazon S3 using standard SQL? Option A. AWS Glue. Option B. AWS Data Pipeline. Option C. Amazon Cloud Search. Option D. Amazon Athena. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Athena. Next question is, AWS Cloud Formation is designed to help the user. Option A. Model and provision resources. Option B. Update application code. Option C. Set up data lakes. Option D. Create reports for billing. Correct answer is option A. Model and provision resources. Next question is, which of the following is an AWS database service? Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option C, Amazon S3 Glacier. Option D, AWS Snowball. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Redshift. Next question is, a cloud practitioner must determine if any security groups in an AWS account has been provisioned to allow unrestricted access for specific ports. What is the simplest way to do this? Option A. Review the inbound rules for each security group in the Amazon EC2 Management Console to check for port 0.0.0.0/0. Option B. Run AWS Trusted Advisor and review the findings. Option C. Open the AWS IAM console and check the inbound rule filters for open access. Option D. In AWS configuration, create a custom rule that invokes an AWS Lambda function to review rules for inbound access. Correct answer is option A. Review the inbound rules for each security group in the Amazon EC2 Management Console to check for port 0.0.0.0/0. Next question is, what are the benefits of developing or running a new application in the AWS cloud compared to on-premises? Choose any two options. Option A. AWS automatically distributes the data globally for higher durability. Option B. AWS will take care of operating the application. Option C. AWS makes it easy to architect for high availability. Option D. AWS can easily accommodate application demand changes. Option E. AWS takes care application security patching. Correct answer is option C and option D. AWS makes it easy to architect for high availability, and AWS can easily accommodate application demand changes. Next question is, a user needs an automated security assessment report that will identify unintended network access to Amazon EC2 instances and vulnerabilities on those instances. Which AWS service will provide this assessment report? Option A. EC2 security groups. Option B. AWS configuration. Option C. Amazon Massey. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Inspector. Next question is, how can a company isolate the cost of production and non-production workloads on AWS? Option A. Create identity and access management IAM roles for production and non-production workloads. Option B. Use different accounts for production and non-production expenses. Option C. Use Amazon EC2 for non-production workloads and other services for production workloads. Option D. Use Amazon CloudWatch to monitor the use of services. Correct answer is option B. Use different accounts for production and non-production expenses. Next question is, where can users find a catalog of AWS recognized providers for third-party security solutions? Option A. AWS Service Catalog. Option B. AWS Marketplace. Option C. AWS Quick Start. Option D. AWS Code Deploy. Correct answer is option A. AWS Service Catalog. Next question is, a cloud practitioner needs to store data for 7 years to meet regulatory requirements. Which AWS service will meet this requirement at the lowest cost? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. AWS Snowball. Option C. Amazon Redshift. Option D. Amazon S3 Glacier. Correct answer is option D. Amazon S3 Glacier. Next question is, what are the immediate benefits of using the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A. Increased IT staff. Option B. Capital expenses are replaced with variable expenses. Option C. User control of infrastructure. Option D. Increased agility. Option E. AWS holds responsibility for security in the cloud. Correct answer is option B and option D. Capital expenses are replaced with variable expenses and increased agility. Next question is, which security service automatically recognizes and classifies sensitive data or intellectual property on AWS? Option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Option B. Amazon Massey. Option C. Amazon Inspector. Option D. AWS Shield. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Massey. Next question is, what is the purpose of AWS Storage Gateway? Option A. It ensures on-premises data storage is 99.9999% durable. Option B. It transports petabytes of data to and from AWS. Option C, it connects to multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, it connects to on-premises data storage to the AWS cloud. Correct answer is option D, it connects on-premises data storage to the AWS cloud. Next question is, what should users do if they want to install an application in geographically isolated locations? Option A, install the application using multiple internet gateways. Option B, deploy the application to an Amazon VPC. Option C, deploy the application to multiple AWS regions. Option D, configure the application using multiple NAT gateways. Correct answer is option C, deploy the application to multiple AWS regions. Next question is, a system in the AWS cloud is designed to withstand the failure of one or more components. What is this example of? Option A, elasticity. Option B, high availability. Option C, scalability. Option D, agility. Correct answer is option B, high availability. Next question is, a cloud practitioner needs a consistent and dedicated connection between AWS resources and an on-premises system. Which AWS service can fulfill this requirement? Option A, AWS Direct Connect. Option B, AWS VPN. Option C, Amazon Connect. Option D, AWS Data Pipeline. Correct answer is option A, AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, within the AWS shared responsibility model, who is responsible for security and compliance? Option A, the customer is responsible. Option B, AWS is responsible. Option C, AWS and the customer share responsibility. Option D, AWS shares responsibility with the relevant governing body. Correct answer is option C, AWS and the customer share responsibility. Next question is, to use the AWS CLI, users are required to generate option A, a password policy, option B, an access or secret key, option C, a managed policy, option D, an API key. Correct answer is option C, a managed policy. Next question is, which AWS service is used to provide encryption for Amazon EBS? Option A, AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS KMS. Option D, AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option C, AWS KMS. Next question is, how does AWS charge for AWS Lambda uses once the free tier has been exceeded? Choose any two options. Option A, by the time it takes for the Lambda function to execute. Option B, by the number of versions of a specific Lambda function. Option C, by the number of the requests made for a given Lambda function. Option D, by the programming language that is used for the Lambda function. Option E, by the total number of Lambda functions in an AWS account. Correct answer is option C and option E, and these are by the number of requests made for given Lambda function and by the total number of Lambda functions in an AWS account. Next question is, which of the following describes the relationships among AWS regions, availability zones, and edge locations? Choose any two options. Option A, there are more AWS regions than availability zones. Option B, there are more edge locations than AWS regions. Option C, an edge location is an availability zone. Option D, there are more AWS regions than edge locations. Option E, there are more availability zones than AWS regions. Correct answer is option B and option E. There are more edge locations than AWS regions and there are more availability zones than AWS regions. Next question is, what does AWS Shield standard provide? Option A, WAF rules. Option B, DDoS protection. Option C, identity and access management, IAM permissions, and access to resources. Option D, data encryption. Correct answer is option B, DDoS protection. Next question is, a company wants to build its new application workloads in the AWS cloud instead of using on-premises resources. What expense can be reduced using the AWS cloud? Option A, the cost of writing custom-built Java or Node.js code. Option B, penetration testing for security. Option C, hardware required to support new applications. Option D, writing specific test cases for third-party applications. Correct answer is option C, hardware required to support new applications. Next question is, what does AWS Marketplace allows users to do? Choose any two options. Option A, sell unused Amazon EC2 spot instances. Option B, sell solutions to other AWS users. Option C, buy third-party software that runs on AWS. Option D, purchase AWS security and compliance documents. Option E, order AWS Snowball. Correct answer is option B and option C. Sell solutions to other AWS users and buy third-party software that runs on AWS. Question is, what does it mean if a user deploys a hybrid cloud architecture on AWS? Option A, all resources run using on-premises infrastructure. Option B, some resources run on-premises and some run in co-location center. Option C, all resources run in the AWS cloud. Option D, some resources run on-premises and some run in the AWS cloud. Correct answer is option D, some resources run on-premises and some run in the AWS cloud. Next question is, which AWS service allows users to identify the changes made to a resource over time? Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, AWS Configuration. Option C, AWS Service Catalog. Option D, AWS IAM. Correct answer is option B, AWS Configuration. Next question is, how can a company reduce its total cost of ownership TCO using AWS? Option A, by minimizing large capital expenditures. Option B, by having no responsibility for third-party license costs. Option C, by having no operational expenditures. Option D, by having AWS managed applications. Correct answer is option A, by minimizing large capital expenditures. Next question is, which activity is a customer responsibility in the AWS cloud according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A, ensuring network connectivity from AWS to the internet. Option B, patching and fixing flaws within the AWS cloud infrastructure. Option C, ensuring the physical security of cloud data centers. Option D, ensuring Amazon EBS volumes are backed up. Correct answer is option D, ensuring Amazon EBS volumes are backed up. Next question is, what are the advantages of the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A, fixed rate monthly cost. Option B, no need to guess capacity requirements. Option C, increased speed to market. Option D, increased upfront capital expenditure. Option E, physical access to cloud data centers. Correct answer is option B and option C. No need to guess capacity requirements and increased speed to market. Next question is, when comparing the total cost of ownership TCO of an on-premises infrastructure to a cloud architecture, what costs should be considered? Choose any two options. Option A, the credit card processing fees for application transactions in the cloud. Option B, the cost of purchasing and installing server hardware in the on-premises data. Option C, the cost of administering the infrastructure including operating system and software installations, patches, backups, and recovering from failures. Option D, the cost of third-party penetrating test. Option E, the advertising cost associated with an ongoing enterprise-wide campaign. Correct answer is option B and option C, the cost of purchasing and installing server hardware in the on-premises data, and the cost of administering the infrastructure including operating system and software installations, patches, backups, and recovering from failures. Next question is, which AWS feature allows a company to take advantage of usage tiers for services across multiple member accounts? Option A, Service Control Policies SCPs. Option B, Consolidated Billing. Option C, All Upfront Reserved Instances. Option D, AWS Cost Explorer. Correct answer is option B, Consolidated Billing. Next question, what is one of the customer's responsibilities according to the AWS Shared Responsibility Model? Option A, Virtualization Infrastructure. Option B, Network Infrastructure. Option C, Application Security. Option D, Physical Security of Hardware. Correct answer is option C, Application Security. Next question is, What helps a company provide a lower latency experience to its users globally? Option A. Using an AWS region that is central to all users. Option B. Using a second availability zone in the AWS region that is used. Option C. Enabling caching in the AWS region that is being used. Option D. Using edge locations to put content closer to all users. Correct answer is option A. Using an AWS region that is central to all users. Next question is, how can the AWS cloud increases users' workforce productivity after migration from an on-premises data center? Option A. Users do not have to wait for infrastructure provisioning. Option B. The AWS cloud infrastructure is much faster than an on-premises data center infrastructure. Option C. AWS take over application configuration management on behalf of users. Option D. Users do not need to address security and compliance issues. Correct answer is option A. Users do not have to wait for infrastructure provisioning. Next question is, which AWS service provides a quick and automated way to create and manage AWS accounts? Option A. AWS QuickSight. Option B. Amazon Lightsail. Option C. AWS Organizations. Option D. Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option C. AWS Organizations. Next question is, which Amazon RDS feature can be used to achieve high availability? Option A. Multiple availability zones. Option B. Amazon reserved instances. Option C. Provisioned IOPS storage. Option D. Enhanced monitoring. Correct answer is option A. Multiple availability zones. Next question is, where should users report that AWS resources are being used for malicious purposes? Option A. AWS Abuse Team. Option B. AWS Shield. Option C. AWS Support. Option D. AWS Developer Forums. Correct answer is option A. AWS Abuse Team. Question is, which AWS service needs to be enabled to track all user accounts changes within the AWS Management Console? Options are option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Option C. VPC Flow Logs. Option D. AWS Cloud HSM. Correct answer is option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is, what is an AWS Cloud Design Best Practice? Option A. Tight coupling of components. Option B. Single point of failure. Option C. High availability. Option D. Over provisioning of resources. Correct answer is option C. High availability. Next question is, which of the following is an example of how moving to the AWS cloud reduce upfront cost? Option A. By replacing large variable costs with lower capital investments. Option B. By replacing large capital investments with lower variable costs. Option C. By allowing the provisioning of compute and storage at a fixed level to meet peak demand. Option D. By replacing the repeated scaling of virtual servers with a simpler fixed scale model. Correct answer is option B. By replacing large capital investments with lower variable costs. Next question is, when designing a typical three-tier web application, which AWS services and or feature improve availability and reduce the impact failures? Choose any two options. Option A. AWS Autoscaling for Amazon EC2 instances. Option B. Amazon VPC Subnet ACLs to check the health of a service. Option C. Distributed resources across multiple availability zones. Option D. AWS Server Migration Service AWS SMS to move Amazon EC2 instances into a different region. Option E. Distributed resources across multiple AWS points of presence. Correct answer is option A and option C. AWS Autoscaling for Amazon EC2 instances and distributed resources across multiple availability zones. Next question is, which cloud design principles aligns with AWS cloud best practices? Option A. Create fixed dependencies among application components. Option B. Aggregate services on a single instance. Option C. Deploy applications in a single availability zone. Option D. Distribute the compute load across multiple resources. Correct answer is option D. Distribute the compute load across multiple resources. Next question is, which of the following are recommended practices for managing IAM users? Choose any two options. Options are: option A, require IAM users to change their password after a specified period of time. Option B, prevent IAM users from reusing previous passwords. Option C, recommend that the same password be used on AWS and other sites. Option D, require IAM users to store their passwords in raw text. Option E, disable multi-factor authentication MFA for IAM users. Correct answer is option A and option B. Require IAM users to change their password after a specified period of time and prevent IAM users from reusing previous passwords. Next question is, a company is migrating from on-premises data centers to the AWS cloud and is looking for hands-on help with the project. How can the company get this support? Choose any two options. Option A, ask for a quote from the AWS Marketplace team to perform a migration into the company's AWS account. Option B, contact AWS support and open a case of assistance. Option C, use AWS Professional Service to provide guidance and to set an AWS landing zone in the company's AWS account. Option D, select a partner from the AWS Partner Network APN to assist with the migration. Option E, use Amazon Connect to create a new request for proposal RFP for expert assistance in migration to the AWS cloud. Correct answer is option B and option C. Contact AWS support and open a case for assistance, and use AWS Professional Service to provide guidance and to set up an AWS landing zone in the company's AWS account. Next question is, how does the AWS Enterprise Support Concierge team help users? Option A, supporting application development. Option B, providing architecture guidance. Option C, answering billing and account inquiries. Option D, answering questions regarding technical support cases. Correct answer is option C, answering billing and account inquiries. Next question is, an application designed to span multiple availability zones is described as option A, being highly available. Option B, having global reach. Option C, using an economy of scale. Option D, having elasticity. Correct answer is option D, having elasticity. Next question is, a new service using AWS must be highly available. Yet, due to regulatory requirements, all of its Amazon EC2 instances must be located in a single geographic area. According to the best practices, to meet these requirements, the EC2 instances must be placed in at least two: option A, AWS regions; option B, availability zones; option C, subnets; option D, placement groups. Correct answer is option B, availability zones. Next question is, which AWS tool is used to compare the cost of running an application on-premises to running the application in the AWS cloud? Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Simple Monthly Calculator. Option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option D, Cost Explorer. Correct answer is option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Next question is, a company has multiple AWS accounts within AWS organizations and wants to apply the Amazon EC2 reserved instances benefit to a single account only. Which actions should be taken? Options are: option A, purchase the reserved instances from master pair account and turn off reserved instances sharing. Option B, enable billing alerts in the AWS billing and cost management console. Option C, purchase and reserved instances in individual linked accounts and turn off reserved instance sharing from the pair level. Option D, enable reserved instance sharing in the AWS billing and cost management console. Correct answer is option A, purchase the reserved instances from master pair account and turn off reserved instances sharing. Question is, which situation should be reported to the AWS abuse team? Option A, in availability zone has a service disruption. Option B, an intrusion attempt is made from an AWS IP address. Option C, a user has trouble accessing an Amazon S3 bucket from an AWS IP addresses. Option D, a user needs to change payment methods due to a compromise. Correct answer is option B, an intrusion attempt is made from an AWS IP addresses. Next question is, a company is planning to launch an e-commerce site in a single AWS region to a worldwide user base. Which AWS services will allow the company to reach users and provide low latency and high transfer speeds? Choose any two options. Option A, Application Load Balancer. Option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, Amazon CloudFront. Option E, AWS Lambda. Correct answer is option B and option D, AWS Global Accelerator and Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, which AWS service or resource is serverless? Option A, AWS Lambda. Option B, Amazon EC2 instances. Option C, Amazon Lightsail. Option D, Amazon Elasticsearch. Correct answer is option A, AWS Lambda. Next question is, which of the following are components of Amazon VPC? Choose any two options. Option A, objects. Option B, subnets. Option C, buckets. Option D, internet gateways. Option E, access keys. Correct answer is option B and option D, subnets and internet gateways. Next question is, AWS budgets can be used to option A, prevent a given user from creating a resource. Option B, send an alert when utilization of reserved instances drops below a certain percentage. Option C, set resource limit in AWS accounts to prevent overspending. Option D, split an AWS bill across multiple forms of payment. Correct answer is option C, set resource limits in AWS accounts to prevent overspending. Next question is, which of the following will enhance the security of access to the AWS Management Console? Choose two options. Option A, AWS Secrets Manager. Option B, AWS Certificate Manager. Option C, AWS Multi-Factor Authentication, AWS MFA. Option D, Security Groups. Option E, Password Policies. Correct answer is option C and option E, AWS Multi-Factor Authentication, AWS MFA, and Password Policies. Next question is, the AWS Trusted Advisor checks include recommendations regarding which of the following? Choose two options. Option A, information on Amazon S3 bucket permissions. Option B, AWS service outage. Option C, multi-factor authentication enables on the AWS account root users. Option D, available software patches. Option E, number of users in the account. Correct answer is option A and option C, information on the Amazon S3 bucket permissions and multi-factor authentication enabled on the AWS account root user. Next question is, which functions can users perform using AWS KMS? Option A, create and manage AWS access keys for the AWS account root user. Option B, create and manage AWS access keys for an AWS account IAM users. Option C, create and manage keys for encryption and decryption of data. Option D, create and manage keys for multi-factor authentication. Correct answer is option C, create and manage keys for encryption and decryption of data. Next question is, how does AWS Trusted Advisor provide guidance to user of the AWS cloud? Choose any two options. Option A, it identifies software vulnerabilities in applications running on AWS. Option B, it provides a list of cost optimization recommendations based on current AWS uses. Option C, it detects potential security vulnerabilities caused by permissions setting on account resources. Option D, it automatically corrects potential security issues caused by permission setting on account resources. Option E, it provides proactive alerting whenever an Amazon EC2 instance has been compromised. Correct answer is option B and option C. It provides a list of cost optimization recommendations based on current AWS uses, and it detects potential security vulnerabilities caused by permission setting on account resources. Next question is, which of the following are advantages of the AWS cloud? Choose two options. Option A, AWS manages the maintenance of the cloud infrastructure. Option B, AWS manages the security of applications built on AWS. Option C, AWS manages capacity planning for physical servers. Option D, AWS manages the development of applications on AWS. Option E, AWS manages cost planning for virtual servers. Correct answer is option A and option C. AWS manages the maintenance of the cloud infrastructure and AWS manages capacity planning for physical servers. Next question is a user deploys an Amazon RDS DB instance in multiple availability zones. This strategy involves which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? Option A, performance efficiency. Option B, reliability. Option C, cost optimization. Option D, security. Correct answer is option B, reliability. Next question is which AWS services provide a user with connectivity between the AWS cloud and on-premises resources? Choose two options. Option A, AWS VPN. Option B, Amazon Connect. Option C, Amazon Cognito. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. Option E, AWS Managed Services. Correct answer is option A and option D, AWS VPN and AWS Direct Connect. Next question is which AWS service is used to pay AWS bills and monitor usage and budget costs? Option A, AWS Billing and Cost Management. Option B, Consolidated Billing. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Option D, Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option A, AWS Billing and Cost Management. Question is which of the following is an AWS best practice for managing an AWS account root user? Option A, keep the root user password with the security team. Option B, enable multi-factor authentication MFA for the root user. Option C, create an access key for the root user. Option D, keep the root user password consistent for compliance purposes. Correct answer is option B, enable multi-factor authentication MFA for the root user. Next question is a company wants to securely access an Amazon S3 bucket from an Amazon EC2 instance without accessing the internet. What should the company use to accomplish this goal? Option A, VPN connection. Option B, Internet gateway. Option C, VPC endpoint. Option D, NAT gateway. Correct answer is option C, VPC endpoint. Next question is which AWS Trusted Advisor feature is available exclusively to the users with AWS Business Support or AWS Enterprise Support? Option A, Notification Setup. Option B, Refresh Checks. Option C, AWS Support API. Option D, Action Links. Correct answer is option C, AWS Support API. Next question is which element of the AWS global infrastructure consists of one or more discrete data centers, each with redundant power, networking, and connectivity which are housed in separate facilities? Option A, AWS regions. Option B, availability zones. Option C, edge locations. Option D, Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is option B, availability zones. Next question is which Amazon VPC features enables user to capture information about the IP traffic that reaches Amazon EC2 instances? Option A, security groups. Option B, elastic network interfaces. Option C, network ACLs. Option D, VPC flow logs. Correct answer is option D, VPC flow logs. Next question is which AWS service can be used to automatically scale an application up and down without making capacity planning decisions? Option A, Amazon Amazon auto scaling. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Option C, AWS CloudTrail. Option D, AWS Lambda. Correct answer is option A, Amazon auto scaling. Next question is AWS Enterprise Support users have access to which service for feature that is not available to users with the other AWS support plans? Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Support Case. Option C, Concierge Team. Option D, Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option C, Concierge Team. Next question is a company wants to migrate a MySQL database to AWS but does not have the budget for database administrator to handle routine tasks including provisioning, patching, and performing backups. Which AWS service will support this use case? Option A, Amazon RDS. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Document DB. Option D, Amazon Elastic Cache. Correct answer is option A, Amazon RDS. Next question is a company wants to expand from one AWS region into a second AWS region. What does the company need to do to start supporting the new region? Option A. Contact an AWS account manager to sign a new contract. Option B. Move an availability zone to the new region. Option C. Begin deploying resources in the second region. Option D. Download the AWS Management Console for the new region. Correct answer is option C. Begin deploying resources in the second region. Next question is, a user must meet compliance and software licensing requirements that state a workload must be hosted on a physical server. Which Amazon EC2 instance pricing option will meet these requirements? Option A. Dedicated hosts. Option B. Dedicated instances. Option C. Spot instances. Option D. Reserved instances. Correct answer is option A. Dedicated hosts. Next question is, which AWS service will provide a way to generate encryption keys that can be used to encrypt data? Choose two options. Option A. Amazon Massey. Option B. AWS Certificate Manager. Option C. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Option D. AWS Secrets Manager. Option E. AWS Cloud HSM. Correct answer is option C and option E. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS and AWS Cloud HSM. Next question is, a company is planning to migrate from one premises to the AWS cloud. Which AWS tool or service provides detailed reports on estimated cost saving after migration? Option A. AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option B. Cost Explorer. Option C. AWS Budgets. Option D. AWS Migration Hub. Correct answer is option D. AWS Migration Hub. Next question is, what can assist in evaluating an application for migration to the cloud? Choose two options. Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Professional Services. Option C. AWS Systems Manager. Option D. AWS Partner Network APN. Option E. AWS Secrets Manager. Correct answer is option A and option D. AWS Trusted Advisor and AWS Partner Network APN. Next question is, which AWS service helps users meet contractual and regulatory compliance requirements for data security by using dedicated hardware appliances within AWS Cloud? Option A. AWS Secrets Manager. Option B. AWS Cloud HSM. Option C. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Option D. AWS Directory Service. Correct answer is option B. AWS Cloud HSM. Question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, the customer manages which of the following? Choose two options. Option A. Decommissioning of physical storage devices. Option B. Security group and ACL configuration. Option C. Patch management of an Amazon RDS instance operating system. Option D. Controlling physical access to data centers. Option E. Patch management of an Amazon EC2 instance operating system. Correct answer is option B and option E. Security group and ACL configuration and patch management of an Amazon EC2 instance operating system. Next question is, which AWS service is suitable for an event-driven workload? Option A. Amazon EC2. Option B. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C. AWS Lambda. Option D. Amazon Lumberyard. Correct answer is option B. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Next question is, what is the value proportion of the AWS cloud? Option A. AWS is responsible for security in the AWS cloud. Option B. No long-term contract is required. Option C. Provision new servers in days. Option D. AWS manages user applications in the AWS cloud. Correct answer is option B. No long-term contract is required. Next question is, what is the characteristic of Amazon S3 cross-region replication? Option A. Both source and destination S3 buckets must have versioning disabled. Option B. The source and destination S3 buckets can be different AWS regions. Cannot be different AWS regions. Option C. S3 buckets configured for cross-region replication can be owned by a single AWS account or by different accounts. Option D. The source S3 bucket owner must have the source and destination AWS regions disabled for their account. Correct answer is option C. S3 buckets configured for cross-region replication can be owned by a single AWS account or by different accounts. Next question is, what is a user responsible for when running an application in the AWS cloud? Option A, managing physical hardware. Option B, updating the underlying hypervisor. Option C, providing a list of users approved for data center access. Option D, managing application software updates. Correct answer is option D, managing application software updates. Next question is, a company that does business online needs to quickly deliver new functionality in an interactive manner, minimizing the time to market. Which AWS cloud feature can provide this? Option A, elasticity. Option B, high availability. Option C, agility. Option D, reliability. Correct answer is option C, agility. Next question is, which features or services can be used to monitor cost and expenses for an AWS account? Choose two options. Option A, AWS cost and usage report. Option B, AWS product pages. Option C, AWS simple monthly calculator. Option D, billing alerts and Amazon CloudWatch alarms. Option E, AWS price list API. Correct answer is option A and option D. AWS cost and usage report and billing alerts and Amazon CloudWatch alarms. Next question is, Amazon Route 53 enables users to Amazon apps. Options are option A, encrypt data in transit. Option B, register DNS domain names. Option C, generate and manage SSL certificates. Option D, establish a dedicated network connection to AWS. Correct answer is option B, register DNS domain names. Next question is, which AWS service helps identify malicious or unauthorized activities in AWS accounts and workloads? Option A, Amazon Rekognition. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Next question is, a company wants to try a third-party e-commerce solution before deciding to use it long-term. Which AWS service or tool which support this effort? Option A, AWS Marketplace. Option B, AWS Partner Network APN. Option C, AWS Managed Services. Option D, AWS Service Catalog. Correct answer is option A, AWS Marketplace. Next question is, which AWS service is a managed NoSQL database? Option A, Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Aurora. Option D, Amazon RDS for MariaDB. Correct answer is option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, which AWS service should be used to create a billing alarm? Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS CloudTrail. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Option D, Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is, a company is hosting a web application in a Docker container on Amazon EC2. AWS is responsible for which of the following tasks? Option A, scaling the web application and services developed with Docker. Option B, provisioning or scheduling containers to run on cluster and maintain their availability. Option C, performing hardware maintenance in the AWS facilities that run the AWS cloud. Option D, managing the guest operating system, including updates and security patches. Correct answer is option C, performing hardware maintenance in the AWS facilities that run the AWS cloud. Question is, users are reporting latency when connecting to a website with a global customer base. Which AWS service will improve the customer experience by reducing latency? Options are option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon EC2 Autoscaling. Option D, AWS Transit Gateway. Correct answer is option A, Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, which actions represent best practices for using AWS IAM? Choose two options. Option A, configure a strong password policy. Option B, share the security credentials among users of AWS accounts who are in the same region. Option C, use access keys to log into the AWS Management Console. Option D. Rotate access keys on a regular basis. Option E. Avoid using IAM roles to delegate permissions. Correct answer is option A and option D. Configure a strong password policy and rotate access keys on a regular basis. Next question is, which AWS feature or service can be used to capture information about incoming and outgoing traffic in an AWS VPC infrastructure? Option A. AWS configuration. Option B. VPC flow logs. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option B. VPC flow logs. Next question is, a company wants to use an AWS service to monitor the health of application endpoints with the ability to route traffic to healthy regional endpoints to improve application availability. Which service will support these requirements? Option A. Amazon Inspector. Option B. Amazon CloudWatch. Option C. AWS Global Accelerator. Option D. Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is option C. AWS Global Accelerator. Next question is, according to the AWS well-architectured framework, what change management steps should be taken to achieve reliability in the AWS cloud? Choose two options. Option A. Use AWS configuration to generate an inventory of AWS resources. Option B. Use service limits to prevent users from creating or making changes to AWS resources. Option C. Use AWS Cloud Trail to record AWS API calls into an audible log file. Option D. Use AWS Certificate Manager to whistle approved AWS resources and services. Option E. Use Amazon Guard Duty to validate configuration changes made to AWS resources. Correct answer is option D and option E. Use AWS Certificate Manager to whistle approved AWS resources and services, and use Amazon Guard Duty and validate configuration changes made to AWS resources. Next question is, which service can be used to monitor and receive alerts for AWS account root user AWS Management Console sign-in events? Option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Option B. AWS Configuration. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS IAM. Correct answer is option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is, which design principles should be considered when architecturing the AWS cloud? Option A. Think of servers as non-disposable resources. Option B. Use synchronous integration of services. Option C. Design loosely coupled components. Option D. Implement the least permissive rules for security groups. Correct answer is option C. Design loosely coupled components. Next question is, which AWS services can be used to move data from on-premises data centers to AWS? Choose two options. Option A. AWS Snowball. Option B. AWS Lambda. Option C. AWS Elastic Cache. Option D. AWS Database Migration Service AWS DMS. Option E. Amazon API Gateway. Correct answer is option A and option D. AWS Snowball and AWS Database Migration Service AWS DMS. Next question is, a batch workload takes 5 hours to finish on an Amazon EC2 instance. The amount of data to be processed double monthly and processing time is proportional. What is the best cloud architecture to address this consistently growing demand? Option A. Run the application on a bigger EC2 instance size. Option B. Switch to an EC2 instance family that better matches batch requirements. Option C. Distribute the application across multiple EC2 instances and run the workload in parallel. Option D. Run the application on a bare metal EC2 instance. Correct answer is option C. Distribute the application across multiple EC2 instances and run the workload in parallel. Next question is, each department within a company has its own independent AWS accounts and its own payment method. New company leadership wants to centralize departmental governance and consolidate payments. How can this be achieved using AWS service or features? Option A. Forward monthly invoices for each account, then create IAM roles to allow cross-account access. Option B. Create a new AWS account, then configure AWS organizations and invite all existing accounts to join. Option C. Configure AWS organizations in each of the existing accounts, then link all accounts together. Option D. Use Cost Explorer to combine costs from all accounts, then replicate IAM policies across accounts. Correct answer is option C. Configure AWS organizations in each of existing accounts, then link all accounts together. Question is, the ability to horizontally scale Amazon EC2 instances based on demand is an example of which concept in the AWS Cloud value proposition? Option A. Economy of scale. Option B. Elasticity. Option C. High availability. Option D. Agility. Correct answer is option B. Elasticity. Next question is, an e-commerce company anticipates a huge increase in web traffic for two very popular upcoming shopping holidays. Which AWS service or feature can be configured to dynamically adjust resources to meet this change in demand? Option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Option B. Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Option C. Amazon Forecast. Option D. AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B. Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to securely connect to AWS resources over the public internet? Option A. Amazon VPC peering. Option B. AWS Direct Connect. Option C. AWS VPN. Option D. Amazon Pinpoint. Correct answer is option A. Amazon VPC peering. Next question is, which tool is used to forecast AWS spending? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Organizations. Option C. Cost Explorer. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option C. Cost Explorer. Next question is, a company is running an e-commerce application hosted in Europe. To decrease latency for users who access the website from other parts of the world, the company would like to catch frequently accessed static content closer to the user. Which AWS service will support these requirements? Option A. Amazon Elastic Cache. Option B. Amazon CloudFront. Option C. Amazon Elastic File System Amazon EFS. Option D. Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option B. Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, which of the following is a component of the AWS global infrastructure? Option A. Amazon Alexa. Option B. AWS Regions. Option C. Amazon Lightsail. Option D. AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option B. AWS Regions. Next question is, which AWS service will help users determine if an application running on an Amazon EC2 instance has sufficient CPU capacity? Option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Option B. AWS Configuration. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is, why is it beneficial to use elastic load balancers with applications? Option A. They allow for the conversion from application load balancers to classic load balancers. Option B. They are capable of handling constant changes in the network traffic patterns. Option C. They automatically adjust capacity. Option D. They are provided at no charge to users. Correct answer is option B. They are capable of handling constant changes in network traffic patterns. Next question is, which tasks are customers' responsibility in the AWS shared responsibility model? Choose two options. Option A. Infrastructure facilities access management. Option B. Cloud infrastructure hardware lifecycle management. Option C. Configuration management of users' application. Option D. Networking infrastructure protection. Option E. Security group configuration. Correct answer is option C and option E. Configuration management of users' applications and security groups configuration. Next question is, IT systems should be designed to reduce interdependencies so that the change or failure in one component does not cascade to other components. This is an example of which principle of cloud architecture design? Option A. Scalability. Option B. Loose coupling. Option C. Automation. Option D. Automatic scaling. Correct answer is option B. Loose coupling. Next question is, which AWS service or feature can be enhanced network security by blocking requests from a particular network for a web application on AWS? Choose two options. Option A, AWS WAF. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, AWS Organizations. Option E, Network ACLs. Correct answer is option A and option E, AWS WAF and Network ACLs. Next question is, an application runs on multiple Amazon EC2 instances that access a shared file system simultaneously. Which AWS storage service should be used? Option A, Amazon EBS. Option B, Amazon EFS. Option C, Amazon S3. Option D, AWS Artifact. Correct answer is option B, Amazon EFS. Next question is, a web application is hosted on AWS using an elastic load balancer, multiple Amazon EC2 instances, and Amazon RDS. Which security measures fall under the responsibility of AWS? Choose two options. Option A, running a virus scan on EC2 instances. Option B, protecting against IP spoofing and packet sniffing. Option C, installing the latest security patches on the RDS instance. Option D, encrypting communication between the EC2 instances and the elastic load balancer. Option E, configuring a security group and a network access control list (NACL) for EC2. Correct answer is option B and option C, protecting against IP spoofing and packet sniffing and installing the latest security patches on the RDS instance. Next question is, what is the benefit of elasticity in the AWS cloud? Option A, ensure web traffic is automatically spread across multiple AWS regions. Option B, minimize storage cost by automatically archiving log data. Option C, enable AWS to automatically select the most cost-effective services. Option D, automatically adjust the required compute capacity to maintain consistent performance. Correct answer is option D, automatically adjust the required compute capacity to maintain consistent performance. Question is, the continual reduction of AWS cloud pricing is due to option A, pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B, the AWS global infrastructure. Option C, economies of scale. Option D, reserved storage pricing. Correct answer is option C, economies of scale. Next question is, a company needs an Amazon S3 bucket that cannot have any public objects due to compliance requirements. How can this be accomplished? Option A, enable S3 block public access from the AWS Management Console. Option B, hold a team meeting to discuss the importance if only uploading private S3 objects. Option C, require all S3 objects to be manually approved before uploading. Option D, create a service to monitor all S3 uploads and remove any public uploads. Correct answer is option A, enable S3 block public access from the AWS Management Console. Next question is, a cloud practitioner identifies a billing issue after examining the AWS cost and usage report in the AWS Management Console. Which action can be taken to resolve this? Option A, open a detailed case related to billing and submit it to AWS support for help. Option B, upload data describing the issue to a new object in a private Amazon S3 bucket. Option C, create a pricing application and deploy it to the right-sized Amazon EC2 instance for more information. Option D, proceed with creating a new dashboard in Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option B, upload data describing the issue to a new object in a private Amazon S3 bucket. Next question is, what does the AWS Simple Monthly Calculator do? Option A, compares on-premises costs to co-location environments. Option B, estimates monthly billing based on projected uses. Option C, estimates power consumption at existing data centers. Option D, estimates CPU utilizations. Correct answer is option B, estimates monthly billing based on projected uses. Next question is, who is responsible for patching the guest operating system for Amazon RDS? Option A, the AWS product team. Option B, the customer database administrator. Option C, managed partners. Option D, AWS support. Correct answer is option B, the customer database administrator. Next question is, which AWS services may be scaled using AWS auto-scaling? Choose two options. Option A, Amazon EC2. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon Route 53. Option E, Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option A and option B, Amazon EC2 and Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of AWS Global Accelerator? Choose two options. Option A, reduced cost to run services on AWS. Option B, improved availability of applications deployed on AWS. Option C, higher durability of data stored on AWS. Option D, decreased latency to reach applications deployed on AWS. Option E, higher security of data stored on AWS. Correct answer is option B and option D, improved availability of applications deployed on AWS and decreased latency to reach applications deployed on AWS. Next question is, a user who wants to get help with billing and reactivate a suspended account should submit an account and billing request to option A, the AWS support forum, option B, AWS abuse, option C, an AWS solution architect, option D, AWS support. Correct answer is option D, AWS support. Next question is, which AWS cloud best practice uses the elasticity and agility of cloud computing? Option A, provision capacity based on past uses and theoretical peaks. Option B, dynamically and predictively scales to meet users' demand. Option C, build the application and infrastructure in a data center that grants physical access. Option D, break apart the application into loosely coupled components. Correct answer is option B, dynamically and predictively scale to meet users' demands. Next question is, which method helps to optimize cost of users moving to the AWS cloud? Option A, paying only for what is used. Option B, purchasing hardware before it is needed. Option C, manually provisioning cloud resources. Option D, purchasing for the maximum possible load. Correct answer is option A, paying only for what is used. Next question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is a customer responsibility? Option A, installing security patches for the Xen and KVM hypervisors. Option B, installing operating system patches for Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, installing operating system security patches for Amazon EC2 database instances. Option D, installing operating system security patches for Amazon RDS database instances. Correct answer is option C, installing operating system security patches for Amazon EC2 database instances. Next question is, the AWS cost management tools gives user the ability to do which of the following? Choose two options. Option A, terminate all AWS resources automatically if budget thresholds are exceeded. Option B, break down AWS costs by day, service and linked AWS account. Option C, create budgets and receive notifications if current or forecasted usage exceeds the budget. Option D, switch automatically to reserved instances or spot instances, whichever is most cost effective. Option E, move data stored in Amazon S3 to a more cost effective storage class. Correct answer is option B and option C. Break down AWS cost by day service and linked AWS account, and create budgets and receive notification if current or forecasted usage exceeds the budgets. Question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, the security and patching of the guest operating system is the responsibility of options are option A, AWS support, option B, the customer, option C, AWS systems manager, option D, AWS configuration. Correct answer is option B, the customer. Next question is, which AWS service makes it easy to create and manage AWS users and groups and provide them with secure access to AWS resources at no charge? Options are option A, AWS Direct Connect, option B, Amazon Connect, option C, AWS Identity and Access Management IAM, option D, AWS Firewall Manager. Correct answer is option C, AWS Identity and Access Management IAM. Next question is, which AWS service provides on-demand of AWS security and compliance documentation? Option A, AWS Directory Service. Option B, AWS Artifact. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B. AWS Artifact. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to turn text into lifelike speech? Option A. Amazon Polly. Option B. Amazon Transcribe. Option C. Amazon Recognition. Option D. Amazon Lex. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Polly. Next question is, what is one of the core principles to follow when designing a highly available application in the AWS cloud? Option A. Design using a serverless architecture. Option B. Assume that all components within an application can fail. Option C. Design AWS autoscaling into every application. Option D. Design all components using open source code. Correct answer is option B. Assume that all components within an application can fail. Next question is, a user needs to generate a report that outlines the status of key security checks in an AWS account. The report must include these things: the status of Amazon S3 bucket permissions, whether multi-factor authentication is enabled for the AWS account root users, if any security groups are configured to allow unrestricted access, where can all this information be found in one location? Options are option A. Amazon Quick Site Dashboard. Option B. AWS Cloud Trails. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor Report. Option D. IAM Credential Report. Correct answer is option C. AWS Trusted Advisor Report. Next question is, which Amazon EC2 pricing model should be used to comply with per core software license requirements? Option A. Dedicated hosts. Option B. On-demand instances. Option C. Spot instances. Option D. Reserved instances. Correct answer is option A. Dedicated hosts. Next question is, which of the AWS global infrastructure is used to cache copies of content for faster delivery to users across the globe? Option A. AWS regions. Option B. Availability zones. Option C. Edge locations. Option D. Data centers. Correct answer is option C. Edge locations. Next question is, using AWS configuration to record, audit, and evaluate changes to AWS resources to enable traceability is an example of which AWS well-architectured framework pillar? Option A. Security. Option B. Operational excellence. Option C. Performance efficiency. Option D. Cost optimization. Correct answer is option A. Security. Next question is, a user needs to quickly deploy a non-relational database on AWS. The user does not want to manage the underlying hardware or the database software. Which AWS service can be used to accomplish this? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Aurora. Option D. Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, a cloud practitioner is developing a disaster recovery plan and intends to replicate data between multiple geographic areas. Which of the following meets these requirements? Option A. AWS accounts. Option B. AWS regions. Option C. Availability zones. Option D. Edge locations. Correct answer is option B. AWS regions. Next question is, which features and benefits does the AWS organization service provide? Choose two options. Option A. Establishing real-time communications between members of an internal team. Option B. Facilitating the use of NoSQL databases. Option C. Providing automated security checks. Option D. Implementing consolidated billing. Option E. Enforcing the governance of AWS accounts. Correct answer is option D and option E. Implementing consolidated billing and enforcing the governance of AWS accounts. Next question is, which AWS service is used to automate configuration management using Safe and Puppet? Option A. AWS Configuration. Option B. AWS Ops Works. Option C. AWS Cloud Formation. Option D. AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B. AWS Ops Works. Next question is, which tool is best suited for combining the billing of AWS accounts that were previously independent from one another? Option A. Detailed billing report. Option B. Consolidated billing. Option C, AWS Cost and Uses Report. Option D, Cost Allocation Report. Correct answer is option B, Consolidated Billing. Question is, the AWS total cost of ownership TCO calculator is used to option A, receive reports that break down AWS cloud compute cost by duration, resource, or tags. Option B, estimate savings when comparing the AWS cloud to an on-premises environment. Option C, estimate a monthly bill for the AWS cloud resources that will be used. Option D, enable billing alerts to monitor actual AWS costs compared to estimated costs. Correct answer is option B, estimate savings when comparing the AWS cloud to an on-premises environment. Next question is, which AWS services can be used to provide network connectivity between an on-premises network and a VPC? Choose two options. Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Data Pipeline. Option D, AWS VPN. Option E, Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option B and option D, AWS Direct Connect and AWS VPN. Next question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following are customer responsibilities? Choose two options. Option A, setting up server-side encryption on an Amazon S3 bucket. Option B, Amazon RDS instance patching. Option C, network and firewall configurations. Option D, physical security of data center facilities. Option E, compute capacity availability. Correct answer is option A and option C, setting up server-side encryption on an Amazon S3 bucket and network and firewall configurations. Next question is, what is the minimum AWS support plan level that will provide users with access to the AWS support API? Option A, developer. Option B, enterprise. Option C, business. Option D, basic. Correct answer is option C, business. Next question is, a company has deployed several relational databases on Amazon EC2 instances. Every month, the database software vendor releases a new security patches that need to be applied to the databases. What is the most efficient way to apply the security patches? Options are option A, connect to each database instance on a monthly basis and download and apply the necessary security patches from the vendor. Option B, enable automatic patching for the instances using the Amazon RDS console. Option C, in AWS configuration, configure a rule for the instance and the required patch level. Option D, use AWS System Manager to automate database patching according to a schedule. Correct answer is option D, use AWS Systems Manager to automate database patching according to a schedule. Next question is, a company wants to use Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2, to deploy a global commercial application. The deployment solution should be built with the highest redundancy and fault tolerance. Based on this situation, the Amazon EC2 instances should be deployed. Option A, in a single availability zone in one AWS region. Option B, the multiple Elastic network interfaces belongs to different subnets. Option C, across multiple availability zones in one AWS region. Option D, across multiple availability zones in two AWS regions. Correct answer is option D, across multiple availability zones in two AWS regions. Next question is, a company has an application with users in both Australia and Brazil. All the company infrastructure is currently provisioned in the Asia Pacific Sydney region in Australia, and Brazilian users are experiencing high latency. What should the company do to reduce latency? Option A, implement AWS Direct Connect for users in Brazil. Option B, use AWS Transit Gateway to quickly route users from Brazil to application. Option C, launch additional Amazon EC2 instances in Sydney to handle the demand. Correct answer is option C, launch additional Amazon EC2 instances in Sydney to handle the demand. Next question is, an Amazon EC2 instance runs only when needed yet must remain active for the duration of the process. What is the most appropriate purchasing option? Option A, dedicated instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, on-demand instances. Option D, reserved instances. Correct answer is option D, reserved instances. Next question is, which AWS dashboard displays relevant and timely information to help users manage events in progress? and provides proactive notification to help plan for scheduled activities. Option A, AWS Service Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor Dashboard. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch Dashboard. Correct answer is option B, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Next question is, which AWS hybrid storage service enables a user's on-premises applications to seamlessly use AWS cloud storage? Option A, AWS Backup. Option B, Amazon Connect. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, AWS Storage Gateway. Correct answer is option D, AWS Storage Gateway. Next question is, which of the following acts as virtual firewall at the Amazon EC2 instance level to control traffic for one or more instances? Option A, access keys. Option B, virtual private gateways. Option C, security groups. Option D, access control lists, ACL. Correct answer is option C, security groups. Next question is, what is the most efficient way to establish network connectivity from on-premises to multiple VPCs in different AWS regions? Option A, use AWS Direct Connect. Option B, use AWS VPN. Option C, use AWS Client VPN. Option D, use an AWS Transit Gateway. Correct answer is option D, use an AWS Transit Gateway. Question is, which AWS support plan provides access to architectural and operational reviews as well as 24/7 access to senior cloud support engineers through email, online chat, and phone? Option A, basic. Option B, business. Option C, developer. Option D, enterprise. Correct answer is option D, enterprise. Next question is, which AWS service or feature help restrict the AWS services, resources, and individual API actions the users and roles in each member account can access? Option A, Amazon Cognito. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Shield. Option D, AWS Firewall Manager. Correct answer is option C, AWS Shield. Next question is, what is the best resource for a user to find compliance related information and reports about AWS? Options are option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Marketplace. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, AWS Support. Correct answer is option A, AWS Artifact. Next question is, which Amazon S3 storage class is optimized to provide access to data with lower resiliency requirements but rapid access when needed, such as duplicate backups? Option A, Amazon S3 Standard. Option B, Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Option C, Amazon S3 One Zone Infrequent Access. Option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. Correct answer is option C, Amazon S3 One Zone Infrequent Access. Next question is, what is an availability zone in AWS? Option A, one or more physical data centers. Option B, a completely isolated geographic location. Option C, one or more edge locations based around the world. Option D, a data center location with a single source of power and network. Correct answer is option A, one or more physical data centers. Next question is, which AWS services can be used in infrastructure automation tools? Choose two options. Option A, AWS CloudFormation. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, AWS Batch. Option D, AWS OpsWorks. Option E, Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option A and option D, AWS CloudFormation and AWS OpsWorks. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to create copies of resources across AWS regions? Option A, Amazon Elastic Cache. Option B, AWS CloudFormation. Option C, AWS CloudTrail. Option D, AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B, AWS CloudFormation. Next question is, a user would like to encrypt data that is received, stored, and managed by AWS CloudTrail. Which AWS service will provide this capability? Option A, AWS Secrets Manager. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option D, AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option C, AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Next question is, which AWS cloud benefit eliminates the Need for users to try estimating future infrastructure uses. Option A. Easy and fast deployment of application in multiple regions around the world. Option B. Security of the AWS cloud. Option C. Elasticity of the AWS cloud. Option D. Lower variable costs due to massive economies of scale. Correct answer is option C. Elasticity of the AWS cloud. Next question is what credential components are required to gain programmatic access to an AWS account? Choose two options. Option A, an access key ID. Option B, a primary key. Option C, a secret access key. Option D, a user ID. Option E, a secondary key. Correct answer is option A and option C, an access key ID and a secret access key. Next question is which of the following are AWS compute service? Select two options. Option A, Amazon Lightsail. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS CloudFormation. Option D, AWS Batch. Option E, Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option A and option D, Amazon Lightsail and AWS Batch. Next question is how can a company separate costs for network traffic, Amazon EC2, Amazon S3 and other AWS services by department? Options are option A, add department specific tags to each resource. Option B, create a separate VPC for each department. Option C, create a separate AWS account for each department. Option D, use AWS organizations. Correct answer is option A, add department specific tags to each resource. Next question is what is a benefit of consolidated billing for AWS accounts? Option A, access to AWS personal health dashboard. Option B, combined usage volume discounts. Option C, improved account security. Option D, centralized AWS IAM. Correct answer is option B, combined usage volume discounts. Next question is which AWS service will allow a user to set custom cost and usage limits and will alert when the threshold are exceeded? Option A, AWS organizations. Option B, AWS budgets. Option C, Cost Explorer. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option B, AWS budgets. Next question is which AWS service provides the ability to detect inadvertent data leaks of personally identifiable information PII and user credential data? Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, Amazon Massey. Option D, AWS Shield. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Massey. Question is which tool can be used to monitor AWS service limits? And the options are option A, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option D, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Correct answer is option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is a company has distributed its workload on both the AWS cloud and some on-premises servers. What type of architecture is this? Option A, Virtual Private Network. Option B, Virtual Private Cloud. Option C, Hybrid Cloud. Option D, Private Cloud. Correct answer is option C, Hybrid Cloud. Next question is which of the following describes a security best practices that can be implemented using AWS IAM? Option A, disable AWS Management Console access for all users. Option B, generate secret keys for every IAM user. Option C, grant permissions to users who are required to perform a given task only. Option D, stored AWS credentials within Amazon EC2 instances. Correct answer is option C, grant permissions to users who are required to perform a given task only. Next question is what can be used to automate and manage secure, well-architectured multi-accounts AWS environments? Option A, AWS Shared Responsibility Model. Option B, AWS Control Tower. Option C, AWS Security Hub. Option D, AWS Well-Architectured Tool. Correct answer is option B, AWS Control Tower. Next question is which AWS service or feature allows a user to easily scale connectivity among thousands of VPCs? Option A, VPC peering. Option B, AWS Transit Gateway. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D. AWS Global Accelerator. Correct answer is option B. AWS Transit Gateway. Next question is a company needs protection from expanded distributed denial of service DDoS attacks on its website and assistance from AWS experts during such events. Which AWS managed service will meet these requirements? Option A. AWS Shield Advanced. Option B. AWS Firewall Manager. Option C. AWS WAF. Option D. Amazon Guard Duty. Correct answer is option A. AWS Shield Advanced. Next question is a company's application has flexible start and end times. Which Amazon EC2 pricing model will be the most cost effective? Option A. On-demand instances. Option B. Spot instances. Option C. Reserved instances. Option D. Dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option B. Spot instances. Next question is under the AWS shared responsibility model, what are the customer's responsibilities? Choose two options. Option A. Physical and environmental security. Option B. Physical network devices including firewalls. Option C. Storage device decommissioning. Option D. Security of data in transit. Option E. Data integrity authentication. Correct answer is option D and option E. Security of data in transit and data integrity authentication. Next question is a cloud practitioner has a data analysis workload that is infrequently executed and can be interrupted without harm. To optimize for cost, which Amazon EC2 purchasing option should be used? Option A. On-demand instances. Option B. Reserved instances. Option C. Spot instances. Option D. Dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option C. Spot instances. Next question is which AWS container service will help a user install, operate and scale the cluster management infrastructure? Options are option A. Amazon Elastic Container Registry Amazon ECR. Option B. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C. Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS. Option D. Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option C. Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS. Next question is which AWS tools or services can be used to list all AWS Lambda functions running in an account? Select two options. Option A. AWS CLI. Option B. AWS CloudFormation. Option C. AWS CloudTrail. Option D. Amazon Cloud Directory. Option E. AWS SDKs. Correct answer is option A and option E. AWS CLI and AWS SDKs. Next question is which of the following automatically distributes application traffic across multiple targets such as Amazon EC2 instances or containers? Option A. AWS Application Discovery Service. Option B. AWS Resource Groups. Option C. AWS Auto Scaling. Option D. Elastic Load Balancing. Correct answer is option D. Elastic Load Balancing. Next question is a company must store critical business data in Amazon S3 with a backup to another AWS region. How can this be achieved? Option A. Use an Amazon CloudFront Content Delivery Network CDN to cache data globally. Option B. Set up Amazon S3 cross-region replication to another AWS region. Option C. Configure the AWS backup service to back up the data to another AWS region. Option D. Take Amazon S3 bucket snapshots and copy that data to another AWS region. Correct answer is option B. Set up Amazon S3 cross-region replication to another AWS region. Question is which AWS service can be used in application deployment process? Options are option A. AWS App Sync. Option B. AWS Batch. Option C. AWS Code Pipeline. Option D. AWS Data Sync. Correct answer is option C. AWS Code Pipeline. Next question is a user has underutilized on-premises resources. Which AWS cloud concept can best address this issue? Option A. High availability. Option B. Elasticity. Option C. Security. Option D. Loose coupling. Correct answer is option B. Elasticity. Next question is a company with a developer level AWS support plan provisioned an Amazon RDS database and cannot do it. Who should the developer contact for this level of support? Option A. AWS support using a support case. Option B. AWS professional services. Option C. AWS technical account manager. Option D. AWS consulting partners. Correct answer is option A. AWS support using a support case. Next question is, when a company provisions web servers in multiple AWS regions, what is being increased? Option A. Copting. Option B. Availability. Option C. Security. Option D. Durability. Correct answer is option B. Availability. Next question is, which AWS service allows users to provision infrastructure as code? Option A. AWS Code Build. Option B. AWS Cloud Formation. Option C. AWS Organizations. Option D. AWS Code Commit. Correct answer is option B. AWS Cloud Formation. Next question is, an architect design includes Amazon EC2, an Elastic Load Balancer, and Amazon RDS. What is the best way to get a monthly cost estimation for this architecture? Option A. Open an AWS support case, provide the architecture proposal and ask for a monthly cost estimation. Option B. Use the published price of the AWS services and calculate the monthly estimate. Option C. Use the AWS simple monthly calculator to estimate the monthly cost. Option D. Use the AWS total cost of ownership TCO calculator, estimate the monthly cost. Correct answer is option C. Use the AWS simple monthly calculator to estimate the monthly cost. Next question is, which tool is used to forecast AWS spending? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Organizations. Option C. Cost Explorer. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option C. Cost Explorer. Next question is, which requirement must be met for a member account to be unlinked from an AWS organization account? Option A. The linked account must be activity compliant with AWS System and Organization Controls SOC. Option B. The pair and the linked account both create AWS support case to request that the member account be unlinked from the organization. Option C. The monitor account must meet the requirement of a standalone account. Option D. The pair account must be used to remove the linked account from the organization. Correct answer is option D. The pair account must be used to remove the linked account from the organization. Next question is, which AWS service controls permissions to the AWS Management Console? Option A. Amazon Connect. Option B. AWS IAM. Option C. AWS Direct Connect. Option D. Amazon Recognition. Correct answer is option B. AWS IAM. Next question is, which AWS tool can't they use? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Systems Manager. Option C. AWS Configuration. Option D. AWS Service Catalog. Correct answer is option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, which of the following allows AWS users to manage cost allocates for billing? Option A. Tagging resources. Option B. Limiting who can create resources. Option C. Adding a secondary payment method. Option D. Running all operations on a single AWS account. Correct answer is option A. Tagging resources. Next question is, which AWS service is a long-term archiving solution? Option A. Amazon S3 Glacier. Option B. Amazon S3. Option C. Amazon EFS. Option D. AWS Storage Gateway. Correct answer is option A. Amazon S3 Glacier. Next question is, on-demand reserved and spot instances belong to which principle of cloud architecture design? Option A. Performance. Option B. Removing single point of failure. Option C. Loose coupling. Option D. Optimizing for cost. Correct answer is option D. Optimizing for cost. Next question is, a user wants recommendation on how to optimize the cost and performance of their AWS environment. Which AWS tool can they use? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Systems Manager. Option C. AWS Configuration. Option D. AWS Service Catalog. Correct answer is option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, which Amazon EC2 principal model offers the MOS I. Significant discount when compared to on-demand instances. Option A. Partial upfront reserved instance for a 1-year term. Option B. All upfront reserved instances for a 1-year term. Option C. All upfront reserved instances for a 3-year term. Option D. No upfront reserved instances for a 3-year term. Correct answer is option C. All upfront reserved instances for a 3-year term. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of running a database on Amazon RDS compared to an on-premises database? Option A. RDS backup are managed by AWS. Option B. RDS supports any relational database. Option C. RDS has no database engineer licensing costs. Option D. RDS database compute capacity can be easily scaled. Option E. RDS inbound traffic content, for example security groups, is managed by AWS. Correct answer is option A and option C. RDS backup are managed by AWS and RDS has no database engineer licensing costs. Question is, which AWS tools or services can be used to list all AWS Lambda functions running in an account? Options are option A. AWS CLI, option B. AWS CloudFormation, option C. AWS SDKs, option D. AWS CloudTrail, option E. Amazon Cloud Directory. Correct answer is option A and option C. AWS CLI and AWS SDKs. Next question is, which management service can be used to set alarms for AWS resources? Option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Option C. Amazon Simple Email Service Amazon SES. Option D. AWS CloudTrail. Correct answer is option A. Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is, which of the following are AWS best practices? Select two options. Option A. Enable AWS multi-factor authentication AWS MFA for users. Option B. Enable access key sharing among users. Option C. Use the inline policies instead of user-managed policies. Option D. Configure strong password policies for users. Option E. Avoid rotating credentials. Correct answer is option A and option D. Enable AWS multi-factor authentication AWS MFA for users and configure strong password policies for users. Next question is, which actions support the reliability pillar of the AWS architecture framework? Select two options and the options are option A. Enforce higher security specifically in regard to design for failure. Option B. Ensure that backend components include multi-availability zone deployments. Option C. Avoid the use of automatic scaling to simplify the cloud architecture. Option D. Enable object versioning within Amazon S3 and replicating data to another AWS region. Option E. Include an application load balancer to distribute traffic to multiple Amazon EC2 instances in separate availability zones. Correct answer is option B and option D. Ensure that backend components include multiple availability zone deployments and enable object versioning within Amazon S3 and replicating data to another AWS region. Next question is, a user needs to automatically discover, classify and protect sensitive data stored in Amazon S3. Which AWS service can meet these requirements? Option A. Amazon Inspector. Option B. Amazon Massey. Option C. Amazon Guard Duty. Option D. AWS Secrets Manager. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Massey. Next question is, a cloud practitioner launched a blog hosted on AWS and needs to register a domain name for the blog. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? Option A. Amazon Connect. Option B. Amazon Route 53. Option C. Amazon CloudFront. Option D. AWS Globe Accelerator. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Connect. Next question is, an availability zone consists of option A. One or more data centers in a single location. Option B. Two or more data centers in a multiple locations. Option C. One or more physical hosts in a single data center. Option D. Two or more physical hosts in multiple data centers. Correct answer is option A. One or more data centers in a single location. Next question is, a cloud practitioner needs to obtain AWS compliance reports before migrating an environment to the AWS cloud. How can these reports be generated? Option A. Contact the AWS compliance team. Option B. Download the reports for AWS Artifact. Option C. Open a case with AWS support. Option D. Generate the reports with an Amazon maid. Correct answer is option B. Download the reports from AWS Artifact. Next question is, which of the following are AWS Cloud Security resources? Choose two options. Option A. Real-time vulnerability scans for Amazon Kinesis. Option B. AWS Security Solutions in the AWS Marketplace. Option C. Open source penetration testing results available in Amazon Cognito. Option D. AWS white papers related to security best practices. Option E. Security analysis of readme.md files within application repositories stored in AWS code commit. Correct answer is option B and option D. AWS security solutions in the AWS marketplace and AWS white papers related to the security best practices. Next question is, what is the most effective resource for staying up to date on AWS security announcements? Option A. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B. AWS Secrets Manager. Option C. AWS Security Bulletins. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option C. AWS Security Bulletins. Next question is, which of the following is an example of how moving to the AWS cloud reduces upfront cost? Option A. By replacing large variable costs with lower capital investments. Option B. By replacing large capital investments with lower variable costs. Option C. By allowing the provisioning of compute and storage at a fixed level to meet peak demand. Option D. By replacing the repeated scaling of virtual servers with a simpler fixed scale model. Correct answer is option B. By replacing large capital investments with lower variable costs. Next question is, which Amazon EC2 pricing option is the best suited for applications with short-term, spiky or unpredictable workloads that cannot be interrupted? Option A. Spot instances. Option B. Dedicated hosts. Option C. On-demand instances. Option D. Reserved instances. Correct answer is option C. On-demand instances. Is, what are the advantages of deploying an application with Amazon EC2 instances in multiple availability zones? Select two options, and the options are: option A. Preventing a single point of failure. Option B. Reducing the operational cost of the application. Option C. Allowing the application to serve cross-region users with low latency. Option D. Increasing the availability of the application. Option E. Increasing the load of the application. Correct answer is option A and option D. Preventing a single point of failure and increasing the availability of the application. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following tasks are AWS responsibilities? Select two options, and the options are: option A. The physical security of AWS facilities. Option B. Encrypting customer data. Option C. Patching and updating the hypervisor. Option D. Patching operating system on Amazon EC2. Option E. Defining network firewalls inside the VPC. Correct answer is option A and option C. The physical security of AWS facilities and patching and updating the hypervisor. Next question is, which feature of the AWS cloud can help minimize application downtime? Option A. Global reach. Option B. High availability. Option C. Elasticity. Option D. Agility. Correct answer is option B. High availability. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is the customer responsible for if they are using a managed service such as Amazon Relational Database Service, Amazon RDS? Select any two options, and the options are: option A. Operating system patching. Option B. Setting up and managing network controls. Option C. Managing platform level identity and access management, IAM. Option D. Physical security of the data center. Option E. Environmental controls. Correct answer is option B and option E. Setting up and managing network controls and environmental controls. Next question is, what type of database is Amazon DynamoDB? Option A. In memory. Option B. Relational. Option C. Key value. Option D. Graph. Correct answer is option D, graph. Next question is, what can a cloud practitioner use to retrieve AWS security and compliance documents and submit them as evidence to an auditor or regulator? Option A, AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS Artifact. Option D, Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B, AWS Systems Manager. Next question is, which service is an AWS managed Hadoop framework that make it easy, fast and cost effective to process large amounts of data across dynamically scalable Amazon EC2 instances? Option A, Amazon EMR. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option D, Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option A, Amazon EMR. Next question is, which components are required to build a successful site-to-site VPN connection on AWS? Select two options, and the options are option A, Internet Gateway, option B, NAT Gateway, option C, Customer Gateway, option D, Transit Gateway, option E, Virtual Private Gateway. Correct answer is option C and option D, Customer Gateway and Transit Gateway. Next question is, after migrating a workload to AWS, which associated cost must be a user still manage? Option A, staff to manage the hardware assets. Option B, physical access control. Option C, software licenses. Option D, power and cooling. Correct answer is option A, staff to manage the hardware assets. Next question is, which AWS service offers persistent storage for a file system? Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Option C, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon Elastic Cache. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Elastic Book Store, Amazon EBS. Next question is, a company operating in the AWS cloud requires separate invoices for specific environments such as development, testing, and production. How can this be achieved? Option A, use multiple AWS accounts. Option B, use resource tagging. Option C, use multiple VPCs. Option D, use Cost Explorer. Correct answer is option B, use resource tagging. Next question is, a company wants to integrate conversational natural language chatbots into its existing application using voice and text. Which managed AWS service can be used for this use case? Option A, Amazon Lex. Option B, Amazon Poly. Option C, Amazon Textract. Option D, Amazon Comprehend. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Textract. Next question is, which of the following allows an application running on an Amazon EC2 instance to securely write data to an Amazon S3 bucket without using long-term credentials? Option A, Amazon Cognito. Option B, AWS Shield. Option C, AWS IAM role. Option D, AWS IAM user access key. Correct answer is option C, AWS IAM role. Next question is, what is the most cost-effective instance type for an application with a steady, consistent workload that is hosted on an Amazon EC2 instance, which needs to operate for at least 1 year? Option A, spot instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, on-demand instances. Option D, dedicated host. Correct answer is option B, reserved instances. Next question is, which AWS service allows users to download security and compliance reports about the AWS infrastructure on demand? Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS Security Hub. Option C, AWS Artifact. Option D, AWS Shield. Correct answer is option C, AWS Artifact. Question is, a company is releasing a business critical application. Before the release, the company needs strategic planning assistance from AWS. During the release, it needs infrastructure, event management, and real-time support. How can these requirements be met? Options are option A, access to AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, contract the AWS Partner Network APN. Option C, sign up for AWS Enterprise Support. Option D, contact AWS Professional Services. Correct answer is option C, sign up for AWS Enterprise Support. Next question is, a user needs to launch a workload in multiple AWS environments. Each copy of the workload must have the same configuration. What is the most efficient way to accomplish this task? Option A. Launch the resources using the AWS Management Console. Option B. Use AWS CloudFormation to launch a stake. Option C. Execute a custom PowerShell script to launch the workloads. Option D. Use AWS OpsWorks to provision the workloads. Correct answer is option D. Use AWS OpsWorks to provision the workloads. Next question is, a company is planning to launch a new steady-state workload on AWS that must be accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What is the most cost-effective Amazon EC2 pricing option? Option A. On-demand instances. Option B. Spot instances. Option C. Reserved instances. Option D. Dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option A. On-demand instances. Next question is, which of the following can be used as second factor within the AWS Management Console for AWS Multi-Factor Authentication AWS MFA? Option A. AWS IAM Password. Option B. AWS Certificate Manager Certificate. Option C. U2F Security Key Token. Option D. Access Key or Secret Key. Correct answer is option C. U2F Security Key Token. Next question is, a company has a 500 TB image repository that needs to be transported to the AWS for processing. Which AWS service can improve this data most cost effectively? Option A. AWS Snowball. Option B. AWS Direct Connect. Option C. AWS VPN. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option D. Amazon S3. Next question is, what does the Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering Storage class offer? Option A. Payment flexibility by reserving storage capacity. Option B. Long-term retention of data by copying the data to an encrypted Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS volume. Option C. Automated cost savings by moving objects between tiers based on access pattern changes. Option D. Secure, durable, and lowest cost storage for data archival. Correct answer is option C. Automatic cost saving by moving objects between tiers based on access pattern changes. Next question is, which AWS service or features allows the user to manage cross-region application traffic? Option A. Amazon App Stream 2.0. Option B. Amazon VPC. Option C. Elastic Load Balancer. Option D. Amazon Route 53. Correct answer is option B. Amazon VPC. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of using AWS Trusted Advisor? Choose two options, and the options are option A. Providing high performance container orchestration. Option B. Creating a rotating encryption keys. Option C. Detecting underutilized resources to save costs. Option D. Improving security by proactively monitoring the AWS environment. Option E. Implementing enforcing tagging across AWS resources. Correct answer is option C and option D. Detecting underutilized resources to save costs and improving security by proactively monitoring the AWS environment. Next question is, what is the purpose of a policy in AWS Identity Access Management IAM? Option A. To define the run schedule of an Amazon EC2 instance. Option B. To assign permissions to a role, group, or user. Option C. To manage ports within a VPN. Option D. To manage the access keys for an IAM user. Correct answer is option B. To assign permissions to a role, group, or user. Next question is, how can an AWS user with an AWS Basic Support Plan obtain technical assistance from AWS? Option A. AWS Senior Support Engineers. Option B. AWS Technical Account Managers. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS Discussions Forums. Correct answer is option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, a company with a developer level AWS support plan provisioned an Amazon RDS database and cannot connect to it. Who should the developer contact for this level of support? Option A. AWS support using a support case. Option B. AWS Professional Services. Option C. AWS Technical Account Manager AWS Consulting Partners. Correct answer is option A. AWS support using a support case. Next question is, a company needs 24/7 phone, email, and chat access with a response time of less than 1 hour if a production system has a service interruption. Which AWS support plan meets these requirements at the lowest cost? Option A Basic, Option B Developer, Option C Business, Option D Enterprise. Correct answer is Option C Business. Next question is, a user is planning to launch 2 additional Amazon EC2 instances to increase availability. Which action should user take? Option A, launch the instances across multiple availability zones in a single AWS region. Option B, launch the instances as EC2 reserved instances in the same AWS region at the same availability zone. Option C, launch the instances in multiple AWS regions but in the same availability zone. Option D, launch the instances as EC2 spot instances in the same AWS region but in different availability zones. Correct answer is option A, launch the instances across multiple availability zones in a single AWS region. Next question is, which AWS service is used to track, record and audit configuration changes made to AWS resources? Option A AWS Shield, Option B AWS Configuration, Option C AWS 1AM, IAM, Option D Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B AWS Configuration. Question is, a company wants to focus on business activities instead of managing compute and capacity. Which AWS service can be used to automatically add or remove Amazon EC2 instances based on demand? Options are Option A Elastic Load Balancer, Option B Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling, Option C Amazon Route 53, Option D Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is Option B Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Next question is, a user needs to import 100 TB of video files into Amazon S3. The user has estimated that it will take months to move the files over an on-premises internet connection. Which AWS service can be used to improve the data transport time? Option A Amazon S3 Transfer Accelerator, Option B AWS Snowball, Option C AWS Storage Gateway, Option D AWS Data Sync. Correct answer is option A Amazon S3 Transfer Accelerator. Next question is, which benefits are included with the AWS Business Support Plan? Choose two options and the options are option A 24/7 assistance by way of live chat or a telephone call, option B support from a dedicated AWS technical account manager, option C an unlimited number of cases and contacts, option D 15 minutes response time for production system interruption cases, option E annual operational reviews with AWS solution architects. Correct answer is option A and option C 24/7 assistance by way of live chat or a telephone call and an unlimited number of cases and contacts. Next question is, which AWS service does AWS Snowball Edge natively support? Option A AWS Server Migration Service AWS SMS, Option B Amazon Aurora, Option C AWS Trusted Advisor, Option D Amazon EC2. Correct answer is option D Amazon EC2. Next question is, when should a company consider using Amazon EC2 spot instances? Select two options and the options are option A for non-production applications, option B for stateful workloads, option C for applications that cannot have interruptions, option D for fault tolerance flexible applications, option E for sensitive database applications. Correct answer is option A and option D for non-production applications and for fault-tolerant flexible applications. Next question is, which AWS service or feature can be used to monitor CPU usage? Option A AWS Cloud Trail, Option B VPC Flow Logs, Option C Amazon Cloud Watch, Option D AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option C Amazon Cloud Watch. Next question is, which of the following are main components of AWS Global Infrastructure? Select two options. Option A Resource Groups, Option B Availability Zones, Option C Security Groups, Option D Regions, Option E Region Machine Images AMIS. Amazon Machine Images AMIS. Correct answer is option B and E. Availability Zones and Amazon Machine Images AMIS. Next question is, the user is fully responsible for which action when running workloads on AWS? Option A. Patching the infrastructure components. Option B. Maintaining the underlying infrastructure components. Option C. Maintaining physical and environmental controls. Option D. Implementing controls to route application traffic. Correct answer is option B. Maintaining the underlying infrastructure components. Next question is which AWS service delivers data, videos, applications, and APIs to users globally with low latency and high transfer speeds? Option A. Amazon Roots S3. Option B. Amazon Connect. Option C. Amazon CloudFront. Option D. Amazon EC2. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Connect. Next question is which AWS service can run a managed PostgreSQL database that provides online transaction processing OLTP? Option A. Amazon DynamoDB. Option B. Amazon Athena. Option C. Amazon RDS. Option D. Amazon EMR. Correct answer is option C. Amazon RDS. Next question is which AWS support plan offers access to self-paced labs? Option A. Business support. Option B. Enterprise support. Option C. Basic support. Option D. Developer support. Correct answer is option B. Enterprise support. Next question is under the AWS shared responsibility model, AWS is responsible for what combination of the following? Select two options. And options are option A. Configuring network ACLS. Option B. Managing physical access to AWS data centers. Option C. Setting and maintaining Amazon S3 access permissions. Option D. Updating Amazon EC2 security groups. Option E. Maintaining the hardware that constitute the cloud. Correct answer is option B and option E. Managing physical access to AWS data centers and maintaining the hardware that constitute the cloud. Next question is a company must ensure that its endpoint for a database instance remains the same after a single availability zone service interruption. The application needs to resume database operations without the need for the manual administrative intervention. How can these requirements be met? Option A. Use multiple Amazon Route 53 route to the standby database instance endpoint hosted AWS storage gateway. Option B. Configure Amazon RDS multi-availability zone deployments with automatic failover to the standby. Option C. Add multiple application load balancers and deploy the database instance with AWS Elastic Beanstalk. D. Option D. Deploy a single network load balancer to distribute incoming traffic across multiple Amazon CloudFront origins. Correct answer is option B. Configure Amazon RDS multi-availability zone deployments with automatic failover to the standby. Question is a user is planning to migrate an application workload to the AWS cloud, which control becomes the responsibility of AWS once the migration is complete. Option A. Patching the guest operating system. Option B. Maintaining physical and environmental controls. Option C. Protecting communications and maintaining zone security. Option D. Patching specific applications. Correct answer is option B. Maintaining physical and environmental controls. Next question is which AWS service or feature provides an additional layer of protection for user name and password authentication to the AWS Management Console? Option A. Amazon Cloud Directory. Option B. AWS KMS AWS Multifactor. Option C. Authentication AWS MEA. Option D. Amazon Cognito. Correct answer is option C. Authentication AWS MEA. Next question is a company has different AWS accounts for production and development resources. Which AWS service provides billing for all AWS accounts consolidated into a single payment method? Option A. Amazon Connect. Option B. Cost Explorer. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option D. AWS Organizations. Next question is which AWS service or feature can be used to monitor CPU usage? Option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Option B. VPC Flow Logs. Option C. Amazon Cloud Watch. Option D. AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option C. Amazon Cloud Watch. Next question is a company wants to expand its content delivery network infrastructure. Which AWS service should be used? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon CloudFront. Option C. AWS Global Accelerator. Option D, Amazon Route 53. Correct answer is option B, Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, what is the total amount of storage offered by Amazon S3? Option A, 100 MB. Option B, 5 GB OC. Option C, 5 TB. Option D, unlimited. Correct answer is option C, 5 TB. Next question is, a company's application running on Amazon EC2 is designed to use an auto-scaling group to dynamically add or remove instances as demand increases or decreases. This is an example of which AWS cloud architectural principle? Option A, loose coupling. Option B, elasticity. Option C, design for failure. Option D, parallelism. Correct answer is option B, elasticity. Next question is, a user wants guidance on possible savings when migrating from on-premises to AWS. Which tool is suitable for this scenario? Option A, AWS Budgets. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Option D, AWS Well Architectured Tool. Correct answer is option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership TCO Calculator. Next question is, what is the purpose of having an internet gateway within a VPC? Option A, to create a VPN connection to VPC. Option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. Option C, to impose bandwidth constraints on internet traffic. Option D, to load balance traffic from the internet across Amazon EC2 instances. Correct answer is option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. Next question is, AWS Trusted Advisor provides recommendations on which of the following? Choose two options. Option A, cost optimization. Option B, auditing. Option C, serverless architecture. Option D, performance. Option E, scalability. Correct answer is option A and option D, cost optimization and performance. Next question is, which of the following tasks can only be performed after signing in with AWS account root user credentials? Choose two options. Option A, closing an AWS account. Option B, creating a new IAM policy. Option C, changing AWS support plans. Option D, attaching a role to an Amazon EC2 instance. Option E, generating access keys for IAM users. Correct answer is option A and option C, closing an AWS account and changing AWS support plans. Next question is, fault tolerance refers to option A, the ability of an application to accommodate growth without changing design. Option B, how well and how quickly an application's environment can have lost data restored. Option C, how secure your application is. Option D, the built-in redundancy of an application's components. Correct answer is option B, how well and how quickly an application's environment can have lost data stored. Next question is, what can be used to reduce the cost of running Amazon EC2 instances? Choose two options, and options are option A, spot instances for stateless and flexible workloads. Option B, memory optimized instances for high compute workloads. Option C, on-demand instances for high cost and sustained workloads. Option D, reserved instances for sustained workloads. Option E, spend limit sets using AWS budgets. Correct answer is option A and option D, spot instances for stateless and flexible workloads and reserved instances for sustained workloads. Next question is, a company is launching an e-commerce site that will store and process credit card data. The company requires information about AWS compliance reports and AWS agreements. Which AWS service provides on-demand access to these items? Option A, AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, AWS Configuration. Option C, AWS Artifact. Option D, AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option C, AWS Artifact. Next question is, which AWS service or feature allows the user to manage cross-region application traffic? Option A, Amazon App Stream 2.0. Option B, Amazon VPC. Option C, Elastic Load Balancer. Option D, Amazon Route 53. Correct answer is option D, Amazon Route 53. Question is, which AWS service can be used to track unauthorized API calls? Option A, AWS Configuration. Option B, AWS Cloud Trail. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B. AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is, a user needs to regularly audit and evaluate the setup of all AWS resources, identify non-compliant accounts, and be notified when a resource changes. Which AWS service can be used to meet these requirements? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Configuration. Option C. AWS Resource Access Manager. Option D. AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B. AWS Configuration. Next question is, which AWS cloud service can send alerts to customer if customer spending threshold are exceeded? Option A. AWS Budgets. Option B. AWS Cost Explorer. Option C. AWS Cost Allocation Tags. Option D. AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option A. AWS Budgets. Next question is, what is the recommended method to request penetration testing on AWS resources? Option A. Open a support case. Option B. Fill out the penetration testing request form. Option C. Request a penetration test from your technical account manager. Option D. Contact your AWS sales representative. Correct answer is option B. Fill out the penetration testing request form. Next question is, which AWS cloud architecture principle states that systems should reduce interdependencies? Option A. Scalability. Option B. Services not servers. Option C. Removing single points of failure. Option D. Loose coupling. Correct answer is option D. Loose coupling. Next question is, which of the following AWS services are serverless? Choose two options. Option A. AWS Lambda. Option B. Amazon Elastic Search Service. Option C. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option D. Amazon DynamoDB. Option E. Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option A and option D. AWS Lambda and Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, which AWS managed services can be used to extend an on-premises data center to the AWS network? Choose two options. Option A. AWS VPN. Option B. NAT Gateway. Option C. AWS Direct Connect. Option D. Amazon Connect. Option E. Amazon Route 53. Correct answer is option A and option C. AWS VPN and AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, what AWS benefit refers to a customer's ability to deploy applications that scale up and down the meet variable demand? Option A. Elasticity. Option B. Agility. Option C. Security. Option D. Scalability. Correct answer is option D. Scalability. Next question is, during a compliance review, one of the auditors requires a copy of the AWS CLF-C02 report. Which service should be used to submit this request? Option A. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. AWS Artifact. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option C. AWS Artifact. Next question is, a company wants to set up a highly available workload in AWS with a disaster recovery plan that will allow the company to recover in case of a regional service interruption. Which configuration will meet these requirements? Option A. Run on two availability zone in one AWS region using the additional availability zone in the AWS region for the disaster recovery site. Option B. Run on two availability zone in one AWS region using another AWS region for the disaster recovery site. Option C. Run on two availability zone in one AWS region using a local AWS region for the disaster recovery site. Option D. Run across two AWS regions using a third AWS region for the disaster recovery site. Correct answer is option A. Run on two availability zones in one AWS region using an additional availability zones in the AWS region for the disaster recovery site. Next question is, which of the following assist in identifying cost by department? Choose two options. Option A. Using tags on resources. Option B. Using multiple AWS accounts. Option C. Using an account manager. Option D. Using AWS Trusted Advisor. Option E. Using consolidated billing. Correct answer is option B and option E. Using multiple AWS accounts and using consolidated billing. Next question is, a company wants to allow full access to an Amazon S3 bucket for a particular user. Which element in S3 bucket policy holds the user detail that describe who needs access to the S3 bucket? Option A, principal. Option B, action. Option C, resource. Option D, statement. Correct answer is option C, resource. Next question is, which AWS service allows the effective cost management of multiple AWS accounts? Option A, AWS organizations. Option B, AWS trusted advisor. Option C, AWS direct connect. Option D, Amazon connect. Correct answer is option A, AWS organizations. Next question is, a company is piloting a new customer-facing application on Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud Amazon EC2 for 1 month. What pricing model is appropriate? Option A, reserved instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, on-demand instances. Option D, dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option C, on-demand instances. Next question is, under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is a responsibility of AWS? Option A, enabling server-side encryption for objects stored in S3. Option B, applying AWS IAM security policies. Option C, patching the operating system on an Amazon EC2 instance. Option D, applying updates to the hypervisor. Correct answer is option D, applying updates to the hypervisor. Question is, a user is able to set up a master pair account to view consolidated billing reports through option A, AWS budgets, option B, Amazon Massey, option C, Amazon QuickSight, option D, AWS organizations. Correct answer is option D, AWS organizations. Next question is, performing operations as code is a design principle that supports which pillar of the AWS well-architectured framework? Option A, performance efficiency. Option B, operational excellence. Option C, reliability. Option D, security. Correct answer is option B, operational excellence. Next question is, which design principle is achieved by following the reliability pillar of the AWS well-architectured framework? Option A, vertical scaling. Option B, manual failure recovery. Option C, testing recovery procedures. Option D, changing infrastructure manually. Correct answer is option C, testing recovery procedures. Next question is, what is characteristics of convertible reserved instances RIs? Option A, users can exchange convertible RIs for other convertible RIs from a different instance family. Option B, user can exchange convertible RIs for other convertible RIs in different AWS regions. Option C, users can sell and buy convertible RIs on the AWS marketplace. Option D, users can shorten the term of their convertible RIs by merging them with other convertible RIs. Correct answer is option A, users can exchange convertible RIs for other convertible RIs from a different instance family. Next question is, which are benefits of using Amazon RDS over Amazon EC2 when running relational databases on AWS? Choose two options. Option A, automated backups. Option B, schema management. Option C, indexing of tables. Option D, software patching. Option E, extract, transform, and load ETL management. Correct answer is option A and option D, automated backups and software patching. Next question is, a company has multiple data sources across the organization and wants to consolidate data into one data warehouse. Which AWS service can be used to meet this requirement? Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Option C, Amazon Athena. Option D, Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Redshift. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to track resource changes and establish compliance? Option A, Amazon CloudWatch. Option B, AWS configuration. Option C, AWS CloudTrail. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option B, AWS configuration. Next question is, a user has a stateful workload that will run on Amazon EC2 for the next 3 years. What is the most cost-effective pricing model for this workload? Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, dedicated instances. Option D, spot instances. Correct answer is option A, on-demand instances. Next question is, a cloud practitioner needs an Amazon EC2 instance to launch and run for 7 hours without interruptions. What is the most suitable and cost-effective option for this task? Option A, on-demand instance. Option B, reserved instance. Option C, dedicated host. Option D, spot instance. Correct answer is option D, spot instance. Next question is, a developer has been hired by a large company and needs AWS credentials. Which are security best practices that should be followed? Choose two options. Option A, grant the developer access to only the AWS resources needed to perform the job. Option B, share the AWS account root user credentials with the developer. Option C, add the developer to the administrator group in AWS IAM. Option D, configure a password policy that ensures the developer's password cannot be changed. Option E, ensure the account password policy requires a minimum length. Correct answer is option A and option E. Grant the developer access to only the AWS resources needed to perform the job and ensure the account password policy requires a minimum length. Next question is, which AWS storage service is designed to transfer petabytes of data in and out of the cloud? Option A, AWS Storage Gateway. Option B, Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Option C, Amazon Lightsail. Option D, AWS Snowball. Correct answer is option D, AWS Snowball. Next question is, which service provides a user the ability to warehouse data in the AWS cloud? Option A, Amazon EFS. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Option C, Amazon RDS. Option D, Amazon VPC. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Redshift. Question is, a company wants to store data with high availability, encrypt the data at rest, and have direct access to the data over the internet. Which AWS service will meet these requirements most cost effectively? Options are option A, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Option D, AWS Storage Gateway. Correct answer is option B, Amazon S3. Next question is, how do AWS users trade infrastructure expenses for operational expenses? Option A, secure their physical infrastructure to prevent malicious attacks. Option B, use AWS budgets to ensure that spending on AWS resources does not need preset thresholds. Option C, eliminate the electricity costs that are associated with the hosting of physical servers. Option D, use AWS auto-scaling to dynamically increase and decrease compute resources as needed. Correct answer is option D, use AWS auto-scaling to dynamically increase and decrease compute resources as needed. Next question is, a network engineer needs to establish a dedicated 10 Gbps network connection from an on-premises environment to AWS. Which AWS service or feature should the engineer use? Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Private Link. Option D, AWS VPN. Correct answer is option B, AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, which AWS service or feature provides an online managed software catalog that helps users purchase and deploy third-party software? Option A, AWS Support. Option B, AWS Marketplace. Option C, Amazon EC2 Private Amazon Machine Images AMIs. Option D, AWS Reseller Programs. Correct answer is option B, AWS Marketplace. Next question is, a company has a Java web application. The company wants to use auto deployment to create the AWS environment and deploy new versions of its application. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? Option A, AWS Auto Scaling. Option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C, AWS Control Tower. Option D, Amazon EC2. Correct answer is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Next question is, which action will provide documentation to help a company evaluate whether its use of the AWS cloud is compliant with local regulatory standards? Option A, running Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, using AWS Artifact. Option C, creating an AWS support ticket. Option D, evaluating AWS Cloud Trail logs. Correct answer is option B, using AWS Artifact. Next question is, a company is launching a new application in the AWS cloud. The application will run on an Amazon EC2 instance. More EC2 instances will needed when the workload increases. Which AWS service or tool can the company use to launch the number of EC2 instances that will be needed to handle the workload? Option A, Elastic Load Balancer. Option B, Amazon EC2 Autoscaling. Option C, AWS App2 Container A2C. Option D, AWS System Manager. Correct answer is option A, Elastic Load Balancer. Next question is, a company has infrastructure in one AWS region and is expanding operations to a second AWS region. The company is using the same AWS CloudFormation template in the second region that the company uses in the original region. The company attempts to launch Amazon EC2 on-demand instances in the second region and receives error messages. What could cause these error messages? Option A, a new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instances. Option B, the requested EC2 instance type are not available in the second region. Option C, the company cannot operate in the second region until it updates its AWS contract. Option D, the company has not configured AWS budgets to monitor the budget to the EC2 instances. Correct answer is option A, a new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instances. Next question is, which of the following is a software development framework that a company can use to define cloud resources as a code and provision the resources through AWS CloudFormation? Option A, AWS CLI. Option B, AWS Developer Center. Option C, AWS Cloud Development Kit AWS CDK. Option D, AWS Code Star. Correct answer is option C, AWS Cloud Development Kit AWS CDK. Next question is, which options are available to a user who wants to contact AWS support? Choose two options. Option A, create an email case in the AWS Support Center. Option B, visit a local AWS Support Center. Option C, use live chat functionality. Option D, call the customer service phone number. Option E, use the video conference functionality of the AWS Support Console. Correct answer is option C and option D. Use live chat functionality and call the customer service phone number. Next question is, a global company is building a simple time tracking mobile app. The app needs to operate globally and must store collected data in a database. Data must be accessible from the AWS region that is closest to the user. What should the company do to meet these data storage requirements with the least amount of the operational overhead? Option A, use Amazon EC2 in multiple regions to host separate databases. Option B, use Amazon RDS cross-region replication. Option C, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. Option D, use AWS Database Migration Service AWS DMS. Correct answer is option C, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. Question is, a company plans to store sensitive data in an Amazon S3 bucket. Which task is responsibility of AWS? Option A, activate encryption at the rest of the data. Option B, provide security for the physical infrastructure. Option C, train the company's employees about cloud security. Option D, remove personally identifiable information PII from the data. Correct answer is option A, activate encryption at the rest for the data. Next question is, a company needs a firewall that will control network connections to and from a single Amazon EC2 instance. This firewall will not control network connections to and from other instances that are in the same subnet. Which AWS service or feature can the company use to meet these requirements? Option A, Network ACL. Option B, AWS WAF. Option C, route table. Option D, security group. Correct answer is option D, security group. Next question is, which of the following are AWS Trusted Advisor support categories? Choose two options. Option A, operational excellence. Option B, cost optimization. Option C, security. Option D, well-architectured framework. Option E, right sizing. Correct answer is option B and option C, cost optimization and security. Next question is, which of the following is entirely the responsibility of AWS according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A, patching of the guest operating system. Option B, security awareness and training. Option C, physical and environmental controls. Option D. Development of an IAM password policy. Correct answer is option C. Physical and environmental controls. Next question is a company needs a data store for highly transactional workloads. Which AWS service would meet this requirement? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon Redshift. Option C. Amazon S3. Option D. Amazon S3 Glacier. Correct answer is option A. Amazon RDS. Next question is which of the following is a fully managed MySQL compatible database? Option A. Amazon S3. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Redshift. Option D. Amazon Aurora. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Aurora. Next question is a user needs to regularly audit and evaluate the setup of all AWS resources, identify non-compliant accounts, and be notified when a resource changes. Which AWS services can be used to meet these requirements? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. AWS Configuration. Option C. AWS Resource Access Manager. Option D. AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B. AWS Configuration. Next question is an AWS user wants to proactively detect when an instance or account might be compromised or if there are threats from attacks. Which AWS service should the user choose? Option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Option B. AWS WAF. Option C. AWS Shield. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Next question is which AWS service will track user activity on AWS? Option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. Amazon Cloud Watch. Correct answer is option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is what does the AWS Consult Support team provide? Option A. A technical expert dedicated to the user. Option B. A primary point of contact for AWS billing and AWS support. Option C. A partner to help provide scaling guidance for an event launch. Option D. A dedicated AWS staff member who reviews the user's application architecture. Correct answer is option B. A primary point of contact for AWS billing and AWS support. Next question is which AWS service allows users to provision resources using a consistent and repeatable process? Option A. AWS System Manager. Option B. AWS Cloud Formation. Option C. AWS Batch. Option D. AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B. AWS Cloud Formation. Next question is what is the best resources for a user to find compliance related information and reports about AWS? Option A. AWS Artifact. Option B. AWS Marketplace. Option C. Amazon Inspector. Option D. AWS Support. Correct answer is option A. AWS Artifact. Next question is what are characteristics of AWS IAM users and groups? Choose two options. Option A. Groups can be nested and can contain other groups. Option B. A user can be member of multiple groups. Option C. Groups can contain users only and cannot be nested. Option D. A user can only be a member of a single group at one time. Option E. All new users are automatically added to a default group. Correct answer is option B and option C. A user can be a member of multiple groups and groups can contain users only and cannot be nested. Next question is which AWS tool gives users the ability to plan their service uses, service costs, and instance reservations, and also allows them to set custom alerts when their costs or uses exceed established thresholds. Option A. Cost Explorer. Option B. AWS Budgets. Option C. AWS Cost and Uses Report. Option D. Reserved Instance Reporting. Correct answer is option B. AWS Budgets. Next question is which AWS service can be used to privately store and manage versions of source code? Option A. AWS Code Build. Option B. AWS Code Commit. Option C. AWS Code Pipeline. Option D. AWS Code Star. Correct answer is option B. AWS Code Commit. Question is a company is building an application that requires the ability to send, store, and receive messages between application components. The company has another requirement to process messages first in, first out FIFO order. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A. AWS Step Functions. Option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Option C, Amazon Kinesis Data Streams. Option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Correct answer is option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Next question is, according to the AWS Shared Responsibility Model, which of the following are AWS responsibilities? Select two options. Option A, Network Infrastructure and Visualization of Infrastructure. Option B, Security of Application Data. Option C, Guest Operating Systems. Option D, Physical Security of Hardware. Option E, Credentials and Policies. Correct answer is option A and option D. Network infrastructure and visualization of infrastructure and physical security of hardware. Next question is, which AWS service or feature provides information about ongoing or upcoming scheduled events that can affect an AWS account? Option A, AWS Configuration. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Next question is, a company needs to migrate an existing on-premises database to the AWS cloud. The company must be able to install custom software on the database instance. Which AWS service can the company use to meet these requirements? Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, Amazon EC2. Option D, Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option B, Amazon RDS. Next question is, a cloud practitioner is developing a disaster recovery plan and intends to replicate data between multiple geographic areas. Which of the following meets these requirements? Option A, AWS accounts. Option B, AWS regions. Option C, availability zone. Option D, age locations. Correct answer is option B, AWS regions. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to run Amazon EC2 instances on premises at a user site? Option A, AWS Snowball Edge. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, Lambda Edge. Option D, AWS Lambda. Correct answer is option A, AWS Snowball Edge. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to create copies of resources across AWS regions? Option A, Amazon Elastic Cache. Option B, AWS Cloud Formation. Option C, AWS Cloud Trail. Option D, AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B, AWS Cloud Formation. Next question is, a company needs to perform a one-time migration of 40 TB of data from its on-premises storage servers to Amazon S3. The transfer must happen as quickly as possible while keeping costs to a minimum. The company has 100 Mbps internet connectivity. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? Option A, AWS Snowball. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Option D, Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration. Correct answer is option A, AWS Snowball. Next question is, a company wants to ensure that two Amazon EC2 instances are in separate data centers with minimal communication latency between the data centers. How can the company meet these requirements? Option A, place the EC2 instances in two separate AWS regions connected with the VPC peering connection. Option B, place the EC2 instances in two separate availability zones within the same AWS region. Option C, place one EC2 instance on premises and the other in AWS region, then connect them by using an AWS VPN connection. Option D, place both EC2 instances in a placement group for dedicated bandwidth. Correct answer is option B, place the EC2 instances in two separate availability zones within the same AWS region. Next question is, which AWS service or features enables users to block the incoming or outgoing traffic associated with specific IP addresses flowing through a VPC? Option A, Network ACLs. Option B, Security Groups. Option C, AWS Identity and Access Management IAM. Option D, AWS WAF. Correct answer is option A, Network ACLs. Next question is, which of the following is a fully managed graph database service on AWS? Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, Amazon FSx. Option C, Amazon DynamoDB. Option D, Amazon Neptune. Correct answer is option D, Amazon Neptune. Next question is, a company needs to migrate its on-premises data to the AWS cloud. The company requires elastic, highly optimized connectivity. Which AWS service meets these requirements? Option A, Amazon S3 Glacier. Option B, AWS Storage Gateway. Option C, AWS Backup. Option D, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option B, AWS Storage Gateway. Question is, which AWS service offers the least expensive means of storing static images? Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, AWS Snowball. Option D, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Correct answer is option A, Amazon S3. Next question is, which AWS services or features help decrease network latency for a globally dispersed user base? Select two options. Option A, Amazon VPC. Option B, Elastic Load Balancer. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. Option E, AWS Global Accelerator. Correct answer is option C and option D. Option C and option E. Amazon CloudFront and AWS Global Accelerator. Next question is, which AWS service or feature allows a user to set up consolidated billing? Option A, AWS Billing Management Console. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Systems Manager. Correct answer is option B, AWS Organizations. Next question is, what is an IAM best practices for AWS account root user access keys? Option A, delete all root user access keys if possible. Option B, use root user credentials to access sensitive information stored on AWS. Option C, allow the system administration group to use the root user credentials for daily access. Option D, use root user credentials to access production database instances. Correct answer is option A, delete all root users access key if possible. Next question is, which security practices are the customer's responsibility under the AWS shared responsibility model? Select two options. Option A, rotation of IAM access keys. Option B, patching of Amazon RDS instances. Option C, physical access to the data center. Option D, encryption of Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes. Option E, decommissioning of storage devices. Correct answer is option C and option E, physical access to a data center and decommissioning of storage devices. Next question is, which AWS service will provide a way to generate encryption keys that can be used to encrypt data? Select two options. Option A, Amazon Massey. Option B, AWS Certificate Manager. Option C, AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option D, AWS Secrets Manager. Option E, AWS Cloud HSM. Correct answer is option C and option E, AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS and AWS Cloud HSM. Next question is, which AWS service provides the ability to detect inadvertent data leaks of personally identifiable information PII and user credential data? Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, Amazon Massey. Option D, AWS Sealed. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Massey. Next question is, a company is running a self-managed Oracle database directly on Amazon EC2 for its steady-state database. The company wants to reduce compute costs. Which option should the company use to maximize saving over a 3-year term? Option A, EC2 dedicated instances. Option B, EC2 spot instances. Option C, EC2 reserved instances. Option D, EC2 on-demand instances. Correct answer is option C, EC2 reserved instances. Next question is, which AWS service or feature can be used to monitor for potential disk write spikes on a system running on Amazon EC2? Option A, AWS Cloud Trail. Option B, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Correct answer is option D, Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is, which of the following IT tasks does AWS perform to offload a company's IT resource management responsibilities? Select two options. Option A. Configuring operating system firewalls. Option B. Setting up access controls for data. Option C. Backing up databases. Option D. Configuring database user accounts. Option E. Installing operating systems. Correct answer is option C and option E. Backing up databases and installing operating systems. Next question is, which of the following should be considered when performing a total cost of ownership TCO analysis? Option A. Currency fluctuations. Option B. Data center overhead. Option C. Data security model. Option D. Network port utilization. Correct answer is option B. Data center overhead. Next question is, a company's procurement department wants volume discounts on AWS services for the company, but numerous departments have separate AWS accounts. Which AWS service or tool can the company use to receive volume discounts across multiple AWS accounts? Option A. Cost Explorer. Option B. AWS Budgets. Option C. AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D. AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option A. Cost Explorer. Next question is, which actions are the responsibility of AWS according to the AWS Shared Responsibility Model? Select two options. Option A. Securing the virtualization layer. Option B. Patching the operating system on Amazon EC2 instances. Option C. Enforcing a strict password policy for IAM users. Option D. Patching the operating system on Amazon RDS instances. Option E. Configuring security groups and network ACLs. Correct answer is option A and option D. Securing the virtualization layer and patching the operating system on Amazon RDS instances. Next question is, a user needs a relational database but does not have the resources to manage the hardware resiliency and replication. Which AWS service option meets the user requirements? Option A. Run MySQL on Amazon Elastic Container Service Amazon ECS. Option B. Run MySQL on Amazon EC2. Option C. Choose Amazon RDS for MySQL. Option D. Choose Amazon Elastic Cache for Redis. Correct answer is option C. Choose Amazon RDS for MySQL. Next question is, during a compliance review, one of the auditors required a copy of the AWS SOC 2 report. Which service should be used to submit this request? Option A. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. AWS Artifact. Option D. Amazon S3. Correct answer is option C. AWS Artifact. Question is, how can AWS enable a company to control expenses as an application's uses changes unpredictably? Option A. AWS will refund the cost difference if a customer moves to a larger servers. Option B. The application can be built to scale up or down automatically as resources are needed. Option C. Spot instances will automatically be used if the price is lower than on-demand instances. Option D. Amazon CloudWatch will automatically predict that what resources are needed. Correct answer is option B. The application can be built to scale up or down automatically as resources are needed. Next question is, which aspect of AWS infrastructure enables global deployment of compute and storage? Option A. Availability zones. Option B. Regions. Option C. Tags. Option D. Resource groups. Correct answer is option B. Regions. Next question is, which Amazon EC2 pricing model provides the most cost savings for an always upright size database server running for a project that will last 1 year? Option A. On-demand instances. Option B. Convertible reserved instances. Option C. Spot instances. Option D. Standard reserved instances. Correct answer is option D. Standard reserved instances. Next question is, a user is building a simple online calculator and wants to use AWS compute as cost effectively as possible. The calculator must be highly available for even a small number of users. Where should the code for calculations be hosted? Option A. On an Amazon EC2 memory optimized reserved instances. Option B. On an Amazon EC2 compute optimized reserved instances. Option C. On an Amazon EC2 compute optimized spot instances. Option D. In an AWS Lambda function. Correct answer is option D. In an AWS Lambda function. Next question is, a user wants to transport data between AWS and an on-premises environment using a private network connection. Which AWS service or feature can be used to meet these requirements? Option A, NAT Gateway. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon VPC. Option D, Internet Gateway. Correct answer is option B, AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, the customer is responsible for maintaining option A, physical access to the AWS network. Option B, the patching of the host operating system. Option C, data encryption in Amazon S3. Option D, the operating system for Amazon DynamoDB. Correct answer is option C, data encryption in Amazon S3. Next question is, which AWS service is designed to help users who want to use machine learning for natural language processing (NLP) but do not have experience in machine learning? Option A, Amazon Comprehend. Option B, Amazon SageMaker. Option C, AWS Deep Learning AMIs, DLAMI. Option D, Amazon Recognition. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Comprehend. Next question is, what is one of the core principles to follow when designing a highly available application in the AWS cloud? Option A, design using a serverless architecture. Option B, assume that all components within an application can fail. Option C, design AWS auto-scaling into every application. Option D, design all components using open source code. Correct answer is option B, assume that all components within an application can fail. Next question is, a user needs to determine whether an Amazon EC2 instance's security groups were modified in the last month. How can the user see if changes was made? Option A, use Amazon EC2 to see if the security groups was changed. Option B, use AWS Identity and Access Management IAM to see which user or role changed the security group. Option C, use AWS CloudTrail to see if the security group was changed. Option D, use Amazon CloudWatch to see if the security group was changed. Correct answer is option B, use AWS Identity and Access Management IAM to see which user or role changed the security group. Next question is, a company is building distributed loosely coupled applications. The company needs to publish messages from applications and immediately. Which AWS service can the company use to meet these requirements? Option A, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Option C, Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Next question is, what is an IAM best practices for AWS account root access keys? Root user access keys. Option A, delete all root user access keys if possible. Option B, use root user credentials to access sensitive information stored on AWS. Option C, allow the system administrator group to use the root user credentials for daily access. Option D, use root user credentials to access production database instances. Correct answer is option B, use root user credentials to access sensitive information stored on AWS. Next question is, an administrator observed that multiple AWS resources were deleted yesterday. Which AWS service will help identify the cause and determine which user deleted the resources? Option A, AWS CloudTrail. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Next question is, a company wants to expand from one AWS region into a second AWS region. What does the company need to do to start supporting the new region? Option A, contact an AWS account manager to sign a new contract. Option B, move an availability zone to the new region. Option C, begin deploying resources in the second region. Option D, download the AWS Management Console for the new region. Correct answer is option C, begin deploying resources in the second region. Question is, a user wants to move legacy applications to the AWS cloud to reduce the total cost. Which option is the most cost effective according to the best practices? Option A, rewrite the legacy applications in an open source language such as Python. Option B, right size the Amazon EC2 instances to prevent over provisioning in terms of compute and memory. Option C. Migrate relational database to Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. Reserve a data center facility with an upfront payment which provides an additional discount. Correct answer is option B. Right size the Amazon EC2 instances to prevent over-provisioning in terms of compute and memory. Next question is under the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is the customer's responsibility? Option A. Patching guest OS and applications. Option B. Patching and fixing flaws in the infrastructure. Option C. Physical and environmental controls. Option D. Configuration of AWS infrastructure devices. Correct answer is option B. Patching and fixing flaws in the infrastructure. Next question is which AWS feature or service provides visibility into abuse events that have been reported on a given AWS account? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. Amazon Guard Duty. Option C. AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option D. Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Guard Duty. Next question is which AWS cloud service provides performance recommendations for an AWS account? Option A. Amazon Inspector. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. Amazon Cloud Watch. Option D. AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is a company needs to allocate AWS costs across 3 different departments running in a single VPC. Each department has a number of Amazon EC2 instances dedicated to the applications for and are specific to the given department. How can the cost be allocated across the 3 departments? Option A. Have each department tag their resources then run a cost allocation report. Option B. Create an AWS IAM account with billing access and use the AWS CLI to view EC2 instance use statistics. Option C. Enable billing alerts through Amazon Cloud Watch. Option D. Configure 3 VPC allocating one for each department. Correct answer is option A. Have each department tag their resources then run a cost allocation report. Next question is which AWS service should be used to monitor Amazon EC2 instances for CPU and network utilization? Option A. Amazon Inspector. Option B. AWS Cloud Trail. Option C. Amazon Cloud Watch. Option D. AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option C. Amazon Cloud Watch. Next question is a company is designing a new stateful application to run on AWS. Which design patterns will help reduce risk? Select 2 options. Option A. Consume compute resources using Amazon EC2 spot instances types. Option B. Use Amazon S3 with bucket policy that ensures the least restrictive access to the data. Option C. Separate the database tier from application tier using Amazon RDS. Option D. Consolidate application resources into 1 or 2 large instances types to minimize the number of components to be managed. Option E. Build a microservice-based architecture to break out application service into containers for the application tier. Correct answer is option D and option E. Consolidate application resources into 1 or 2 large instance types to minimize the number of components to be managed, and build a microservice-based architecture to break out application services into containers for the application tier. Next question is which of the following is Amazon Aurora compatible with? Select 2 options. Option A. MySQL. Option B. Microsoft SQL Server. Option C. Oracle. Option D. PostgreSQL. Option E. MariaDB. Correct answer is option A and option D. MySQL and PostgreSQL. Next question is which of the following acts as an instance level firewall to control inbound and outbound accesses? Option A. Network access control list. Option B. Security groups. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. Virtual private gateways. Correct answer is option B. Security groups. Next question is a company has launched a product that requires private connectivity from an on-premises network to a VPC. Which AWS service or functionality should the company use? Option A. AWS Direct Connect. Option B. VPC peering. Option C. NAT gateway. Option D. Internal gateway. Correct answer is option D. Internal gateway. Next question is who is responsible for managing IAM user access and secret keys according to the AWS shared responsibility model. Option A. IAM access and secret keys are static, so there is no need to rotate them. Option B. The customer is responsible for rotating keys. Option C. AWS will rotate the keys whenever required. Option D. The AWS support team will rotate keys when requested by the customer. Correct answer is option B. The customer is responsible for rotating keys. Next question is, which of the following services has a primarily encryption related purpose? Option A. AWS Security Token Service AWS STS. Option B. Amazon EMR. Option C. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Option D. Amazon Massey. Correct answer is option C. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Next question is, which are customer responsibilities when using Amazon EC2? Select two options. Option A. Underlying hardware maintenance. Option B. File system level encryption. Option C. Guest operating system firewall configuration. Option D. Hypervisor level software patching. Option E. Physical security at data center facilities. Correct answer is option C and option D. Guest operating system firewall configuration and hypervisor level software patching. Question is, which AWS feature enables users to categorize and track their AWS costs? Option A. Cost allocation tags. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. AWS Price List API. Option D. AWS Organizations. Correct answer is option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, which AWS service or feature can be used to allow users access to compliance reports as self-service downloads? Option A. AWS Service Catalog. Option B. AWS Security Hub. Option C. AWS Artifact. Option D. AWS Support Center. Correct answer is option B. AWS Security Hub. Next question is, an external auditor needs to verify the compliance and security of the AWS data center facilities where a company's data is stored. How should this request be addressed? Option A. Create a support case using the AWS account root user credentials requesting that a concierge accompany the auditor to the facility. Option B. Contact an AWS technical account manager and request access to the next scheduled facility tour. Option C. Access the AWS Artifact portal and download the required reports to provide to the auditor. Option D. Access the AWS Artifact portal and create an access URL for the auditor to download the required reports. Correct answer is option A. Create a support case using the AWS account root user credentials requesting to the concierge accompany the auditor to the facility. Next question is, a user needs to demonstrate which AWS services are compliant with the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard PCI DSS. Which AWS resources can be used to meet these requirements? Option A. AWS Artifact. Option B. AWS Certificate Manager. Option C. AWS Systems Manager. Option D. AWS Secrets Manager. Correct answer is option B. AWS Certificate Manager. Next question is, a company wants to ensure that AWS Management Console users are meeting password complexity requirements. How can the company configure this password complexity? Option A. Using an AWS IAM user policy. Option B. Using an AWS Organization Service Control Policy SCP. Option C. Using an AWS IAM account password policy. Option D. Using an AWS Security Hub Management Inside. Correct answer is option B. Using an AWS Organization Service Control Policy SCP. Next question is, a user wants to securely automate management and rotation of credentials that are shared between applications while spending the least amount of time on managing tasks. Which AWS service or feature can be used to accomplish these? Option A. AWS Cloud HSM. Option B. AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Option C. AWS Secret Manager. Option D. Server-side encryption. Correct answer is option C. AWS Secret Manager. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to provide an on-demand cloud-based contact center? Option A. AWS Direct Connect. Option B. Amazon Connect. Option C. AWS Support Center. Option D. AWS Managed Services. Correct answer is option C. AWS Support Center. Next question is, a company is using Amazon Elastic Container Services, Amazon ECS, for a development environment. AWS is responsible for which Amazon ECS components? Select two options. Option A, Network Rules. Option B, IAM. Option C, Host Platform. Option D, Physical Infrastructure. Option E, Guest Operating System. Correct answer is option B and option E, IAM and Guest Operating System. Next question is, which services can be used to deploy applications on AWS? Choose two options. Option A, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option B, AWS Configuration. Option C, AWS OpsWorks. Option D, AWS Application Discovery Service. Option E, Amazon Kinesis. Correct answer is option A and option D, AWS Elastic Beanstalk and AWS Application Discovery Service. Next question is, what tool enables customers without an AWS account to estimate cost for almost all AWS services? Option A, Cost Explorer. Option B, TCO Calculator. Option C, AWS Budgets. Option D, Simple Monthly Calculator. Correct answer is option A, Cost Explorer. Next question is, which component must be attached to a VPC to enable inbound internet access? Option A, NAT gateway. Option B, VPC endpoint. Option C, VPN connection. Option D, internet gateway. Correct answer is option C, VPN connection. Next question is, which pricing model would result in maximum Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud Amazon EC2 savings for a database server that must be online for 1 year? Option A, spot instance. Option B, on-demand instance. Option C, partial upfront reserved instance. Option D, no upfront reserved instance. Correct answer is option C, partial upfront reserved instance. Next question is, a company has a MySQL database running on a single Amazon EC2 instance. The company now requires higher availability in the event of an outage. Which set of tasks would meet these requirements? Option A, add an application load balancer in front of the EC2 instance. Option B, configure EC2 auto recovery to move the instance to another availability zone. Option C, migrate to Amazon RDS and enable multi-AZ. Option D, enable termination protection for the EC2 instance to avoid outages. Correct answer is option C, migrate to Amazon RDS and enable multi-AZ. Next question is, which of the following tasks is required to deploy a PCI compliant workload on AWS? Option A, use any AWS service and implement PCI controls at the application layer. Option B, use an AWS service that is in scope for PCI compliance and raise an AWS support ticket to enable PCI compliance at the application layer. Option C, use any AWS service and raise an AWS support ticket to enable PCI compliance on that service. Option D, use an AWS service that is in scope for PCI compliance and apply PCI controls at the application layer. Correct answer is option D, use an AWS service that is in scope for PCI compliance and apply PCI controls at the application layer. Question is, a company wants to connect to AWS over a private low latency connection from its remote office. What is the recommended method to meet these requirements? Option A, create a VPN tunnel. Option B, connect across the public internet. Option C, use VPC peering to create a connection. Option D, use AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer is option D, use AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, what are the benefits of consolidated billing for AWS cloud services? Select two options. Option A, volume discounts. Option B, a minimal additional fees for use. Option C, one bill for multiple accounts. Option D, installment payment options. Option E, custom cost uses and budget creation. Correct answer is option A and option C, volume discounts and one bill for multiple accounts. Next question is, an online retail company has seasonal sales spike several times a year, primarily around holidays. Demand is lower at the other times. The company finds it difficult to predict the increasing infrastructure demand for each season. Which advantages of moving to the AWS cloud would most benefit for the company? Select two options. Option A, global footprint. Option B, elasticity. Option C, AWS service quotas. Option D, AWS shared responsibility model. Option E, pay-as-you-go pricing. Correct answer is option B and option C, elasticity and AWS service quotas. Next question is, which AWS service or tool should a company use to centrally request and track service limit increases? Option A, AWS configuration. Option B, service quotas. Option C, AWS service catalog. Option D, AWS budgets. Correct answer is option B, service quotas. Next question is, which AWS services after compute capabilities? Select two options. Option A, Amazon EC2. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon Cognito. Option E, AWS Lambda. Correct answer is option A and option E, Amazon EC2 and AWS Lambda. Next question is, a retail company has recently migrated its website to AWS. The company wants to ensure that it is protected from SQL injection attacks. The website uses an application load balancer to distribute traffic to multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Which AWS service or feature can be used to create a custom rule that blocks SQL injection attacks? Option A, security groups. Option B, AWS WAF. Option C, network ACLs. Option D, AWS Shield. Correct answer is option D, AWS Shield. Next question is, a company learns that a user's API key has been exposed in a public code repository. The user has access to sensitive data. What is the first step the company should take to ensure the security of its data? Option A, email the user to inform them for their mistake. Option B, create a new API key for the user in AWS Identity and Access Management IAM. Option C, review the API activity for the key in AWS CloudTrail. Option D, deactivate the user's API key in AWS Identity and Access Management IAM. Correct answer is option D, reactivate the user's API key in AWS Identity and Access Management IAM. Next question is, which AWS service provides the capability to view end-to-end performance metrics and troubleshoot distributed applications? Option A, AWS Cloud 9. Option B, AWS Code Star. Option C, AWS Cloud Map. Option D, AWS X-Ray. Correct answer is option D, AWS X-Ray. Next question is, a company recently purchased example Corp. Both companies use AWS resources and any company wants a single aggregated bill. Which option allows any company to receive a single bill? Option A, example Corp must submit a request to its AWS solution architect or AWS technical account manager to link the accounts and consolidate billing. Option B, any company must create a new support case in the AWS Support Center requesting that both bills be combined. Option C, send an invitation to join the organization from any company's AWS organization's master account to Example Corp. Option D, migrate the Example Corp VPC's Amazon EC2 instances and other resources into the any company AWS account. Correct answer is option D, migrate the Example Corp VPC's Amazon EC2 instances and other resources into the any company's AWS account. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to turn in text into light like speech? Option A, Amazon Poly. Option B, Amazon Transcribe. Option C, Amazon Recognition. Option D, Amazon Lex. Correct answer is option A, Amazon Poly. Next question is, which of the following is the customer's responsibility when using Amazon RDS? Option A, patching the operating system of underlying hardware. Option B, controlling traffic to and from the database through security groups. Option C, running backups that enable point-in-time recovery of a DB instance. Option D, replacing failed DB instances. Correct answer is option D, replacing failed DB instances. Next question is, which AWS service or feature is used to send both text and email messages from distributed applications? Option A, Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Option B, Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES. Option C, Amazon Cloud Watch Alerts. Option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Correct answer is option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Question is, a company needs to perform data processing once a week that typically takes about 5 hours to complete. Which AWS service should the company use for this workload? Option A, AWS Lambda. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, AWS Code Deploy. Option D, AWS Wavelength. Correct answer is option A, AWS Lambda. Next question is, a company has a compliance requirement to encrypt data in transit and at rest. The company is serving the content through Amazon EC2 instances behind an elastic load balancer and is storing data in Amazon Elastic Block Store Amazon EBS volumes. Which combination of AWS services should the company use to stay compliant with this requirement? Select two options. Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS Shield. Option C, AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Option D, AWS Secrets Manager. Option E, AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Correct answer is option C and option E, AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, and AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Next question is, which AWS service can help a company to detect an outage of its website servers and redirect users to alternate servers? Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, Amazon Guard Duty. Option C, Amazon Route 53. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option C, Amazon Route 53. Next question is, which AWS service allows customers to purchase unused Amazon EC2 capacity at an often discounted rate? Option A, reserved instances. Option B, on-demand instances. Option C, dedicated instances. Option D, spot instances. Correct answer is option D, dedicated instances. Next question is, a company has an AWS hosted website located behind an application load balancer. The company wants to safeguard the website from SQL injection or cross-site scripting. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS WAF. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D, Amazon Inspector. Correct answer is option B, AWS WAF. Next question is, which of the following Amazon EC2 pricing models allow customers to use existing server-bound software licenses? Option A, spot instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, dedicated hosts. Option D, on-demand instances. Correct answer is option D, on-demand instances. Next question is, which AWS service automatically handles application health monitoring? Option A, Amazon API Gateway. Option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C, AWS Lambda. Option D, AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Next question is, which AWS service or features can be used to prevent SQL injection attacks? Option A, security groups. Option B, network ACLs. Option C, AWS WAF. Option D, IAM policy. Correct answer is option C, AWS WAF. Next question is, which AWS cloud design principles can help increase reliability? Select two options. Option A, using monolithic architecture. Option B, measuring overall efficiency. Option C, teasing recovery procedures. Option D, adopting a consumption model. Option E, automatically recovering from failure. Correct answer is option C and option E, testing recovery procedures and automatically recovering from failure. Next question is, fault tolerance refers to option A, the ability of an application to accommodate growth without changing design. Option B, how well and how quickly an application's environment can have lost data restored. Option C, how secure your application is. Option D, the built-in redundancy of an application's components. Correct answer is option B, how well and how quickly an application's environment can have lost data restored. Next question is, what can be used to automate and manage secure, well-architectured multi-accounts AWS environments? Option A, AWS Shared Responsibility Model. Option B, AWS Control Tower. Option C, AWS Security Hub. Option D, AWS Well-Architectured Tool. Correct answer is option A, AWS Shared Responsibility Model. Next question is, a company is building an application that needs to deliver images and videos globally with minimal latency. Which approach can the company use to accomplish this in a cost-effective manner? Option A. Deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Option B. Store the content on Amazon S3 and enable S3 cross-region application. Option C. Implement a VPN across multiple AWS regions. Option D. Deliver the content through AWS private link. Correct answer is option A. Deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Next question is, how should a web application be deployed to ensure high availability in the AWS cloud? Option A. Deploy multiple instances of the application in multiple availability zones. Option B. Deploy multiple instances of the application in a single availability zone. Option C. Deploy the application to a compute-optimized Amazon EC2 instance in a single availability zone. Option D. Deploy the application in one Amazon EC2 instance in an auto-scaling group. Correct answer is option A. Deploy multiple instances of the application in multiple availability zones. Next question is, which AWS Trusted Advisors check is available to all AWS users? Option A. Core checks. Option B. All checks. Option C. Cost optimization checks. Option D. Fault tolerance checks. Correct answer is option C. Cost optimization checks. Question is, the AWS IAM best practice for granting least privilege is to option A. Apply an IAM policy to an IAN1 group and limit the size of the group. Option B. Require multi-factor authentication MFA for all IAM users. Option C. Require each IAM user who has different permissions to have multiple passwords. Option D. Apply an IAM policy only to IAM users who require it. Option A. Answer is option A. Apply an IAM policy to an IAN1 group and limit the size of the group. Next question is, a user has limited knowledge of AWS services but wants to quickly deploy a scalable Node.js application in the AWS cloud. Which service should be used to deploy the application? Option A. AWS CloudFormation. Option B. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C. Amazon EC2. Option D. AWS OpsWorks. Correct answer is option B. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Next question is, a company needs a storage solution that is 1. Is low cost, 2. Is for infrequently accessed data, 3. Quickly accesses data when required, 4. Does not require data to be resilient. Which Amazon S3 storage option should the company use? Option A. S3 standard infrequent accesses, S3 standard IA. Option B. S3 standard. Option C. S3 one zone infrequent access, S3 one zone IA. Option D. S3 glacier. Correct answer is option A. S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA. Next question is, which AWS service can be used to retrieve compliance reports on demand? Option A. AWS Secrets Manager. Option B. AWS Artifact. Option C. AWS Security Hub. Option D. AWS Certificate Manager. Correct answer is option B. AWS Artifact. Next question is, under the AWS Shared Responsibility model, which task is the customer's responsibility when managing AWS Lambda functions? Option A. Creating versions of Lambda functions. Option B. Maintaining server and operating systems. Option C. Scaling Lambda resources according to demand. Option D. Updating the Lambda runtime environment. Correct answer is option A. Creating versions of Lambda functions. Next question is, the AWS global infrastructure consists of regions, availability zones, and what else? Option A. VPCs. Option B. Data centers. Option C. Dark fiber network links. Option D. Edge locations. Correct answer is option B. Data centers. Next question is, which AWS services can be used to set up NoSQL database? Select two options. Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B. Amazon Aurora. Option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. Amazon S3. Option E. Amazon DocumentDB with MongoDB compatibility. Correct answer is option C and option E. Amazon Redshift, Amazon DynamoDB and Amazon DocumentDB. Next question is, which tool can be used to create alerts when the actual or forecasted cost of AWS services exceeds a certain threshold? Option A, Cost Explorer. Option B, AWS Budgets. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option B, AWS Budgets. Next question is, which statement is true about AWS global infrastructure? Option A, availability zones can span multiple AWS regions. Option B, a VPC can have different subnets in different AWS regions. Option C, AWS regions consist of multiple availability zones. Option D, a single subnet can span multiple availability zones. Correct answer is option C, AWS regions consist of multiple availability zones. Next question is, an external auditor has requested that a company provide a list of all its IAM users, including the status of users' credentials and access keys. What is the simplest way to provide this information? Option A, create an IAM user account for the auditor, granting the auditor administrator permissions. Option B, take a screenshot of each user's page in the AWS Management Console, then provide the screenshots to the auditor. Option C, download the IAM credentials report, then provide the report to the auditor. Option D, download the AWS Trusted Advisor report, then provide the report to the auditor. Correct answer is option C, download the IAM credential report, then provide the report to the auditor. Next question is, according to security best practices, how should an Amazon EC2 instance be given access to an Amazon S3 bucket? Option A, hard code an IAM user secret key and access key directly in the application and upload the file. Option B, store the IAM user secret key and access key in a text file on the EC2 instance, read the keys, then upload the file. Option C, have the EC2 instance assume a role to obtain the privileges to upload the file. Option D, modify the S3 bucket policy so that any service can upload to it at any time. Correct answer is option C, have the EC2 instance assume a role to obtain the privileges to upload the file. Next question is, which tool can be used to identify scheduled changes to the AWS infrastructure? Option A, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Billing Dashboard. Option D, AWS Configuration. Correct answer is option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Question is, a user can increase operational efficiency in the AWS cloud by option A, leveraging AWS managing services. Option B, right sizing AWS infrastructure. Option C, manually creating all necessary resources. Option D, managing their own software licenses. Correct answer is option A, leveraging AWS managed services. Next question is, a company wants to be noted when its AWS cloud cost or usage exceeded defined thresholds. Which AWS service will support these requirements? Option A, AWS Budgets. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Cloud Trail. Option D, Amazon Med. Correct answer is option A, AWS Budgets. Next question is, a company needs to track the activity in its AWS accounts and needs to know when an API call is made against its AWS resources. Which AWS tool or service can be used to meet these requirements? Option A, Amazon CloudWatch. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, AWS Cloud Trail. Option D, AWS IAM. Correct answer is option C, AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is, a workload on AWS will run for the foreseeable future by using a consistent number of Amazon EC2 instances. What pricing model will minimize cost while ensuring that the compute resources remain available? Option A, dedicated hosts. Option B, on-demand instances. Option C, spot instances. Option D, reserved instances. Correct answer is option D, reserved instances. Next question is, a company recently deployed an Amazon RDS instance in its VPC. The company needs to implement stateful firewall to limit traffic to the private corporate network. Which AWS service or feature should the company use to limit network traffic directly to its RDS instance? Option A. Network ACI. Option B. Security groups. Option C. AWS WAF. Option D. Amazon Guard Duty. Correct answer is option A. Network ACI. Next question is, a company is requesting payment card industry PCI reports that validate the operating effectiveness of AWS security controls. How should the company obtain these reports? Option A. Contact AWS support. Option B. Download reports from AWS Artifact. Option C. Download reports from AWS Security Hub. Option D. Contact an AWS Technical Account Manager TAM. Correct answer is option B. Download reports from AWS Artifact. Next question is, a bank needs to store recordings of calls made to its contact center for 6 years. The recordings must be accessible within 48 hours from the time they are requested. Which AWS service will provide a secure and cost-effective solution for retaining these files? Option A. Amazon DynamoDB. Option B. Amazon S3 Glacier. Option C. Amazon Connect. Option D. Amazon Elasticsearch. Correct answer is option B. Amazon S3 Glacier. Next question is, which AWS service provides business analytics that enables users to create and publish interactive dashboards? Option A. Amazon Kinesis. Option B. Amazon CloudWatch. Option C. AWS X-Ray. Option D. Amazon QuickSight. Correct answer is option D. Amazon QuickSight. Next question is, a web developer is concerned that a DDoS attack could target an application. Which AWS services or features can help protect against such an attack? Choose two options. Option A. AWS Shield. Option B. AWS Cloud Trail. Option C. Amazon CloudFront. Option D. AWS Support Center. Option E. AWS Service Health Dashboard. Correct answer is option A and option B. AWS Shield and AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is, which AWS service gives user on-demand self-service access to AWS compliance control reports? Option A. AWS Configuration. Option B. Amazon Guard Duty. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS Artifact. Correct answer is option D. AWS Artifact. Next question is, a user can optimize Amazon EC2 costs by performing which of the following tasks? Select two options. Option A. Implementing auto-scaling group to add and removing instances based on demand. Option B. Creating a policy to restrict IAM users from creating new instances. Option C. Setting a budget to limit spending on EC2 instances using AWS budgets. Option D. Purchasing reserved instances. Option E. Adding EC2 instances to a second AWS region that is geographically close to the end users. Correct answer is option A and option D. Implementing auto-scaling group to add and remove instances based on demand, and purchasing reserved instances. Next question is, which AWS service would identify if unrestricted access to a resource has been allowed by a security group? Option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B. Amazon CloudWatch. Option C. VPC Flow Logs. Option D. AWS Cloud Trail. Correct answer is option A. AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, which pillar of the AWS well-architectured framework refers to the ability of a system to recover from infrastructure or service disruptions and dynamically acquire computing resources to meet demand? Option A. Security. Option B. Reliability. Option C. Performance efficiency. Option D. Cost optimization. Correct answer is option B. Reliability. Question is, which of the following can be used to identify a specific user who stopped an Amazon EC2 instance? Option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Option B. Amazon Inspector. Option C. Amazon CloudWatch. Option D. VPC Flow Logs. Correct answer is option A. AWS Cloud Trail. Next question is, which security related task is the responsibility of the customer in the AWS cloud? Option A. Securing infrastructure at data centers. Option B. Maintaining firewall configurations at a hardware level. Option C. Maintaining network among hardware components. Option D. Maintaining server-side encryption. Correct answer is option D. Maintaining server-side encryption. Next question is which Amazon S3 storage class allows users to store data backups for long periods of time at the lowest cost? Option A. S3 Standard Infrequent Access S3 Standard IA. Option B. S3 Standard. Option C. S3 Glacier. Option D. S3 One Zone Infrequent Access S3 One Zone IA. Correct answer is option C. S3 Glacier. Next question is a company is building a business intelligence solution and wants to use dashboards for reporting purposes. Which AWS service can be used? Option A. Amazon Redshift. Option B. Amazon Elasticsearch Service Amazon ES. Option C. Amazon QuickSight. Option D. Amazon Athena. Correct answer is option C. Amazon QuickSight. Next question is a company needs to transfer a large volume of data from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud. The company's internet connectivity is slow and unreliable. Which AWS service can facilitate this data transfer? Option A. Amazon S3 Glacier. Option B. AWS Snowball. Option C. AWS Storage Gateway. Option D. Amazon Elastic File System Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option B. AWS Snowball. Next question is which of the following technologies provides a secure network connection from an on-premises to AWS? Option A. Virtual Private Network. Option B. AWS Snowball. Option C. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud Amazon VPC. Option D. AWS Mobile Hub. Correct answer is option C. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud Amazon VPC. Next question is which AWS service or component allows inbound traffic from the internet to access a VPC? Option A. Internet Gateway. Option B. NAT Gateway. Option C. AWS WAF. Option D. VPC Peering. Correct answer is option A. Internet Gateway. Next question is a company has a managed IAM policy that does not grant the necessary permissions for users to accomplish required tasks. How can this be resolved? Option A. Enable AWS Sealed Advanced. Option B. Create a custom IAM policy. Option C. Use a third-party web application firewall managed rule from the AWS Marketplace. Option D. Use AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS to create a customer managed key. Correct answer is option B. Create a custom IAM policy. Next question is what is the market advantages of running workloads in the AWS cloud? Option A. Less staff time is required to deploy new workloads. Option B. Increased time to market for new application features. Option C. Higher acquisition costs to support peak workloads. Option D. Increased productivity for application development teams. Option E. A decrease in the average server CPU utilization. Correct answer is option A and option D. Less staff time is required to deploy new workloads and increased productivity for application development teams. Next question is a company plans to create a data lake that uses Amazon S3. Which factor will have the most effect on cost? Option A. The selection of S3 storage tiers. Option B. Charges to transfer existing data into Amazon S3. Option C. The addition of S3 bucket policies. Option D. S3 ingest fees for each request. Correct answer is option B. Charges to transfer existing data into Amazon S3. Next question is to optimize costs and resource uses, a company needs to monitor the operations health of its entire system of AWS cloud resources. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? Option A. AWS organizations. Option B. Amazon CloudWatch. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. AWS configuration. Correct answer is option B. Amazon CloudWatch. Next question is which cloud computing advantage is a company applying when it users in different countries? Option A. Pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B. Capacity forecasting. Option C. Economies of scale. Option D. Global reach. Correct answer is option D. Global reach. Next question is a cloud practitioner needs an effective method to decrease application latency and increase performance for end users. Which services will help? Option A, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS for Kubernetes. Kubernetes. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon AppStream 2.0. Option D, Amazon Elasticase. Option E, Amazon CloudFront. Correct answer is option D and option E, Amazon Elasticase and Amazon CloudFront. Question is, which of the following are benefits of the AWS Business Support Plan? Option A, Dedicated AWS Technical Account Manager TAM. Option B, response time of less than 15 minutes for business critical cases. Option C, phone, emails and chat support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Option D, full set of AWS Trusted Advisor best practice checks. Option E, well-architectured reviews. Correct answer is option C and option D, full set of AWS Trusted Advisors best practice checks and phone, email and chat support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next question is, a customer is deploying a now serverless application running on AWS Lambda. Which of the following are the customer's responsibilities under the AWS Shared Responsibility Model? Select two options. Option A, Application Management. Option B, Platform Management. Option C, Application Identity and Access. Option D, Storage Infrastructure. Option E, AWS Global Infrastructure. Correct answer is option A and option C, Application Management and Application Identity and Access. Next question is, a company uses Amazon EC2 infrastructure to host steady-state workloads and needs to achieve significant cost savings. Which EC2 instance pricing model should the company select? Option A, reserved instances. Option B, on-demand instances. Option C, spot instances. Option D, dedicated hosts. Correct answer is option A, reserved instances. Next question is, which design principles are enabled by the AWS cloud to improve the operation of workloads? Choose two options. Option A, minimize upfront design. Option B, loose coupling. Option C, disposable resources. Option D, server design and concurrency. Option E, minimal viable product. Correct answer is option B and option E, loose coupling and minimal viable product. Next question is, a company previously lost data that was stored in an on-premises data center. To protect against future of data, the company wants to use AWS to automatically launch thousands of its mechanics in a fully provisioned state in minutes, in a format that supports data restoration. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Option A, AWS Direct Connect. Option B, AWS Storage Gateway. Option C, Cloud Disaster Recovery. Option D, AWS Backup. Correct answer is option C, Cloud Disaster Recovery. Next question is, which tasks require using AWS account root user credentials? Choose two options. Option A, creating an Amazon EC2 key pair. Option B, removing an IAM user from the administrators group. Option C, changing the AWS support plan. Option D, creating an Amazon CloudFront key pair. Option E, granting an IAM user full administrative. Correct answer is option C and option D, changing the AWS support plan and creating an Amazon CloudFront key pair. Next question is, if a user has an AWS account with an enterprise level AWS support plan, who is the primary point of contact for billing or account inquiries? Option A, Solutions Architect. Option B, AWS Concierge Support Team. Option C, an AWS Marketplace Seller. Option D, AWS Partner Network APN Partner. Correct answer is option B, AWS Concierge Support Team. Next question is, a company has an existing software license that it won't bring to AWS, but the licensing model requires licensing physical cores. How can the company meet these requirements in the AWS cloud? Option A, launch the Amazon EC2 instance with default tenancy. Option B, launch the Amazon EC2 instance on a dedicated host. Option C, create an on-demand capacity reservation. Option D, purchase dedicated reserved instances. Correct answer is option B, launch an Amazon EC2 instances on a dedicated host. Next question is, when using Amazon RDS, what is the customer responsible for? Option A, patching and maintenance of the underlying operating system. Option B, managing automatic backups of the database. Option C, controlling network access through security groups. Option D, replacing failed instances in the event of a hardware failure. Correct answer is option C, controlling network access through security groups. Next question is, a company wants an in-memory data store that is compatible with open source in the cloud. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon Elasticsearch. Option C, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Elasticsearch. Next question is, when comparing AWS cloud with premises total cost of ownership, which expenses must be considered? Option A, physical storage hardware. Option B, operating system administration. Option C, network infrastructure of data center. Option D, project management. Option E, database schema development. Correct answer is option A and option D, physical storage hardware and project management. Next question is, a company is required to store its data close to its primary users. Which benefit of the AWS cloud supports these requirements? Option A, security. Option B, high availability. Option C, elasticity. Option D, global footprint. Correct answer is option D, global footprint. Question is, a company has a globally distributed user base. The company needs its application to be highly available and have low latency for end users. Which AWS architectural approach will most effectively support these requirements? Option A, single region, multi-AZ architecture. Option B, multi-region, active-active architecture. Option C, multi-region, active password architecture. Option D, signed region, single AZ architecture. Correct answer is option B, multi-region, active-active architecture. Next question is, which encryption types can be used to protect objects at rest Amazon S3? Option A, server-side encryption with S3 managed encryption keys SSE S3. Option B, server-side encryption with AWS KMS managed encryption keys SSE KMS. Option C, TLS. Option D, SSL. Option E, transparent data encryption TDE. Correct answer is option A and option B, server-side encryption with S3 managed encryption keys SSE S3 and server-side encryption with AWS KMS managed encryption keys SSE KMS. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, when using Amazon RDS, who is responsible for scheduling and performing backups? Option A, AWS is responsible for both tasks. Option B, the customer is responsible for scheduling and AWS is responsible for performing backups. Option C, the customer is responsible for both tasks. Option D, AWS is responsible for scheduling and the user is responsible for not performing backups. Correct answer is option A, AWS is responsible for both tasks. Next question is, a company with an AWS business support plan wants to identify Amazon EC2 reserved that are scheduled to expire. Which AWS service or feature can the company use to accomplish these goals? Option A, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B, Elastic Load Balancing Health Checks. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D, EC2 Instances Status Checks. Correct answer is option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. Next question is, which pricing model will interrupt a running Amazon EC2 instances if capacity becomes temporarily unavailable? Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, standard reserved instances. Option C, spot instances. Option D, convertible reserved instances. Correct answer is option C, spot instances. Next question is, a company uses Amazon DynamoDB in its AWS cloud architecture. According to the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following are responsibilities of the company? Select two options. Option A, operating system patching and upgrades. Option B, application of appropriate permissions with IAM tools. Option C. Configuration of data encryption options. Option D. Creation of DynamoDB endpoints. Option E. Infrastructure provisioning and maintenance. Correct answer is option A and option C. Operating system patching and upgrades and configuration of data encryption options. Next question is, which type of AWS infrastructure deployment puts AWS compute, storage database, and other self-services closer to end users to run latency-sensitive applications? Option A. AWS regions. Option B. Availability zones. Option C. Local zones. Option D. Edge locations. Correct answer is option C. Local zones. Next question is, which AWS service or feature natively provides an encrypted connection that can be used to move data from an on-premises infrastructure to the AWS cloud? Option A. AWS Direct Connect. Option B. VPC Endpoint. Option C. AWS VPN. Option D. AWS Private Link. Correct answer is option B. VPN Endpoint. Next question is, according to the AWS shared responsibility model, which task is the customer's responsibility? Option A. Maintaining the infrastructure needed to run AWS Lambda. Option B. Updating the operating system of Amazon DynamoDB instances. Option C. Maintaining Amazon S3 infrastructure. Option D. Updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instances. Correct answer is option D. Updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instances. Next question is, which AWS service or tool simplifies the creation, maintenance, validation, sharing, and deployment of Linux or Windows Server templates for use with Amazon EC2 on premises? VMs. Option A. AWS Code Pipeline. Option B. Amazon EC2 Image Builder. Option C. AWS CloudFormation. Option D. Amazon EC2 Amazon Machine Image AMI. Correct answer is option B. Amazon EC2 Image Builder. Next question is, which AWS service uses a combination of publishers and subscribers? Option A. AWS Lambda. Option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Option C. Amazon CloudWatch. Option D. AWS CloudFormation. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Next question is, a company needs to improve the response rate of high volume queries to its relational database. Which AWS service should the company use to offload requests to the database and improve all response times? Option A. Amazon DynamoDB Accelerator DAX. Option B. Amazon Elastic Cache. Option C. Elastic Load Balancing. Option D. AWS Global Accelerator. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Elastic Cache. Question is, which AWS service facilitates transporting 50 GB of data from an on-premises data center to an Amazon S3 bucket without using a network connection? Option A. AWS Snowball. Option B. AWS Code Deploy. Option C. AWS Backup. Option D. AWS Direct Connect. Correct answer is option B. AWS Code Deploy. Next question is, a company wants to build a new architecture with AWS services. The company needs to compare service costs at variable scales. Which AWS service tool or feature should the company use to meet the requirement? Option A. AWS Compute Optimizer. Option B. AWS Pricing Calculator. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. Cost Explorer Right Sizing Recommendations. Correct answer is option B. AWS Pricing Calculator. Next question is, a company has performance and regulatory requirements that call for it to run its workload only in its on-premises data center. Which AWS services or resources should the company use? Choose two options. Option A. Amazon Pinpoint. Option B. Amazon WorkLink. Option C. AWS Outposts. Option D. AWS Snowball Edge. Option E. AWS AppSync. Correct answer is option B and option C. Amazon WorkLink and AWS Outpost. Next question is, which AWS service acts as a data extract, transform, and load ETL tool to make it easy prepare data for analytics? Option A. Amazon QuickSight. Option B. Amazon Athena. Option C. AWS Glue. Option D. AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Correct answer is option C. AWS Glue. Next question is, which AWS service does AWS Snowball Edge natively support? Option A. AWS Server Migration Service AWS SMS. Option B. Amazon Aurora. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. Amazon EC2. Correct answer is option D. Amazon EC2. Next question is, to avoid malicious compute activities, a user needs a quick way to determine if any Amazon EC2 instances have ports that allow unrestricted access. Which AWS service will support this requirement? Option A. VPC flow logs. Option B. AWS WAI. Option C. AWS CloudTrail. Option D. AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer is option A. VPC flow logs. Next question is, AWS Trusted Advisor can monitor and provide advice on what characteristics of an AWS account? Option A. Compliance with security best practices. Option B. Application performance. Option C. Network utilization. Option D. Cost optimization. Option E. Compliance status. Correct answer is option A and option D. Compliance with security best practices and cost optimization. Next question is, which AWS service uses a combination of publishers and subscribers? Option A. AWS Lambda. Option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Option C. Amazon CloudWatch. Option D. AWS CloudFormation. Correct answer is option B. Amazon Simple Notification Service Amazon SNS. Next question is, which duty is a responsibility to AWS under the AWS Shared Responsibility Model? Option A. Identity and Access Management. Option B. Server-Side Encryption SSE. Option C. Firewall Configuration. Option D. Maintaining Physical Hardware. Correct answer is option A. Identity and Access Management. Next question is, which AWS service enables risk auditing of an AWS account by tracking and recording user actions and source IP addresses? Option A. AWS X-Ray. Option B. AWS Shield. Option C. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D. AWS CloudTrail. Correct answer is option D. AWS CloudTrail. Next question is, when comparing AWS to an on-premises total cost of ownership TCO, what costs are included with AWS? Option A. Data center security. Option B. Business analysis. Option C. Project management. Option D. Operating system administration. Correct answer is option A. Data center security. Next question is, which of the following can be used to describe infrastructure as code in the AWS clouds? Option A. AWS CLI. Option B. AWS CloudFormation. Option C. AWS Code Deploy. Option D. AWS Amplify. Correct answer is option B. AWS CloudFormation. Next question is, where can a user receive help with deploying popular technologies based on AWS best practices, including architecture and deployment instructions? Option A. Amazon Quick Site. Option B. AWS Artifact. Option C. AWS Configuration. Option D. AWS Quick Starts. Correct answer is option D. AWS Quick Starts. Next question is, which architecture concept describes the ability to deploy resources on demand and release resources when they are no longer needed? Option A. High availability. Option B. Decoupled architecture. Option C. Resilience. Option D. Elasticity. Correct answer is elasticity. Next question is, which task requires the use of AWS account root account user credentials? Option A. Closing an AWS account. Option B. Creating a log file. Option C. Modifying IAM user permissions. Option D. Deleting IAM users. Correct answer is option A. Closing an AWS account. Question is, in which of the following is Amazon CloudFront content cached? Option A. Availability zones. Option B. Local zones. Option C. AWS regions. Option D. Edge locations. Correct answer is option D. Edge locations. Next question is, a company is building a new archiving system on AWS that will store terabytes of data. The company will not retrieve the data often. Which Amazon S3 storage class will minimize the cost of the system? Option A. S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA. Option B. S3 Glacier. Option C. S3 Intelligent Tiering. Option D. S3 One Zone Infrequent Access, S3 One Zone IA. Correct answer is S3 Glacier. Next question is, management at a large company wants to avoid long-term contracts and is interested in AWS move from fixed cost to variable costs. What is the value proposition of AWS for this company? Option A. Economy of scale. Option B. Pay-as-you-go pricing. Option C. Volume discounts. Option D. Cost optimization. Correct answer is option C. Volume discounts. Next question is, which AWS service provides the ability to quickly run one-time queries on data in Amazon S3? Option A. Amazon EMR. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Redshift. Option D. Amazon Athena. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Athena. Next question is, a company would like to host its MySQL databases on AWS and maintain full control over the operating system, database installation and configuration. Which AWS service should the company use to host the databases? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon EC2. Option C. Amazon DynamoDB. Option D. Amazon Aurora. Correct answer is option B. Amazon EC2. Next question is, a company wants to use Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2, to deploy a global commercial application. The deployment solution should be built with highest redundancy and fault tolerance. Based on this situation, the Amazon EC2 instances should be deployed. Option A. In a single availability zone in one AWS region. Option B. With multiple Elastic network interfaces belonging to different subnets. Option C. Across multiple availability zones, M1 AWS region. Option D. Across multiple availability zone to 2 AWS regions. Correct answer is option D. Across multiple availability zones to 2 AWS regions. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of running a database on Amazon RDS compared to an on-premises database? Select two options. Option A. RDS backups are managed by AWS. Option B. RDS supports any relational database. Option C. RDS has no database engine licensing cost. Option D. RDS database compute capacity can be easily scaled. Option E. RDS inbound traffic control, for example security groups, is managed by AWS. Correct answer is option A and option B. RDS backups are managed by AWS and RDS supports any relational database. Next question is, a security officer wants a list of any potential vulnerabilities in Amazon EC2 security groups. Which AWS service should the officer use? Option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Option B. AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. AWS Artifact. Correct answer is option A. Amazon Guard Duty. Next question is, a company is considering a migration from on-premises to the AWS cloud. The company's IT team needs to offload support of the workload. What should the IT team do to accomplish this goal? Option A. Use AWS managed services to provision, run, and support the company in infrastructure. Option B. Build hardware refreshes into the operational calendar to ensure availability. Option C. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, on Amazon EC2 instances. Option D. Over-provision compute capacity for seasonal events and traffic spikes to prevent downtime. Correct answer is option C. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, on Amazon EC2 instances. Next question is, a user has an AWS account with a business level AWS support plan and needs assistance with handling a production service disruption. Which action should the user take? Option A. Contact the dedicated AWS Technical Account Manager TAM. Option B. Contact the dedicated AWS Consult Support Team. Option C. Open a business critical system down support case. Option D. Open a production system down support case. Correct answer is option C. Open a business critical system down support case. Next question is, how can consolidated billing with AWS organizations help lower overall monthly expenses? Option A, by providing a consolidated view of monthly billing across multiple accounts. Option B, by pooling users across multiple accounts to achieve a pricing tier discount. Option C, by automating the creation of new accounts through APIs. Option D, by leveraging service control policies (SCPs) for centralized service management. Correct answer is option B, by pooling users across multiple accounts to achieve a pricing tier discount. Question is, a company with AWS Enterprise support needs help understanding its monthly AWS bill and wants to implement billing best practices. Which AWS tool or resources is available to accomplish these goals? Option A, resource lagging. Option B, AWS Consult Support Team. Option C, AWS Abuse Team. Option D, AWS Support. Correct answer is option B, AWS Consult Support Team. Next question is, a company needs 24/7 phone call, email, and chat access with a response time of less than 1 hour. Its production system has a service interruption. Which AWS support plan meets these requirements at the lowest cost? Option A, Basic. Option B, Developer. Option C, Business. Option D, Enterprise. Correct answer is option C, Business. Next question is, a company is looking for a way to encrypt data stored on Amazon S3. Which AWS managed service can be used to help to accomplish this? Option A, AWS Certificate Manager ACM. Option B, AWS Secrets Manager. Option C, AWS Resource Access Manager. Option D, AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Correct answer is option D, AWS Key Management Service AWS KMS. Next question is, which architecture concept describes the ability to deploy resources on demand and release resources when they are no longer needed? Option A, high availability. Option B, decoupled architecture. Option C, resilience. Option D, elasticity. Correct answer is option D, elasticity. Next question is, which features and benefits does the AWS organizations provide? Select two options. Option A, establishing real-time communications between members of an internal team. Option B, facilitating the use of NoSQL database. Option C, providing automated security checks. Option D, implementing consolidated billing. Option E, enforcing the governance of AWS accounts. Correct answer is option D and option E, implementing consolidating billing and enforcing the governance of AWS accounts. Next question is, when a user wants to utilize their existing per socket, per core, or per virtual machine software licenses for a Microsoft Windows server running on AWS, which Amazon EC2 instances type is required? Option A, spot instances. Option B, dedicated instances. Option C, dedicated hosts. Option D, reserved instances. Correct answer is option C, dedicated hosts. Next question is, which AWS services help to improve application performance by reducing latency while accessing content globally? Select two options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS VPN. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, AWS Global Accelerator. Option E, Amazon S3. Correct answer is option A and option D, Amazon CloudFront and AWS Global Accelerator. Next question is, which AWS service or feature allows a user to establish a dedicated network connection between a company's on-premises data center and the AWS cloud? Option A, AWS Direct Connect. Option B, VPC peering. Option C, AWS VPN. Option D, Amazon Route 53. Correct answer is option A, AWS Direct Connect. Next question is, which AWS cloud architecture principle states that systems should reduce interdependencies? Option A, scalability. Option B, service not servers. Option C, removing single points of failure. Option D, loose coupling. Correct answer is option D, loose coupling. Next question is, service control policies (SCPs) manage permissions for which of the following? Option A, availability zones. Option B, AWS regions. Option C. AWS organizations. Option D. Edge locations. Correct answer is option C. AWS organizations. Next question is, a user needs to quickly deploy a non-relational database on AWS. The user does not want to manage the underlying hardware or the database software. Which AWS service card be used to accomplish this? Option A. Amazon RDS. Option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Option C. Amazon Aurora. Option D. Amazon Redshift. Correct answer is option B. Amazon DynamoDB. Next question is, an application is receiving SQL injection attacks from multiple external resources. Which AWS service or feature can help automate mitigation against these attacks? Option A. AWS WAF. Option B. Security groups. Option C. Elastic Load Balancer. Option D. Network ACL. Correct answer is option A. AWS WAF. Next question is, how can a user achieve high availability for a web application hosted on AWS? Option A. Use a classic load balancer across multiple AWS regions. Option B. Use an application load balancer across multiple availability zones in one AWS region. Option C. Set up automatic scaling and load balancing with another application instance running on premises. Option D. Use the AWS region with the highest number of availability zones. Correct answer is option B. Use an application load balancer across multiple availability zones in one AWS region. Next question is, what AWS billing support resources available to all support levels? Option A. AWS Support Concierge. Option B. AWS Customer Service. Option C. AWS Technical Account Manager. Option D. AWS Business Support. Correct answer is option B. AWS Customer Service. Question is, which of the following contribute to the total cost of ownership of a workload running in the AWS cloud? Choose two options. Option A. Hardware maintenance. Option B. Power and cooling. Option C. Storage costs. Option D. Space for data center. Option E. Network costs. Correct answer is option C and option E. Storage costs and network costs. Next question is, using AWS Identity and Access Management IAM, what can be attached to an Amazon EC2 instance to make service requests? Option A. Group. Option B. Role. Option C. Policy. Option D. Access key. Correct answer is option B. Role. Next question is, a security officer wants to enable IPC's communications to securely connect users from on-premises networks to AWS. Which AWS service or feature should the officer use? Option A. Amazon VPC. Option B. Amazon VPN. Option C. AWS Direct Connect. Option D. Amazon Connect. Correct answer is option B. AWS VPN. Next question is, which of the following are benefits of running a database on Amazon RDS compared to an on-premises database? Choose two options. Option A. RDS backups are managed by AWS. Option B. RDS supports any relational database. Option C. RDS has no database engine licensing costs. Option D. RDS database compute capacity can be easily scaled. Option E. RDS inbound traffic control, for example security groups, is managed by AWS. Correct answer is option A and option D. RDS backups are managed by AWS and RDS database compute capacity can be easily scaled. Next question is, a company is building a new archiving system on AWS that will store terabytes of data. The company will not retrieve the data often. Which Amazon S3 storage class will minimize the cost of the system? Option A. S3 Standard Infrequent Access S3 Standard IA. Option B. S3 Glacier. Option C. S3 Intelligent Tiering. Option D. S3 One Zone Infrequent Access S3 One Zone IA. Correct answer is option B. S3 Glacier. Next question is, which AWS service enables users to monitor for specific phrases, values, or patterns and set up alarms based on metrics? Option A. AWS IQ. Option B. Amazon Comprehend. Option C. AWS Cloud Trail. Option D. Amazon Cloud Watch Logs. Correct answer is option D. Amazon Cloud Watch Logs. Next question is, a company wants durable storage for static content and infinitely scalable data storage infrastructure at the lowest cost. Which AWS service should the company choose? Option A, Amazon Elastic Bookstore, Amazon EBS. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Option D, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Correct answer is option B, Amazon S3. Next question is, which cloud computing advantage is a company applying when it uses AWS regions to increase application availability to users in different countries? Option A, pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B, capacity forecasting. Option C, economies of scale. Option D, global reach. Correct answer is option C, economies of scale. Next question is, a user has an AWS account with a business level AWS support plan and needs assistance with handling a production service disruption. Which action should the user take? Option A, contact the dedicated AWS Technical Account Manager TAM. Option B, contact the dedicated AWS Concert Support Team. Option C, open a business critical system down support case. Option D, open a production system down support case. Correct answer is option D, open a production system down support case. Next question is, when a user wants to utilize their existing per socket, per core or per virtual machine software licenses for a Microsoft Windows server running on AWS, which Amazon EC2 instance type is required? Option A, spot instances. Option B, dedicated instances. Option C, dedicated hosts. Option D, reserved instances. Correct answer is option C, dedicated hosts. Next question is, a solutions architect needs to maintain a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances so that any impaired instances are replaced with new ones. Which AWS service should the solution architect use? Option A, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Option B, Amazon Guard Duty. Option C, AWS Shield. Option D, AWS Auto Scaling. Correct answer is option D, AWS Auto Scaling. Next question is, an application deployed in the AWS cloud has unpredictable usage patterns and is running workloads that cannot be interrupted. What is the most cost-effective Amazon EC2 pricing option for this application? Option A, dedicated instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. Option D, on-demand instances. Correct answer is option D, on-demand instances. Next question is, a company is migrating its on-premises data center to AWS and wants to provide NFS access to the Linux clients. Which AWS service should the company use? Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Option C, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS.